Hey, buddy. You know what?
Hello.
Happy belated birthday.
Yeah, we haven't been on a podcast since I turned years.
Yeah, you're 23. It seems like I've known you for so long now.
Yeah.
Well, I've known you since you was like...
Yeah, it's weird because we met in 2018, early 2018, right?
Yeah, I've known you since you was like 17.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually... Yeah, it doesn't... Like when you think 5 years, it doesn't seem that long, but yeah. It feels that we've known for quite a while.
Well, I've probably known of you for quite some time as well.
Yeah.
You know, you're pretty famous.
How the turntables? I used to be more famous than you, and now you're the rock star of RC.
No, I wouldn't say that. But you are definitely the pisser, the one of the you are either hated or liked in RC.
No, people either hate or like the truth. You know, I'll be staying true to the truth.
There we go. But we have a lot to talk about this week. We have a pretty good guest, so I'm just gonna hit that intro and we're gonna get started. What do you think about that?
That sounds about right.
There you go. Happy birthday, Maxie. 23 years old, legal everywhere. You are legally everywhere, or you have been for quite some time. So, you know, now you can legally go to America and have a beer instead of just drinking like you was legal when you was there. So, there you go. Good stuff. Happy birthday, Maxie.
Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast. Get ready for some serious bench racing. But be warned, we speak our minds, express our thoughts, and sometimes things can get a little rowdy.
Hate, and he just was influenced by the hate coming from the left, the hate coming from the right.
And let's get back to more club racing and less of this grabbing racing.
It's hard not to be arrogant when you're always right. You know?
See what I mean? That's exactly why people call you arrogant, Max.
You may not agree with everything we say, but it's definitely worth a listen.
And our pick, can you stop whatever you're doing?
Join your host, Lefty the Great, with co-hosts and guests as they get together to chat RC.
Hey, after that race that I watched this morning, I have to talk about it.
There we go. $100 right here, $100 throw. Oh no! I like this.
Yes, indeed. Nitro's the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 262 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and to my virtual left, chomping down on his toast, is the great one, the arrogant one, professor of everything, pisser off of nations, now 23 years old, Maximus Mortimus. Well, welcome back, Max. We have a lot to talk about this week. We have an interesting guest. And it actually was his birthday when we recorded with him. So our guest this week is Ryan Stiles Harris of YouTube fame. I got to meet him at the Florida RC Championships that I attended a few weeks ago up in Tampa, Port St. Newport Richie. And I asked him if he would be on the podcast, and he said, sure. And we came in, we had a great chat. It's almost 2 hours. So it's actually a very good chat. So this is going to be a long podcast, I can tell. But before we do that, Max, I have to say some thank yous. And I'd like to say thank you to all of the NNRC squad around the world. I greatly appreciate you guys' support. I've had a lot of people ask me about swag and stuff. I will not have any probably till next year. So I do apologize for that. But I do have some decals. I'm off to AMS next week and a couple of other races coming up. We'll talk about that in a second. So come up, see me, and get some stickers. Thank you to the NNRC squad around the world. We cannot do this without you guys. Thank you. We appreciate your support. Also, thank you to the patrons and the YouTube members that go the extra mile and support financially. We can't do it without you, with you guys as well. We need more support of that. If you guys like what we're doing, please, there are links in the written description of this podcast for our YouTube membership as well as our Patreon membership. You will get such things as early release. And I I tried to post a lot to their, like, any links to any live shows or anything. I always post to the Patreon or YouTube, so you guys have, you don't have to go searching through the Facebook to find all that stuff. But it helps us out. $5, $10, $25, or whatever you do. Please, it helps us out. We have yearly ones in the Patreon where you can pay for a year, and you can set it and forget it. It helps us out. It really does help us out a lot here at the No Name RC Podcast. Also, we have awesome companies that have supported us for a long time, and we are looking for new companies going into 2024. We are coming up on the end of the year. So if you're a company that likes what we're doing and thinks that this is a great platform to promote your country, does not have to be RC related, can be anything. We are open to outside of RC as well. We've done a few companies with RC that are not RC related, aka Manscaped. Shoot me a message. We have tiers. We can work out something. We're looking to go less sponsors. I wouldn't say less sponsors, but what we have tiers, and we have we're gonna have a cap per se, on each tier. So hit us up. I think they're gonna go fast, and if you like what we're doing, and of course, I'm pretty sure some of these companies that are with us now will continue with us, so they already will be locked in. But they are. Invisible Speed 2.0 book is dropping very soon, so get out there and get a pre-order for that. I'll leave a link for that in the written description. By the way, there'll be links for all of these companies in the written description of this podcast. Some have coupon codes where you can save some money. Some have affiliate links where we got a little slice. Some just have links to the actual company where you can buy stuff. If you do that, if you choose to do that, save some money, use the affiliate link. Or if you do have purchase something that does not have an affiliate link or coupon code, just leave in the notes that you heard about this in the No Name RC podcast. Remember, all of that is in the written description of this podcast. If you scroll down, you can read it. When you're listening to this on audio or YouTube, you can read them down below. They are Invisible Speed. Like I said, 2.0 book is dropping. They're taking pre-orders for that. High Tech RC, thank you, High Tech, for all the love. Sun Pedal USA, shout out to Hefty and the boys. Sidewinder Fuel, Hot Race Tires will be with Nicola next week. Mayako, we'll be with all the Mayako guys next week as well. Beach RC had an excellent time at Masters of Dirt. Thank you, Brent Lucas, for all the support and love. Techno RC, shout out to all the Techno drivers. We'll see Matt and the guys next week as well. Clinic RC, shout out to Tony and his wife Vicky. Busy with his new track. He's got a race coming up next weekend too. Check that out, the Clinic Buggy Cup. Ignite Design RC, bringing back gas truck. I am building my gas truck. I'm going to put some time in it tomorrow. I got all the parts that I needed finally this week, so I'm going to get working on that tomorrow. Donovan RC, you can save 10%. Shout out to Zach. He's a good friend of mine. Racecraft USA, shout out to Chase and the boys. Racecraft USA, sorry. As well as Stacked RC. Check out my boy Jeff Stacks for all your stock motor needs. And shout out to the Florida RC Championships. I will be attending the final round at Callahan for Thanksgiving, spending my first Thanksgiving in the USA. So come out and let's enjoy Thanksgiving together at the track. Danny Paz of WRCE, he does RC Media. Shout out to my boy Gene Strout Jr. If you need any builds done or anything like that, RC builds, hit him up. He's doing that full time. Gene Strout Jr., SJ Racing on Instagram. House of RC, RCGP. Shout out to our drivers, David Runafalk, Jared Tebow, Robert Battier, and Alexander Hagberg, as well as Maddie G. Max, before we get on for our catch-up, I do have a few shout-outs along with you. Happy birthday to you. But happy birthday to your other counterpart. Jessica Paulson's also celebrating her birthday. So she's over in Sweden. Say happy birthday to Jessica, Max.
Grattis på födelsedagen, Jessica.
There you go. Happy
in Swedish, if you didn't
Swedish?
Get it. Yeah, that's in Swedish.
Okay. Happy birthday to Ryan Stiles Harris, Randy Mesa, Wesley Seeger, Jeremy Haas, Joe Cass RC, Joe Dons of Set Up app. So Dialed Setup app. And I'm sure there's many other birthdays that I missed. If I did miss, I'm sorry, I didn't write them down. But happy birthday if you've had one recently. And I wish you many more. In some somber news, I found out this yesterday, an OG of the RC industry, Kevin Sharp, passed away yesterday. He was very good friends with Mark Pavidis. He accompanied him on a lot of races as his pitman. I remember Kevin always being in the magazines as well. He was an accomplished racer. I believe he was from Texas. Avid mountain biker. He passed away. I'm not sure how. I read the like they had a mountain bike post about him because he's really into that. I believe he passed away on his bike. I'm not sure. But once again, very, very sad to lose one of our OG RC names. I remember him being on the starting grid and always talking on the starting grid back in the day and like seeing his name in the magazines. But I don't think I ever personally met him, but I knew of him. So our condolences go out to his family, his friends, and the RC community that he used to be a part of. So rest in peace, Kevin Sharp. All right, Max. So before we get started and get going into our podcast, we got a lot of news to talk about. We got some geeking out to do. I just wanted to say, before we go on any further, if you are listening to this on the audio only version, we greatly appreciate it, right? Please leave a review. But a lot of our podcasts now, we are looking at pictures and video on the video side of things. So you may be listening to us and you might be wondering, well, what are these guys talking about, right? Because we're going to try to explain things as much as possible. But to be honest, if we're going to be, especially going into 2024, we're going to be doing a lot more video and pictures and geeking out. And I know a lot of people like to listen to this, and that's fine. But if you get a little confused about what we're talking about, maybe just head over to our YouTube channel, hit that sub notification like button. We're trying to get to 5,000 subs, and you'll see what we're talking about. Like, so if you see something like we're geeking out, because I had one of my friends was like, man, you guys are geeking out on all these GT cars, and I couldn't get it. I was like, yeah, because you had to watch it, right? Mm-hmm. You see what we were seeing. So I know a lot of people listen to it, but if you start geeking out on stuff, just check us over on YouTube. You'll see what we're geeking out on. And you can do it as well. Or if you ever are watching a race, I know that streaming the video to her is not the best, but it's like, it's the best we can do because I'm not downloading 10 hours of a stream to get one race. So you can always go watch that whole race or that whole stream on Live RC if it's on there, or go watch the stream. We just want to give you a sample, a taste of what the track looks like. There will be videos where we show different examples or if an incident happens. So please, if you are listening to just the audio, if you want to see better quality, if you want to see the video, come over and check it out on YouTube. If you want to see YouTube video, better quality, then go directly to the link. We are just the messenger, not the message. So I just wanted to get that out of there because I had a few people say that, and I figured, I said, yeah, you're going to listen to an audio, so you need to watch it a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, just to add on that, I think it's a little bit difficult. Like, I think we are obviously, like anything, the podcast has evolved. Like, you're much more into like a race announcing, live streaming, all that coverage type of stuff these days. And what comes with that, it's much more, visual material, being actually there. It's much more like, because back in the day, it was just us two, like, or you and JQ or whoever it was then. You would like put on a mic and talk with no cameras, no nothing. It's like, but now these days it's evolved, and I think it also gives more. And I just checked, actually, YouTube has 4.43 thousand subscribers, so we would be about a 500 off from 5,000. So let's give Keenan a Christmas gift and reach 500.
I would love that. I would love
Yeah.
to get to 5,000 subs. It would be awesome. But our audio numbers are still great. Like the Atsushi Horror podcast, which I absolutely loved, didn't do too well on YouTube, but it's like 4,000 downloads on audio only already.
Yeah.
So people still do listen to them early, but I think a lot of these, we are catering more to the video side of things. And it's just opening up more doors for us to do things. So it's, but I get it. People just like to listen to it while they drive, while they wrench, and whatnot. All right, Max.
And I still like to, go through the things like as vocally as possible. So it kind of applies to both. But, it's always trying to explain way an arm is built on a car. You can't explain it. It's
better to see. Even you're using your hands and stuff like that, very visual. Yeah. So understandable. Check us out on YouTube. I know you like listening to audio. Check us out on YouTube. All right, Max. So I was a little bit busy. I went to Masters of Dirt. I had an absolute great time there. Did you see that? I did a whole recap with Lucas, so we're not going to talk about that too much. But did you see the track that Lucas built for that race?
I have to say, back in the day when I kind of first heard of Masters of Dirt, and I saw, there was still a lot of big guys like Tessman, Evans, Rivkin, Fend, all these guys who were going.
No, Tessman never went.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Tessman. This was first time Tessman went, but like a lot of the big guys were going, and the track was nice. It was rather, I would say, flat, but still, it was nice. It wasn't the square shape makes for an interesting layout.
Mm-hmm.
But this year, when I saw the first videos of people running on practice, like that must have been one of the most technical but yet somewhat flowing tracks. It didn't seem like, sometimes I criticize tracks for being too difficult, people make too many mistakes. But when it's like that, I think it's not difficult, but it's still like the way you make speed, that's the difficult part. And it was very, jumpy, lots of like cool, very unorthodox sections. I think, it is like they build the track themselves. They don't offer they don't get outside support to build the track. And I have to say, like, that when I looked at the video of Sontag going around the track for the first few laps, I was like impressed. So,
I'm in for great racing.
Like hats off. Yeah.
Dude, the guys were not happy. Everybody's like, there's no consistency. Like guys, Lucas and I were talking about this, where they're like, oh, I'm 92. These guys, the consistent number 98, 99, as close to 100 as what they like to see. But it's fine when everybody, that's the consistent level. If the consistent level is 93, 94, that's what everybody's at, right? So for these, I guess it was the first day or so was a little bit challenging for the top guys, especially when they have practice and you're mixed in with lower level drivers and people of different speed, and you have so many people on the track, it makes it a little bit difficult. But hey, at the end of the day, the cream rose to the top, and it made for great racing. I loved the bumping up from A, B, C mains. They took 8, 2 bumped up. Like Rivkin had to bump up all the way from the D main and four-wheel drive, and he won four-wheel drive in the end. Stock racing
why was he down in D main?
Oh, so he broke in his first 2 qualifiers, and then he had to start in the D main. And then they had 10-minute mains as well. So it was just like it was like a little mini 8-scale race. That's what it was. And I like it. And kudos to Brent. It's his baby. It's the biggest turnout it's ever had. And they had the most pros they've ever had. They're like top drivers they've ever had. So, and it made for really good racing. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the other 10-scale race that I'm going to here shortly, which will be. So a little bit about me. I'm obviously starting my 4-week 5-race back-to-back schedule that I have here, which is going to be rough. I'm going to be so tired at the end of this. I'm going to take some time off over Christmas for sure. But I basically go AMS. That's next weekend. That starts Monday. I leave Monday. We drive up. I leave early Tuesday morning. We drive up Tuesday morning. So we do AMS. Then we come right from AMS, go right to Beach Line, set up the camper, go there for Florida Carpet Championship, which is going to be stacked. Like Rana Fox coming over there.
This year, when it started, we was like, oh, they do everything great. The track's great, the coverage great. Like these guys know what they're doing. Next year, like X-Ray sends 3-4 guys. Orlowski comes over. This year, it's like a carpet world, essentially.
It is.
I don't think anyone's not going pretty much. Like, okay, I don't know, Karup, like maybe he misses it, but yeah, every team is sending at least like 2 or 3 of their best guys. So I think, that to me, it's great to see people who do it the right way succeeding. Like obviously, that event has their issues with practice, whatever, we'll be probably discussing about that when the event happens. But like overall, what they do, the way they promote it, the coverage, all of that stuff, like they have showed a way for Americans to get Europeans to come over on the East Coast. West Coast, DNC, they've done it. Silver State, they've done it. Joey has done it, but East Coast, this is like the first big race they've done it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even in between, when we recorded the last time, like the announcement about when we was talking about that picture about Ronnefalk, who ended up being Ronnefalk, they actually announced the day after we released the podcast, or the day we released the podcast. So Ronnefalk's going to X-Ray. I was talking to him yesterday or day before. He's actually doing the Swedish Nash this weekend. Then he goes this week over to Slovakia to practice and test with the X-Ray team. Then he's going to the Florida Carpet Championships for that week. Goes home. No, doesn't even go home. He goes to EOS. And I heard that Ongaro is going to EOS as well.
That's interesting, yeah, because I don't think he's been at EOS before. Berton has gone, but I've never seen Ongaro at an EOS. I don't know, like, it's interesting. I think Ongaro maybe wants to kind of expand his racing, and he's seeing 10 scale as the way right now. And I think for Associated, they're fucking creaming them pants right now because they're getting a driver who's one of the best in the world, and he's like, yeah, let me run 10 scale as well.
Well, I
maybe
think
he gets a little bit more pay for it too.
I was just about to say that.
But yeah, but
I
still,
think
like, he can do it. It's close for him. It's like most of the races are a drive away from him. It's southern Germany, Austria, Slovakia. That's a drive from northern Italy for him, you know. So
yeah, I think he wanted more money this year. And I think doing the 10 scale routes boosted that. And I'm happy to see him do more 10 scale. Now we just need to get him on the podcast. So you know what? Everybody send David Ongaro a message and say, when are you going on the NNRC podcast? Yeah. He's gonna come, but I think there's other circumstances why he might not be coming on there. But we'll talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll touch on it with our Rich GP coverage.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna talk about that. But yeah, I'm excited. Then I go to after Florida Copper Championships, I go to the last race of the Florida RC Championships, which will be in Callahan, which is Thanksgiving. Never spent Thanksgiving in America, so I'm actually happy about that, excited about that. Then back up to North Carolina the following week for Fall Brawl at Lake Waccamaw, which is now under a roof. Then back down to Florida, back down to Beachline for the 12 scale worlds with Danny. So very busy, a very busy 5 weeks. I get about just under a month home, and then it starts all over again in January with Beast of the East up in North Carolina as well. And then I think it's that SIC and then FRCC round 1. So busy 2 months ahead of me. And there's some talk about me possibly going to South Africa in February for to the Zartworks track. Sorry, that track that's looks like an on-road track. That nice facility they have in South Africa. Zartworks, I think it's called ZWART. So they wanted me to come in November, but obviously I'm booked up in November. And they're thinking about they want me to come over there, do my coverage, and then take a few days to take a vacation and see South Africa. So if that happens, I'm going to that. I hope so. But I'm also looking forward to taking some time off and spending some time with my family and doing some RC stuff because I haven't been able to do any RC stuff.
Yeah, I'm jealous about South Africa. Like, I know, people always say things about South Africa, but I've never heard anyone who has gone there be like, oh, that's not the beautiful country. Like, everyone who goes there says that's the most beautiful country they've ever seen, the nature, all of that stuff. So,
I'm not scared. I'm worried. I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
I am ready to go. All right. So that's my plans over the next week. Also, if you guys want to help out a little bit, we do have a waffle going on. You can either win a Techno Nitro kit or a ultimate pipe and engine combo. It's on the Lance McDonald has it going. All that helps going to pay for the my expenses in travel, the flight to get over there. Like, I have to contribute to gasoline. I have to, all that type of stuff, like food. I have to eat food when I'm out there. So I have to pay for all that type of stuff. So all of that money, we pay for the products that we waffle off. And then the rest of that money goes to paying my expenses to get out to these races and do these type of things. So go over there. I think we have about 120 tickets left. Please purchase some tickets. And like I said, all that money goes to the travel fund to help me get to these races. And we greatly appreciate the support from everybody. Absolutely. All right, Max. So it's time to get onto some RC news. And of course, this week's RC news is brought to you by High Tech RC, as well as Invisible Speed. So before we get on, I still haven't unboxed it, but I have my RDX2 1000 AC/DC dual port charger. I picked it up when I went to the H2GP. It has a sleek, modern design, easy to transport handle. The RDX2 1000 is an AC/DC powerhouse you need to charge your high-capacity battery packs at rapid rates. The dual outputs each offer 20 amps of power to simultaneously charge 2 batteries of any chemistry, or you can pair the outputs to charge at rates of up to 35 amps. It features an easy-to-use LCD interface display, handy push control buttons, while the front panel XT60 connectors and XH balance ports help keep wiring uncluttered. It has high charge and discharge rates for lowering resistance and improving power. It makes it perfect for the stock class and accepts both 12-volt DC power and 100 to 244 volts AC power as well. The RDX 21000 is ideal for charging at home, in the field, or perfect for all hobbyist needs. I have one. I haven't used it yet. I have some awesome leads from Donovan RC as well that I'm going to pair with it. I'm going to take some pictures. That's this weekend. Check out High Tech RC/where to buy to find out where to get one of these new chargers, as well as they have some new servos coming out as well, I'm told.
Yeah, there will be, I think, I'm not quite sure of the release date, but next year there will be, I think, almost a full line of servos coming from High Tech. I talked about this with David. He's kind of the number one guy at High Tech right now, and I think he's done a great job with them. And High Tech obviously done a great job. And I also have the RDX 1000, but I have to, I just can't get over this. The RDX 1 Mini, this thing weighs 300 grams. For any nitro racer, you gotta have that one. Okay, you just have to. Okay, the RDX 1000 for if you're running any other class, I've never had a charger that good. So I feel like a kid in a candy store type of thing when I received it in the mail. But yeah, this fact that I can take a charger that weighs below half a kilo and travel abroad over the plane, I don't know. I'm just amazed, dude.
Good stuff. High Tech's doing some good stuff out there. And thank you, High Tech, for all your support. They have been a big supporter of this podcast. So show them some love as well. Also, Invisible Speed. Don't forget, we have the online courses going on. JQ is going to be really doing a lot of that. He's finishing up the chapters on the 2.0 book. It is up for pre-order right now. So go check that out at invisiblespeed.net. But here's always good to have a JQ commercial. So let's get going with that.
Stop scrolling. You want to be Lewis Hamilton? Learn something new with Invisible Speed. You can't do everything at 100% maximum speed. You have to be smooth. I mean, when you drive a real car, if you drive a real car, how do you just, when you get to a 90-degree corner to turn into the parking lot, do you go like that with the steering wheel? Do you slam on the throttle and the brake? No. You probably turn the wheel smooth and get on the throttle smooth. Same thing with an RC car. If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling.
Stop scrolling. You know what? We have links for the online course in the written description of this podcast. Hit them up. We have affiliate links, so we got a little slice of that as well. And don't forget, the new 2.0 Visible Speed book is up for pre-order. Joseph says it should be done, published by the end of the year, going into the new year. So check it out. Pre-order it. Get it while it's hot. I think it will be available in French, Spanish, and English. All right, Max. So let's start on our RC news. I would say, do you want to bring up the link for this, or do you want me to bring it up? First off, we have Max is talking to his girlfriend. I'll bring up the link.
There was some drama with tomorrow's schedule.
Oh, okay. One thing about women, when they want to get something going, they don't care what you're doing. They're just going to tell you. I know.
Yeah.
All right. So up next, the courtesy of Circus RC, we have the Valkyrie tire from Proline. So this, oops. Sorry. This just came out. Hold on. I will bring it back here in a second. We think Proline's done, and then they bring out a racing tire. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Let's see if we can.
Yeah, I don't really understand the business strategy. I don't think Horizon has any business strategy yet. Their whole strategy is to buy out companies and then keep them somewhat profitable, but not put any effort into it. And yeah, I don't. To be honest, I don't really understand what the hell they are doing. They have bought AK and Proline. Both are bringing out new tires that don't really amount to anything because they don't work on the current tracks. Neither of them. Even Greg Degani, the most long-term AKA driver, doesn't drive AK anymore. He switched to Hot Race. At least he ran them at Hot Rod. So
Well, let's read what they say about this tire. Horizon Hobby have introduced the new Pro Line Valkyrie off-road tires intended for use with 8-scale buggies. The Valkyrie race tire is an evolution of the Pro Line's popular slide lock tire engineered for hard-packed blue groove high grip tracks. The innovative tread pattern features strategically placed diagonal rows of lugs that meet up to form an optimized center lug pod. This arrangement has lightened the tire significantly while still maintaining great balance, forward traction, wear characteristics, and bump handling stability. On the edge of the sidewall, directional treads let you tune the Valkyrie to your specific condition for added versatility. So when I posted this up on the NNRC Facebook, we got a bunch of comments from people about this being a copy of, I think it's a VP Pro tire or something like that. So
someone said it looks like a Pro Circuit tire.
Okay, Pro Circuit, was it?
Someone said it looks like, but I hate these things like, oh, it's a copy. Like, no, if it looks the same, it's not a copy. Like, people don't understand, like, if a tire has pins, it's not a copy of a fucking gridiron. You know, if a tire has like small pins, it's not a copy of a whole shot. Like, if you can say someone's copying something when there's a case like the Racecraft and the Position 1 RC case where they copied the front wing. The logo is in the same. Yeah, we should have had this as a separate news. Maybe we can continue on this. But when you copy something and it's clearly that you have not tried to change anything, or you've changed something that's very insignificant just for the sake of saying it's not a copy, that's copying. But when you're doing something that looks the same, that's not copying. Like, you can do a tire with small pins. Like, for example, the TCO 402, it looks exactly like a reflex, but it's very different. It's not like a reflex. It doesn't handle like a reflex. The point of it is not to handle like a reflex. And it's not the stalker type of tire either. It's between those two, and that's the whole point of the tire. You know, that's why there's a space for the TCO 402. Okay, same way as slide lock, the tire that Pro Circuit had when they came out with it, they said it's a copy of a slide lock. You know, so I don't know. What I'm kind of saying here is, like, don't say it's a copy because it looks the same. Say it's a copy if they deliberately did the same thing and trying to change one thing to say it's not a copy.
Also, the difference is compounds too, right?
That's kind of where I'm coming up next. Is I don't think this, like, for example, like what was it? J-Concept has the detox, rehab, and relapse. All of those three are pretty similar. They have slightly different handling characteristics, but in the end, they're very similar looking tires. At the end of the day, most brands run 1 or 2 threads on most tracks. At this point, from what I know, J-Concepts mostly run triple Ds, reflex, or rehabs.
Okay.
That's much their thing. AKA, they run double downs, or sometimes they have the new, I don't know what they're called, the scrubs or whatever. Hot Race runs Sahara, Bangkok, or Amazonia. So all of these brands have a few threads they run. The thread isn't the factor. That's not what makes or breaks a tire. But what makes or breaks is the carcass and the compound. So I think the tire market is so bloated already. We have a question about this, so maybe I'll go more into it.
Yes.
Then. But like, the tire market is so bloated. There are straight up copies. People have straight up copied the Schumacher Minifin. People have straight up copied the Schumacher Stagger, cut Stagger to be exact. And that's copying, okay? But I think, like, when there are so many bands, they're bound to be similar type of designs. So
yeah, it is what it is. I'm not even getting in an argument, but that's a great segue into the race. We should have put it on the Racecraft front wing, their flock foil, and then our Position 1. And the thing is, I know both of these people, like, they're both good friends of mine. So Chase got really upset because A-Main was carrying this, and it was an identical copy to their flock foil. But kudos to, I believe they kind of talked it out. I saw a post later from Chase where he kind of said, position one, we're both small companies. Let's keep it, let's try to help each other instead of, copying each other. And kudos to A-Man is that they actually said, okay, we're not going to sell it. We apologize.
Yeah. I think it's worth it to explain for people who are not kind of in the loop. Basically, Racecraft doesn't sell their products on A-Main, but they make these products and sell them on their own. And another company basically straight up copied their flock foil thing, which is, it's not an innovative industry revolutionary product. No, but the way the Position 1 did it is they had everything exactly the same. They had the same position of the logo. They had the same style of the wing. They basically just straight up copied it. If they did a 3D printed wing that looked similar, that's not copying, but they copied. Okay. And I think the way A-Man reacted, where they, instead of, keeping selling them for their own profit, they understood that it's not of good incentive to sell products that are straight up copied. I think in the end, the solution is good, but I think it kind of, this is between two American companies, and then one bigger American company who sells them. But around the world, for example, Asia, they don't see like copyright laws and all of this patent stuff the same way as we do in the West.
It's not patented either. They didn't patent their stuff.
Yeah. But even the fact that in Asia the idea of copying is not that shunned upon, and I think it's a valid argument to have. I'm not going to get into all of that, but I think we kind of need to figure out a way in the RC community to straight up like work in a way where that type of stuff cannot happen. But it's a very difficult topic because like in RC we kind of control this. Like Volvo, BMW have the same issue, so in RC we're not going to solve it.
All right. We are going to geek out on the Garage Strange concept remake on our geek out section because I have some monster trucks. So we're going to save that for that. We're going to go right into the next topic, which is Motorama, which is a huge electric race in the Northeast. It's actually put on alongside a full scale. It's a big full scale motocross, all this type of stuff. It's electric only. They have RC, they have oval, they have electric. I've seen some years that have crawling. It's like a big moto full scale type of event. It's huge. I would love to go. Scotty puts it on. This event sold out in 14 minutes. 350 entries. Sold out 14 minutes. It's so bad that we have racers scalping their entries right now. I never thought I'd see a time when we saw racers scalping entries like So basically, guys went on board all these entries, apparently, and now they're trying to sell them to people who desperately want to get in for more money than what they're worth. So that's crazy. But kudos to this race. It's all electric. They're not allowed to run nitro. They used to run nitro, but not now. I believe Toby Hampson of 46 RC will be doing the coverage. My buddy was telling me about this. That everybody wants me to get to this race. I would love to get to this race, but I think it's in February, and I think I'm taking February off. So kudos to Motorama. Get the scalpers. We see scalpers in the action figure world quite often. So get them. And let people get in there and get the entries that they want. If people want to go to this event, figure out a way that they can get, if someone went and bought like all these entries and they're going to scalp them, like you should take all the entries from them and sell them to other people, in my opinion. Don't allow them to race. All right. Up next. You have anything to say about that, Max?
No, I'm not really familiar with it. But
it's a big race.
This is okay. I don't want. Okay, my lawyers have instructed me not to refer to anti-capitalist means in this podcast, so I will play the fifth on this one.
Okay, there we go. Next up is the big debacle, which I'm calling Chamfergate, which we touched on. If you want to learn more about this. We touched on it. We actually talked all about it with Clayton Young, episode 261, Lefty Off the Record. If you want to check it, it was a great episode. We talk about these two next subjects with Clayton. Was the Trinity slot machine deemed illegal because of too much chamfering and basically pulled off the raw approved list for all their spec racing. So it's 13.5, 17.5, 21.5, and 25.5. So basically, you can't run those motors in spec class anymore. So Max has so it started with Josh Schroeder's post right here, who actually works for Phantom.
Yeah.
So there we go. So he must have got tipped off about this, or generally, I think these motor companies all buy other companies' stuff anyway to see what they're doing. So you have to strip the motor down. So how this was explained to me was this allows you to wrap the wire around there tighter at a different angle and create less resistance. Look, I do not ever heard me say that I am any type of expert in this type of stuff or even understand all the science behind it. But basically, instead of it being like a point, apparently, I don't know, it just allows it to wrap the wire tighter and use less wire, apparently, I believe.
Yeah, well, basically, okay, I have to say I'm not a professor of... I know about mechanics.
You're not a professor of this? Oh my gosh.
I know mechanics, but electronics is kind of my weak point. But as far as I understand it, is you loop around the wires, so the coil, basically around the, I don't know what you call that, like the frame, whatever. And basically the shorter the wire is, the less resistance you can have, because every time you have a wire, the longer it is, the more resistance you're going to have, because it's going to have to travel to more material. There's a rule that specifies that you have to have a minimum chamfer length. Basically, this is just like if you made a square and you put a wire around a square versus a square with little chamfered edges, and then you put a wire around it. Same exact thing. So in like reality, it's not that big of a deal. I wouldn't say people have gained massive advantages, but it's a very clear rule, you know. And if people don't follow the rule, people are going to be exploiting it like crazily for the future, and you know, then you were going to have issues. So, but yeah, it's like the rule allowed chamfer is like 0.75 millimeters, if I remember correctly. 0.35, he says. So this is like what, more
1.50.
Yeah, so it's like 4 times the allowed amount. So it's not even like, oh, they were a little bit over the limit. They were 4 times over the limit. And there's clear rules about it. So it's basically for those who knew, if someone knew about it, and I'm pretty sure someone did, it's blatant cheating. It's not even like, oh, we accidentally made this, but
somebody had to tell the factory to do this.
Well, okay, let me say this. Most of this RC stuff is produced in Taiwan or China.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these times, these factories produce a big variety of components to a big variety of companies. They don't, like, RC is basically when the machines don't have anything to do during the night, they'll produce RC parts. You know, that's basically how it works. And a lot of the times, those people, you know, they're working during the night. They don't have that much energy. They put the program in the machine, and they forgot to check that there's 3.7 or 0.355 chamfer. They do it what was the previous program ran on. So accidentally they make a wrong chamfer. That very much could have happened. The reason why I believe this was very well known was because Trinity has been caught about this before.
Well, not this particular,
but cheating, like using the rules, bending the rules, and having little modifications done to the engine after the authorization process performed by Roar. So that's what leads me to believe that people like, let's say, Kevin Abbott, who used to be the team manager for Trinity, they knew about this, but or had a suspicion about this but didn't really care, because obviously faster motors is good for their brand.
Quite possible, but I'm sure somebody knew. I'm sure a few people knew at Trinity. Someone figured it out, right? So here's my thing, and I said this on the live. People are mad at Raw. People are mad at Horizon. Now, I will say this. Horizon is at fault for not doing their due diligence on stripping down these motors and checking that they were in spec, right? Number one. When they bought Trinity, they bought all the problems as well. Exactly. So they are left holding the smoking gun. They didn't commit the crime because this happened. I don't think the timeline fits in where they could have made this happen in time for this to happen.
Oh, no way.
Happened prior. This happened prior to the takeover from Trinity. They didn't do the crime, but they're left holding the smoking gun.
Yeah, they bought. When you buy a company, you buy the responsibilities of the company. And
right.
The responsibilities, they buy the roles, and they haven't done it. So.
So while it's not their fault, I do believe it is up to Horizon to make this right to the many people who have used this motor, the hobby shops that have this motor. And to their credit, when I talked to Clayton, he was like, hey, they didn't argue. They didn't try to dispute it. They just said, right away, we'll pull it off the shelf. We'll stop it. We'll fix it. They didn't, and a lot of people out there, well, they should be banned and the motor company should be banned. No, they admitted to their mistake. It wasn't their fault. So I don't feel that you should punish Horizon for that, right? But I think they should make it right. I mean, they can afford to do it. So
I think that I don't think that RC community at its current state, punishing Trinity for saying, oh, you can't run these engines. Punishing Horizon for saying, oh, you can't run these products at Raw Nationals, whatever. That's not an effective measure. That's not going to help anyone. That's going to just affect the competition aspect of it, and Horizon will most likely do something else, and Trinity will do something else, and they'll either way, because they're bigger, they will win. The right way to go through this is for those people who have bought this motor. I looked at the Raw Shankland list, and said this motor is legal, and they have bought this. Horizon, not necessarily Horizon deliberately, but Horizon, as they are the current owner of the company, they have lied to their customers about the legality of the motor. They have confirmed that it's a Raw approved motor, and it's not. So I think if we want to do right by the people, every single one who has the motor that's not Raw legal, who wishes that they would have a Raw legal motor, Trinity/Horizon should be responsible for offering them a legal motor, or at least refunding the money they have paid for the motor, because they have effectively bought a product that is not up to the standards that it's promised to be. Basically, if you buy a car and it says that this should work this way, and it doesn't, they have lied to you, maybe deliberately, but they have still lied to you. They have promised something, and that's not what has happened.
I agree with you that. And the angst and if you're really looking for somebody to blame for this, in my opinion, it's the prior administration of Trinity. But this is the game in this type of racing, right? In stock racing, in spec racing, it's how far can you come to the edge? How close can you get before you get caught? And this is always going to be a factor. And look, Trinity's been caught before. R1 has been caught doing things. So this isn't unique to just Trinity. It's other motor companies as well have done this. So, hey, I get it. People are upset. I hope Horizon makes it better. And I don't think I think Raw will do a better job of probably stripping down motors. They'll be taking more motors after stock races and stuff like that, or stock nationals, and stripping them down and checking on things like that, because it's not just good enough to measure the resistance. So kudos for Raw for doing the right thing. Kudos to Horizon for doing the right thing by not lying about it. Now it's up to Horizon to see if they make it right for the people. Many people out there that have bought these motors and now have these motors, but they can't use. Now, some tracks are being very lenient. They're like giving people a specific time frame, they can still use these motors at their races because a lot stock is huge in America, and a lot of people are using this races, using okay, you can use this engine or this motor until this date, right? And then you have to get another one. Understanding that people still have spent 150, 170, I believe things cost about like $180, right?
Yeah.
So just for the motor, so that's good too. Now, I hope Horizon makes it right, and I just this is just the part of the game. This is just part of this spec racing, stock racing game where you're always going to push the issue. You're always going to try to find that gray area. And sometimes you get caught and sometimes you don't. It's nothing new. It's been going on in stock racing for umpteen years. Like R1 is banned on OnRoad in the UK. Like cannot use their motors there because of this. For like they used it for stock 12 scale racing and touring car racing and stuff like that.
I have controversial ideas about stock racing for the future. We all know I'm not a fan of the pink pinions,
I like it. I like the competition within it.
I like that too, okay? And that's where I'm coming from here. I think there are two different solutions to this. We keep the current sort of status quo, but the main issue with this engine cheating is that the engines are not powerful enough that you can even notice a slight change in power. Okay, so instead of running 13.5 in four-wheel drive and 17.5 in two-wheel drive, you step it up. That's one way to solve a lot of these issues. Having a 13.5 in two-wheel drive, if it acts like a 10.5, it's not that.
Make it a 10.5? That's what you're trying to say?
Yeah, well, I mean, 10 scale, like four-wheel drive, you run 10.5, two-wheel drive, like 13.5, whatever, the balance would be. But effectively because we all have to be honest here, it's not a beginner class anymore. And it hasn't been in the last 5 years. So the issue is not necessarily, we have to keep the power down for the beginners. The issue is more that how do we make it fairer for a larger amount of people, but still don't make it mod, I think the way to do it is to go a little bit up on the motor, like 6.5 on a dirt track on the two-wheel drive. Like not a regular driver who just wants to drive RC for fun. That's difficult. Like, let's be honest, it's difficult to drive, and it's not going to make it more fun for you to drive a car that's difficult. And a lot of people are going to buy what all the pros use, so they're not going to use their mind and be like, hey, let me buy a 10.5 because I'll probably be faster. I'll make less mistakes. They want to run stock instead because it makes the decision for them, People are like that. People want, easy choices. And I think a way we can make that easier for all people is to go a little bit up on the motor. We get rid of these slight marginal gains in the motor production. You can run your brand, like whichever brand you want, because in the end, the power is not going to make the difference. The skill becomes more of a thing. Okay, that's one solution. Another solution is we just completely ditch like mod at all. Okay. And the reason why I say this is because Jordan Loic, I think Yasmin Loic, maybe that's his name, a French touring car driver, high quality driver, ETS, consistently ETS top 10, sometimes top 5 driver. He made a post, I'd say about a year ago, early this year maybe, talking about the fact that at French Nationals there was 2 races running mod, and he was like, obviously I wasn't there, but there was 2 races running mod and plenty running spec classes. The mod class has essentially become a class for a very narrow group of people in touring in Europe. In America, it's already spread to off-road as well. You're on mute, by the way, if you had some, I think for the future of this sport, 10 scale off-road racing, I think we have too much power in these cars, and that leads to less racing. And I think the reason why that happens is because when you have so much power, it's hard to control it. Even for these pros, you saw at the Worlds, a lot of these times, these guys looked like beginners. They were crashing, sliding around. But the thing is, you're riding on such a narrow edge of the car. I think in the future, it could be beneficial to run a limited. It could be like mod still, but you have a limited amount because in 8 scale we have 0.21 cc. That's the engine size. You can't go over it. Why can't we have like 0 timing speedos and then an engine that's a certain amount of like turns on electric? I think this is a way, and to be honest, at some point when 8 scale off-road becomes an IFMAR class, I believe this will be necessary on 8 scale off-road electric as well.
Electric, okay.
Yeah, because like, let's be honest, the amount of power on these things is absolutely insane. There's no point in it. You can get so much power that it makes no sense. So I think to make it more competitive, make it more about, actually optimizing performance, optimizing efficiency instead of just going crazy with everything. I think this would be the way to go forward. And I think this, as thinking as an engineering mind, like what would we want? I think this is a much more interesting challenge for the engineers as well, because this actually will differentiate the people who know how to make a good motor and the one who don't, and the world of mod racing currently, it's not like, it's basically it's down to the fact that can you create a good software, on the speedo, and can you create it so that the power delivery is smooth? That's like the challenge at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I just wanted to throw those ideas in the air. I think there's like a few ways to go about it, but I think in the future, this could be a way to, let's be honest, there will be a point where we have to revive mod.
Agreed. Let us know what you think in the comments when you heard this out there. Let us know what you think about this. And by the way, I forgot to mention that I will be racing 21.5 at Florida Carpet Championships. Yeah. Dalton Hashberger we made a deal at Mod last dinner of the weekend. It's like, you need to race it. Let's go. I'll prep your car, and all you got to do is show up, go up to driver's seat and drive. Because I'll even turn marshal. I said, good, because I'm not turn marshaling. And so I'm gonna race that and Daniel Chavez asked me if I wanted to, and I said, if you're cool with it, I'll race it. He goes, yeah, go ahead, let's race it. So I'll be racing. Wow. What I think is 21.5. That's actually probably the stock class. That's the beginner class. 21.5. It's slow enough to get there, to get you there. Then you have people that say go the opposite way of what you're saying. Make stock so slow, like make it all 21.5. So there's 2 ways you can look at it. But you know what? We want to hear from you guys, and let us know in the comments what you think about Max's idea. Should we make stock faster? Should we make it slower? Should mod have some regulations? Let us know. Let us know in the comments. All right, Max, moving up to the next big thing that happened, and we talked about this on show number 261. If you want to listen to more about it, you can go check it out. It was a live show. Was finally the swamp has been drained at IFMAR.
Yeah. They actually did what the Orange Man promised for once,
They drained the swamp.
They drained the freaking swamp. I won't look. I'm very hesitant to celebrate because every time there's like a revolution, there's always the scare of it's kind of different people, same story. That's always what I'm scared of. But I do have some hope. I do have some hope.
So they had the annual AGM this past Monday. So I didn't even know this, but like Carlos, Parker, Sander, and then the guy Eric Anderson, he actually. So here's the thing. Kudos to Scotty Ernst too. So these guys having the AGM at the OnRoad Worlds in Tokyo, right? Yeah. Scotty Ernst gave EA Eric Anderson Clayton said this. He was the one who paid for Eric Anderson's flight to go over there because Clayton said he's not going to use Raw's money to fly over there, and he couldn't go. First, Scotty invited Clayton to go over there, but Clayton says, "I have a vacation with my daughter. I can't go. It's that weekend." But then he invited Eric Anderson to go over there, who's an accomplished on-road racer. So Scotty, with his miles, he's probably got 3,000 million of them, air miles. He paid for Eric Anderson to come over there to be a part of the AGM at this event because it's in Tokyo of all places. So well done, IFMAR. Let's have the AGM in frickin' Japan where it's expensive for everybody to go to, right? Not that we have Zoom and all this other stuff they can use, and then they allowed Zoom where like Clayton and a couple other people were involved, involved in it. So anyway, well done, Scotty. Thank you, Scotty, because this is one of the big keys that helped make this change. So in the AGM, how I'm going to try to say it as clear as I know. I'm an idiot when it comes to things like this. They had an AGM. He said after 4.5 hours of doing all the, going through different rules, approving this, doing all that stuff, it came up to the vote. So that's when Carlos says, I am voting for FAMAR. Not for EFRA, because he is the EFRA 1/8 scale committee chairman. Sander was the EFRA vote. So how it works out, FAMAR actually gets more votes, apparently, than the other blocks. So you have ROAR, FEMCA, EFRA, and FAMAR. Those are the 4 blocks. And apparently also that they have only had 4 people on the board for the last few years. So it's supposed to be 5. So it's always a vote. It's not a deadlock, right? So they've been illegally doing that. They've only had 4 members on the board, 4 votes.
And basically Carlos's vote is counted for 2 because
basically, right? Yeah. So he's been doing that apparently for the last 10 years or whatever. And he says, I have an email to do this, saying that I can do it. So then while they were doing this, Clayton quickly went back into the IFMAR rulebook and found out where he needs power of attorney from an attorney to represent FAMAR. And so they asked him for that. And he's like, no, I have an email. And he goes, no, this is your rule. Like they've used the rules, even to the point where Sander went into the rulebook and tried to show it to Carlos, and Carlos batted it out of the way when he was there.
But Carlos is a lawyer. He's a lawyer for the Spanish kind of thing. That's what Carlos does as his day job.
Oh, he is a lawyer. Okay.
He is a lawyer, yeah.
But he was getting so upset. He was slamming his hand. He kind of, he was trying all these different ways to still get that vote in. And so they said, look, you either have to accept this or we're going to sue you, right? And then basically also the BRCA was there, I think. BRCA, FEMCA, ROAR all said, if we don't get 5 people on the board, we are leaving IFMAR right now and we're going to start our own organization. And then finally, in the end, they have decided to have to vote. And still, they tried to maneuver it in where, like Carlos, and they try to do something where each roster will vote for this person and then they'll get this. And then they tried to say that they wanted Darren Newton, who's in charge of the BRCA, to be one of the people to vote for the committee, right? But he didn't get in time. He did, but he didn't, according to them. But luckily, ROAR had one more person that Carlos forgot about, and that was Bob Ingersoll. So that's why you asked about 3 ROAR guys. They had Bob, EA, somebody else. So basically, when they said Bob's name was nominated for the board, that's when Carlos knew he was done. Carlos and Jeff Parker knew they were done. So Clayton explains it a lot better on episode 261. So if you want a proper explanation, go check that out. But basically, they were able to get the people in there to vote out Carlos and Jeff Parker, who has no affiliation with ROAR, who still has not returned the stuff that he has not, all the RD equipment that he has to ROAR, is now officially out of IFMAR. Is officially out. He is not associated with nothing in RC no more. Carlos is out as on the board. Now they have EA, who's probably going to be the president, I think. Bob Ingersoll, Clive, I think, is from the Australian market. And what they're proposing to do is to make BRCA the 5th block.
Really?
So yeah,
that's interesting. Why would, because BRCA is under EFRA.
Yeah, but BRCA kind of does their own thing anyway. If you really, it'd be like, I think it works out perfectly. They need a 5th block, right?
Not necessarily. They just need to someone have double.
No, but if you have 5 blocks, then you have 5 representatives.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if I like BRCA being the 5th block. I mean, it's much better than we had before, but it's
I think because I think BRCA is probably one of the organizations or federations that actually have their shit together.
That is true, but there are people within BRCA who are very old school. They don't really
but they're start right. Like this is what, and so anyway, that's changing. That's changing.
Okay, yeah. I mean, this is like the best news from IFMAR we had in the last 10 years.
Yes. So, and even Sander, who I met at, and look, I have nothing personal against Carlos. I met him at the Worlds. We had good conversations and all that stuff. But I've heard stories about him, right? And about how he's stayed in power for so long and how he was able to, and FAMAR needs to actually have somebody that represents them from that association in there. That's ideally how it would be. It would be great to have one representative, five blocks, have one representative from each block, right? On the board. But anyway, it is a freaking start because I am telling you, what Clayton said to me was, he goes, I thought Roar was screwed up in the organization and federation. But when you start digging into IFMAR, you saw how messed up they are. And so this is the first part of it, was draining the swamp, getting rid of that old guard. Sander, who's probably old as everything, but he's forward thinking. Like he was like, he even said, I'm glad this happened. Because now we can go forward. Because these guys don't want to go forward. So it's like, Carlos and Jeff wanted to hold on to that little bit of power that they had, right? With IFMAR. But that's done. So now we can go forward. It's been torn down. It has to be rebuilt, right? It has to be rebuilt. But go ahead.
Now the work really starts. And I think people will always be like, oh, well, this was going to happen anyway. Nothing's going to change, and I'll be honest, this kind of all started with Yukin, Lefty for president. That's where it started, that's the beginning of this whole saga. Okay. Now we achieved the first goal. The first goal is having people deciding who are willing to change things. Okay. In EFRA, we had, Garcia, I think his name was before.
Javier.
Javier. He was doing good, but obviously there was too many people resisting him,
Mm-hmm.
And the issue now is, even though we have people there who want to change things, now is the time where we actually get the right things.
People in there, in EFRA.
People in EFRA, people in ROAR, people in FEMCA. These people need to be willing to actually consider changes from a logical, good standpoint, not just let's make change for the sake of it, or let's continue doing some things. No, now is the time you need to actually have people who are willing to put in time and effort to change things. Where does all the money from those $250 entry fees from the Worlds go with 200 people? Where does that money actually go?
Times two.
Yeah, times two. And then from all the classes that exist, where does that money actually go to? How is that money being used actually effectively? And how does IFMAR bring itself back to life? Does it really need to completely change the structure? Should IFMAR be part of something like RCGP? Should they keep the same sort of style as they do now, to Worlds every other year? Now is the time to actually make those decisions, because now is the time to change them. How they appear in their messaging. Do they actually update their website? We don't still have official confirmation of 2024 Worlds. They are going to be in Brazil.
No, that's confirmed. It's confirmed. It's confirmed. It's happening.
But it's still not applied to most of the federation's calendar.
It is there. It's in September. I know for sure.
Yeah, but it's
official.
It's official, but it's not advertise it. You know, I know, but
literally watching the guy from Brazil has been sending me pictures and stuff of what they're doing there.
I know. They are gonna do it, but the thing is, the way they message that to people, you know, IFMAR doesn't have an official calendar on their page. It's updated.
No, they need a revamp of everything.
Yeah,
everything.
That's my point. Like, they need to make it seem that it's official. There's no changing this, you know, because right now, yeah, we know it's official. It's gonna be in Brazil. It's gonna be in September next year. But the way they message it, it doesn't come off as that.
I want to say something. Go ahead after you've done.
Yeah, okay. So I just think, like, my main point here is, like, now is the time to actually decide what we need to change. I think IFMAR is working quite well overall. Like, they put out races, people go to these races, they are respected, okay? But it's not efficient by any means. It's not efficient. Like, the whole tire fiasco, the fuel fiascos done before, when I off-road, like 2014, there was a fuel fiasco, 2012, there was all kinds of issues. IFMAR needs to be on top of this, you know, and they have enough money to make it happen. And how this is going to be handled, like, that's going to be, I would like lift my hat for Clayton and those people who are going to be probably taking the charge on these issues. But it's going to be, the work kind of starts now.
I want to say something, and I'm going to toot our own horn right now. So when we started this podcast, myself and Joseph, the point was not to be, you know, obviously anything with JQ, and then obviously as you got involved in it, we're controversial, and I feel that we put the betterment of RC as a whole in front of actually making money at this podcast, right? Which we're idiots, you know, we're idiots. We could, I'm pretty sure if we turned the line and did everything PC, this podcast would have more opportunities to make money. It wouldn't be as popular as it is because people like that we say it how we basically say everything that what people just said about IFMAR, what people say about Raw, what people say about the industry in period. You'll hear it from most of these pro drivers' mouths privately. They won't say it publicly. You hear it from people in the industry as well, right? But everybody's so, I get it. Somebody who makes some money in this industry is so guards that so much. Anything that's going to threaten that is taboo, right? So we made that decision that we are going to put the betterment of RC above us making money. Trust me, I would love to make money. I would love to say, hey, Max, here's $500-$600 a month for your work that you do. I would love to have somebody on her that can help us out with social media. By the way, we are looking for somebody who wants to be interested in the No Name RC podcast to help do social media and stuff like that. Hit me up if you're interested. It's a trainee job at first. You will get some money eventually. I would love that. You know, if we was doing this in any other industry, this podcast would make money. I wouldn't, you know, my bills would be paid. I would, you know, I'll be happy. But no, and then you have the people that, oh, you shouldn't complain and you're negative, all this, like, you know, especially the TireGate that happened recently at IFMAR Worlds. And I was like, why don't we have a set limit of tires? Why are we giving unlimited tires? It's stupid. You know, it defeats the purpose. You got to be, you know, some people don't like being negative, or you got to be positive. Well, guess what? These type of changes happened because of us bringing it to the forefront constantly in people's ears. Raw, the reason why Raw is where it's at now is because freaking Clayton, I was very critical of Raw. I remember everybody saying, oh, well, if you're so critical of Raw, do something about it. Well, guess what? We did. We absolutely did. We absolutely did something that was not done, that nobody else was able to do. And that was change Raw, period. Help get somebody like, because Clayton, he realized that this podcast was a great place to be transparent because we didn't give a fuck. Like, you know what I mean? We said it how it was, and he comes on and says how it was. I remember after the election for Raw, I said, well, Clayton, what's happening? I thought we'd know the next day what happened to ballots. Almost 2 weeks went by. I literally got on Facebook, made a post and said, well, what's up, Roar? It's been 2 weeks. Still no results from the voting, because I know what they were trying to do. They're trying to make it where he didn't win. 3 hours later, results were posted. They had no choice but to do it. Clayton's in. He may not have got everything right this year, but that man has worked his ass off to make things better. He's been very transparent. He uses his podcast and all this type of stuff to broadcast to people. That started with this podcast and being very critical openly and publicly about Raw for many years. Now with IFMAR, it started as a joke 4 years ago when JQ goes, we're going to do I didn't even know he was going to do this. Vote for Lefty for IFMAR president. Created a Facebook page. IFMAR had that Facebook page disabled because it said it was copyright infringement. And we have been on a campaign, you included, you've been very savage against them over the last couple years. This podcast, you, myself, and JQ have been the 3 people that have openly criticized these federations to make change happen. We'll never get the credit for it, but that's fine. Shit has changed. And first it was Raw. Now, IFMAR's been making changes on its own. We're gonna see changes further to go in there, and now we're seeing changes with IFMAR. So this podcast actually has been successful in that sense in changing and getting Raw and IFMAR both changed. The 2 biggest federations are governing body and this getting changed. And I don't give and anybody out there that says anything different, they haven't been listening to this podcast or they just don't like what we do. Period. Simple as that. And we put that in front of making money on this podcast. Simple. So you know what? We're going to give our virtual pat on our backs for making this happen. And JQ as well. You'll never get the credit, but this podcast did that. And you know what? We will continue to be the voice of making things better and the voice of we will say publicly what everybody says privately. Simple.
Yeah, and it's to me like the whole thing about, people always say, "Oh, Jake is an idiot. Jake is an idiot." He's like one of the people who has changed the most things about RC. Like,
absolutely.
why do your practice schedule looks like that at Euros and Worlds? It was JQ who made it happen. Like, why isn't it that you have like 2 rounds of practice of 15 minutes? And like, why isn't it that they try to make it 2 weeks? Now it's only 1.5. All of that was Joseph. He was messaging IFMAR. He was doing that, pressuring them, doing blogs, all of that stuff already 10 years ago from now. Like, people can say whatever they want about Joseph, or he's a fucking asshole, he said some mean thing to me. Well, guess what? Cry me a river. But the things that are actually making our life better in this hobby, those are the things that matter at the end of the day. And it's absolutely. Like, that's what has happened here. And that's what now the work starts for. Okay. Yeah. The people who are passionate about it, who want to make the difference, they are now in there. They can make things happen. Okay? Exactly. And if they fuck up, we'll criticize them, obviously.
Yes.
The thing is, and the best thing about Clayton is, it's not that he's done everything right. It's that when he has fucked up, he has come on this podcast and said that they have fucked up. When things have not gone the way they thought, he has posted on social media or gone here and said, "Oh, things have not gone like we wanted to." The thing is not that you always make the right decisions. You're the fucking supreme leader. It's that you let the people know what's going on. Okay? Because they are acting on behalf of us racers, not in behalf of the race organizers or companies who just want to make their money, Some racing organizers do a whole lot of job, and I wish Raw would do more to support them in the future, okay? But those are issues that we will be focusing on, and we have focused on before.
The swamp has been drained. Now the real work starts. So kudos to everybody that's going to be behind that, and you have our full support. And like you said, when you mess up, we will be there to criticize it. And I just hope that my hope is that we can continue to do things like that, because at the end of the day, even the most passionate people got burnt out when it does not become financially sustainable. Not become financially sustainable. And trust me, I love this podcast, but it's not financially sustainable to me. It doesn't pay my bills. And one day something will. So I hope that is this. And what I'm doing, whatever else I'm doing. But I know for the last 5 years since this podcast has started, we have stayed true to what we did, and that's being informative, entertaining, and pushing for absolute change in our sport, because we know it can be better. So, and that comes from support of the people too, but we need the support of the industry more, and that costs money, and because we're making things better for them as well. All right, Max. We have a few more things. We've been going on for a long time. We have questions. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to save the Reds GP for our rant. That'll be a whole section. We're going to go on to racing this past weekend. That's brought to you by Sidewinder Fuel. Sidewinder Fuel, Morgan Fuel has been collaborating with many of the world's top drivers for over 40 years. This has enabled us to test our fuels on many of the most challenging situations and take development of competition fuels to the next level. The result has been our racing fuel, Sidewinder, the market's most powerful racing fuel there is. This fuel is track tested and proven by national and world champions such as Ryan Cavallari, Ryan Mayfield, Greg Degani, Mark Pavidis, and many more. Our current top driver is the young Little Bump. These drivers appreciate that Sidewinder is blended perfectly for the high performance needs of competitive racing. Don't let victory slip through your fingers. Purchase Sidewinder today. If you guys are interested in getting some Sidewinder, hit me up. I'll put you in contact with people to do that. Thank you, Sidewinder, for all their support. Now, Max, I want to talk about this real quick, and we're going to try and get through these fast because we did go a little bit too long, and we're going to get into our questions and then our rant. So we had the RCRA Australian Nationals at the MORBC track in Perth, Australia. Basically, this is where they had the 2018 Worlds. I know a lot of good friends there. The Thylacine was there, as well as you have a video here. Let me put it up, and we can watch a little bit of the video while it's going on. Let's see if we can find some good video here, maybe of the mains. There we go. Actually, you know what? I will find it on YouTube. So this happened this past weekend. I guess the big thing for this was Kyle McBride making his comeback from a semi-retirement. We wasn't sure if he was retiring completely or what, but he made his comeback to this race. He was running a Mugen, non-sponsored, by the way, from what I was told. So he's kind of running it non-sponsored, and we're just going to pull up the video of the final once I get it up here. Yeah, here we go. Non-sponsored, running this race. I believe he TQ'd this.
Yeah.
Maybe you can bring up the results real quick while I get this going.
Yeah, so I think, here I have the qualifying results. So we have McBride TQing with Bernard Sick in second. I don't think that's going to surprise anyone, really. It's quite expected outcome. I do have to say, I'm a little surprised Dexter did so well in the qualifiers. He even TQ'd around, he finished second. So Dexter is certainly doing quite well.
That's his home track, too.
Okay, well, yeah, that's true. But I mean, still, I think a solid run for him at this national.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think Caleb Noble and probably another good name. Obviously, there was some drama. We're going to touch on that in a little bit later on the mains. But yeah, otherwise quite, I think, expected people there. Felix Kögler from France. I think that's a bit of a maybe surprise name there, but sort of following on Renaud Savoy's footsteps, going to Australia to run.
Well, he lives there now.
Yeah. Moving to Australia to run RC and so on. I think it's nice, but yeah, Felix.
Zach Ryan, Ben Panic, our two friends, also made it. Zach actually finished fourth, so good run for him.
Yeah, let me actually go through. So in the end, I think it was McBride with some. You said it was a glow plug issue.
Yeah, I heard it was a glow plug issue, like his engine shut down.
Yeah,
or whatever.
But that basically.
But I heard that he pretty much was not in the mix because he just kind of picked the wrong tire. Apparently, I was told.
Okay.
So
yeah. But either way, Alex ended up winning it. Caleb Noble in second and Christian Wallhunter in third. Which Zach Ryan in fourth, and Felix from France finished in seventh. Ben Panic our friend of the podcast, in the 11th, just behind Aaron Dexter.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the thylacine.
I bet he must have had some issues as well.
Yeah. So we by the way, if you want to check out, if you're listening to this on audio, excuse me, and you want to check out the full coverage of this, you can go to RC Race Media on YouTube. That is the company that do it. My buddy Tony Firth, I think they're doing an excellent job. These are the same guys who did the GT Worlds. They did the Asian Buggy Challenge as well in Philippines, as well as the one in Australia. By the way, speaking of that Asian race is now going to be. They have a fourth venue, which is in New Zealand. It's going to be at a lot of our listeners, like Mark Johnson and all the guys that have. So it's going to be 4 races next year. It's going to be Philippines, Australia, Malaysia, I want to say, and New Zealand. So they got a proper series going on over there.
What's the venue in Malaysia? I haven't heard there's a big venue in Malaysia.
Is it Malaysia, Indonesia? But I'm not sure. But that's the 4 rounds that they're having. So kudos to the New Zealand guys. I know they're super happy about that. I think it's the track that Mark Johnson used to run or used to be involved with, their county track, their local county track. So congratulations to them. I'm sure our New Zealand friends will come and let me know about that. But anyway, the big story coming out of this race was I had a bunch of my Australian friends message me because they were upset about this. I'm going to remove this now. I'm going to bring up the incident that they were talking about in a second. I actually have an actual video of that. So let me find that.
Yeah. I think it was, Caleb Noble was given a penalty for, I'm not quite sure what was the reason he got the penalty, but the story kind of was that he was given a penalty and he didn't.
Yes, so let's play it. I think
I don't know what you call it.
I believe this has volume. It might be a little loud. So let's go. This is the video.
Down the speedy RC straight away.
It's a little choppy.
Third and fourth, battling it out at the moment through the crow's foot. Caleb gets to the side of him. Caleb.
So that's what he got. He got a penalty for. Let's go back. Let's play again.
And fourth, battling
that's
it out
Caleb right there.
Through the crow's foot. Caleb gets to the side of him. Caleb. Wait for that one. They go over again. Caleb, you're going to have to wait for 40 to get past. Caleb, I'm going to wait for you to get 40 past. Caleb, I'm going to ask you to wait for 40.
Okay, you heard the RD call him 3 times to wait.
Going to call it again. Caleb, you're going to have to wait for 40.
So I believe that's Caleb right here.
Yeah. I mean,
Caleb,
okay.
Once again, final call. I need you to wait
that's
for
5
40.
times.
Yeah, I do have to say.
Let's watch the incident again. Hold on.
Third and fourth, battling it out at the moment through the cross.
Yeah, I mean, that was 100% takeout. Okay.
Do you think it was the takeout? I don't think it was that bad.
The car in front, yes, they made a mistake, but you can't just straight up drive into a car in front because they are driving slowly. Okay, like especially if you're fighting for position, you have to.
All right. So look at this position.
Yeah, I mean,
look at this. I would say this is 50-50.
I wouldn't, and you know why?
Okay.
Because the car in front is still on the line. They haven't stopped completely. They haven't hit the pipe and the car behind hit them. They screwed up the little rhythm section and the car behind just straight up hit them. And then took the position. I mean, and it's not even that if they hit side to side, fine, okay. You had the inside line, you hit the guy in the outside, fine. Mm-hmm. But he hit him behind the center point of the car. I think that's the determining factor here. You have to be somewhat alongside the car in front to bump tires with them. You have to be. When you're going into the corner, during the braking point, when you start turning in, you have to be more than 50%, alongside the car on the side. Here, that didn't happen. They basically catched all of it in braking. Yes, the car in front made a mistake, but still the car behind is not allowed to drive into the car in front. I think.
All right. Okay.
The penalty was justified.
Okay. So That's not my argument here. That is not my argument here.
I know.
So I thought it was 50-50. Now I'm looking at it a little better. Maybe not so much. I kind of watch it on my phone. Okay. He got a penalty. It doesn't matter whether we think it's right or wrong or anything like that. The big thing that I thought was very wrong about this was him not giving the position back after the RD calling for it. So this brings up this is what everybody was talking about, you know? How come this guy didn't listen? How come there was no... So in my opinion, if the RD tells you to give a position back, you give that position back. He went on. He kept his position in the race. No penalty was dished out to him afterwards or anything like that from what I know of. If you're not going to respect what the RD says, and then I heard something about they didn't have a proper referee here or whatever as well, that this association didn't make a decision afterwards. After that, he should have been issued a stop and go. If he didn't get the stop and go, then I think he should have been black flagged from the race. And if he didn't stop at all at the race, then I would have just penalized him and said, I don't care what position you finished. You didn't listen to instructions from the RD. You are black flagged from the race. This goes to show, I don't care if you didn't think that the incident didn't warrant that. It just shows blatant disrespect for the authority of the race. It's like get like the police trying to stop you and you don't stop. You just keep on going. When you get caught, what you going to say? You know, and I think this is the real thing that's wrong in this situation. He did not stop. He did not adhere to the rules. And what does that show to the next driver coming? Like we don't have to look at the rules. Like that's the point of having an RD. Like you listen to what he says. It doesn't matter that you don't think it was an incident. Then I think like the second incident after where Ford tried to go on the inside, I thought that was all his fault, right? And he got pushed off the track. But that first incident was what he was getting called for. Now, he said in his interview, I think we can find his interview. Hold on. You tell me what you think about that, and I'll look for his interview.
Yeah, I have a little bit different angle on this. I think what Caleb did in the end, because he didn't get penalized, was absolutely right. If he doesn't get a penalty, if there's no rule that you have to adhere to the race director's orders, and obviously there wasn't, because obviously if there was, he would.
There is. He just didn't adhere to it.
No, but like if there was a rule that you have to listen to the race director's orders, the race director has the right to penalize the driver. Okay, and they didn't, which means that either the race director was in the wrong for not enforcing the rules that he's giving the round to enforce, or there isn't actually a rule. So obviously, I don't know which way it is. I haven't read the Australian rule book, but I wouldn't blame Caleb. Obviously, he did wrong. I don't think what he did was right. But I think this is a great case example of why having a very strict rule book, having certain specifications for penalties is so important. The race director should have no business calling for you to serve a penalty 5 times. He calls it once, you have 3 laps to serve it, for example, which is how we do it in Europe. If you don't do it, that's it. You're black flagged. Like, no questions asked, okay? If you don't come out the track, whatever, you're disqualified. And if you do something silly, you don't listen to the orders, you're banned from that federation's races, okay? You write that in the rule book, there's no questions asked at that point. But the issue often is this happens especially a lot with American racing, but like clearly in Australian racing as well, where you don't have a clear set of rules, when the race director doesn't say, give the position back. If they don't, you say, okay, you didn't give the position back, stop and go penalty. They don't serve that, you say, okay, you didn't serve a stop and go penalty, you're disqualified from the race. You know, you have to have those steps, you have to have those rules, and that's the only way you retain the authority of the RD. Clearly now, the RD didn't have authority, because even though he called him, if you didn't listen, you didn't get a penalty. So what Caleb did was absolutely right. And as far as the RD made his job, he did it within the rules. He didn't get any penalty. So as far as I'm concerned, he was within the rules. So I think it's a big okay. Caleb did a thing that the RD disagreed on. He should have respected the RD. Yeah, of course. But if we look at the big picture of things, it's not about that. It's about having a clear set of rules, having someone that enforces the rules, and people who are punished within the rules if they do something that's not allowed. And I think that's just my take on this. Situations like this shouldn't be handled this way. Okay. It should be one call. Hey, give the position back. You two are right next to each other. If that doesn't happen, stop and go. If that doesn't happen, like whatever, drive through whatever, and then stop and go, and then eventual disqualification of the race.
Well, it definitely comes down to the federation and the people running the race. But 100%. let's listen to what Caleb has to say. Let me know if you can hear the volume on this. Go forward.
Second place in the 60.
Here we go. Can you hear this? I have it on super high speed. 1 second. Let's go to normal.
Caleb Noble, congratulations. Second place in the 60 minutes.
Can you hear it?
Australian Championship final. Tell us how that felt from your perspective.
It was all right. Like car was pretty good. Just ran out of tire. Ran out of fuel the first stop as well, which put me pretty much out of it. Tried to come back, but unfortunately couldn't. But yeah, congratulations to Alex, who drove great. But yeah.
So tell us, there was a little bit of a moment earlier on and then a call from the race director. What's your take on that?
My take is that I went up the inside of him and then he landed on me and jumped himself off the track. So I ain't stopping for that. I ain't stopping for stupidity. Not stopping for stupidity.
Overall, you're going to be happy with the weekend, coming away with a victory in e-buggy and second on the podium in nitro buggy?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it was a good weekend. Learned lots and yeah, good weekend.
So how do you celebrate after a weekend of RC racing?
You know, champagne, podium, always, yeah. Yeah, it'll be good fun.
Well, well done this weekend and thanks for all the chats and best of luck in your next event. You're going to be one to watch for years to come.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's exactly what I'm talking. When the RD doesn't have the rule book behind it, he loses all his authority, and then it's a Wild West. A driver who has a strong personality, like clearly Caleb does, he says, I am stopping for stupidity. If he's the one who can make the decision, and he was the one who's given the tools to make the decision here, yeah, fuck him. He did what he should have. You know, it's the RD who should be like, hey, did we do something wrong? If the RD followed the rule book, then the ones who make the rule book should be like, hey, is this wrong? Obviously, in my opinion, it was an incident where Caleb was in the wrong, at least the first one. Second one, in my opinion, if I was the RD, I would be like, okay, first Caleb hit him, then the guy just drove into the side of Caleb and he fucked himself, okay? I wouldn't call a penalty on that, to be honest. But the way the RD said, okay, he considered there would have been a penalty, but then he didn't give one. So, yeah, I mean, I would have done exactly the same as Caleb in that situation.
Oh, you would have done it? All right. I understand that point. But, hey, he got asked to do a drive-through. He didn't do it. And then I guess you're right. The RD did not push the issue any further. He didn't, say, I guess all earnings falls down on the RD for not making it where he had to do it.
Did they call for a drive-through?
No, they did not. They called for stop. They called for to give the position back.
Yeah. I think, and the thing is always there. I have yet to find a rule book of car racing where giving the position back is as good as serving a penalty. I haven't there's one in MotoGP. If you go across the green line, you drop one position. But I don't know of motor racing where give back the position is any sort of penalty. It's only a suggestion of making the situation as it was before. It's to me, there has not been any penalty put on Caleb, and if there hasn't been put any penalty on him, he has no necessity to serve a penalty. So, yeah, I think it was just, and I don't want to be too harsh on Artie. Obviously, he was trying to do his job. Maybe they hadn't been in a similar situation before, so they didn't have a way to handle it. But looking forwards, that clearly, yeah, it should be written in the rules. The Artie should know that if the racer doesn't follow his directions after maybe one or two requests, it's just stop and go. That's it. If he doesn't do stop and go, disqualification, or maybe drive through, then stop and go, and then disqualification. Whatever the procedure may be, but yeah, there should be one. That's my point.
Okay, I can live with that. I can live with that.
Yeah,
I know we're gonna get people from Australia to chime in on this, or people out there in the YouTube world. Let us know what you think. Is Max right? Am I right? Should he have been penalized? Well, I think he should have been penalized for not.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if RD says give back the position, in my opinion, if you don't do it, 100% a penalty. The RD thought you did something wrong and you didn't do what he ordered you to do, then you get the minimum or the whatever penalty the RD thinks is just for it. But I think that the thing that I have the biggest issue is that RD never gave him a penalty of any kind. And in my opinion, was Caleb driving, how would you say, irresponsibly? Was he at fault? Maybe, yeah. At least RD thought he was. And then I think he should have gotten a penalty for it. Was he being arrogant and stubborn and whatever? Yeah, perhaps. But clearly it worked in his favor, so he did the right thing. That's, I think, if in a football match you're allowed to kick other people in the legs consistently, then you're going to keep doing it. You know, it's a pop to the referee to withhold the standard of the game. And, you know, every football game is different because the referee is different, and what's the gray area, what's crossing the line within the rules. You know, that's, yeah, I just think instead of being mad at Caleb for doing a thing that in the end was the right thing to do for him, maybe a little bit selfish, maybe a little bit inconsiderate. In the end, that's the right thing to do. That was the optimal thing for himself to do at that race. So, I don't know. You shouldn't be mad at Caleb. You should be mad at whoever made the rule book or whoever was the RD.
Okay, fair enough. All right, moving on. We do have a World Championship going on at this moment. Well, not at this actual moment, but over in Tokyo, Japan. It is being held. It is the 1/8 scale OnRoad World Championships. I think it has 120 entries, drivers. So it's just still pretty good, considering that the recent OnRoad nationals like this in America only had 50 people, if that. So a good turnout here. Obviously, in Asia, this type of racing is popular. This is being held at the Infinity. The owner of Infinity owns this beautiful facility. I actually watched a walkabout of this place with Charlie Swanker. He's over there doing the commentary. Live RC is doing the coverage. Scotty is the RD. They actually have brought Ken Stout in as well, who is a full-scale real racing commentator who does the Visions race for our Live RC as well. So him and Charlie Swanker are doing the commentary. And this is going on. It's absolutely beautiful facility. If you want to see, this is some video of the live stream from the lower finals that they had last night. So they're about 13 hours ahead of myself, which is EST time. So this is going on at nighttime for myself. I think it starts around 8. They have the finals today, which is Saturday in Japan. Let me play this while we look at it. I love this type of racing. I think it's awesome. I know it's expensive, but this is the Formula One of our racing, I would say. But what an absolutely beautiful facility that Infinity and Kenji have made her.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the, this is, as far as I know, a brand new track, and it looks phenomenal. There's nothing.
Are you there? Max died. I believe his mic might have died. But I'll continue. Results are in like this. Let me bring up results. So you see a beautiful facility going on up in the mountains of Japan there. I believe this whole thing is sponsored by Infinity. Kenji obviously putting a lot of money. He's actually racing. So I was watching a final where he's racing there. You see Scotty up there. He's the RD. Wow, what a beautiful drive stand. I think that's Sander, I want to say, right there. Probably walking on. Maybe Sander. This is also where they had the AGM. Are you back, Max?
I think I'm back. My sound quality might be slightly worse, but
okay. Yeah, I take it your mic died.
Yeah, I did charge it, but I guess it wasn't full.
Oh, you don't have the 2?
No, it works with the battery. So
yeah, I know. I thought you had the Rode mics that came with 2 mics. Anyway, let's bring up the results real quick here, Max. Do you have the results that are available to you?
Yeah. You want me to bring them on screen? Let me check.
No, you can just talk about it real quick.
Okay. So Simon Kirchbuch, I was gonna say Deutsch, German racer, is the TQ. He TQ'd the last. No, actually, he TQ'd the round 4 and 5 and finished in second in the round 6. He's a very. I'd say he's one of those guys who I remember as finishing always second at the ENS, behind like Balestri or then Greiner in a 10 scale to 100mm series. But yeah, Kirchberg TQs with Shepard. I think it's Shepard, pretty sure. And then Balestri with Infinity in second, Tony Gruber with I have to say I'm not quite sure which brand Tony Gruber runs, but the guy in fourth
Capricorn.
is actually Capricorn. Yes, okay, but the driver in fourth is actually what piqued my interest the most. Boki Kato. He's the guy who's been very.
Ooh, is the OnRoad guy. Off-road guy.
Yeah, he's the one who won the 4-wheel drive Japanese 10 scale nationals. He's the one who won the 8 scale off-road nationals in Japan. So this is a guy who's mostly.
He was at the Worlds too.
He was at the 10 scale Worlds. And it wasn't that he was being like fifth or whatever. He finished second on round 2 and TQ'd the last round. So, I mean, this kid is really impressing me so far. Mostly an off-road driver goes in, picks up, and okay, obviously I don't know. Maybe he's driven on-road for so long, but he's the second. I'm quite sure he runs Infinity. So he's the fourth on the grid. I think second best Infinity driver in front of Jesse Davis, Sahashi, Groskamp, Leno, Matsugura, all of these guys behind him. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like when I saw him up there, I was very impressed. And I'm very looking forward to what he can really do. Then there's 2 other Japanese guys, Shoki Takahata, Yuya Shahashi. I have to say, to be honest, I'm not familiar with these 2. Familiar name for me in 7th, Dominic Greiner. 10 scale, 200mm. World champion, maximum bullshit guy, as we know him on the podcast. Then Australian Jesse Davis from Infinity in 8th. Tadahiko Sahashi, the 2016 or 14 world champion in this class, won in Brazil. Then Gilles Groskamp to 2012, 10 scale electric touring car world champ in 12th, and then Teemu Leino. I believe he won the Euros in like 2000 to 2002 or something. TQ of 2010, 200mm Worlds, also an Infinity driver. Then the reigning, I want to say world champion in this class, but I believe it was actually Balestri who took the world championship.
Not last year. Not last time. It was not. It was you know what? You go ahead. I'll look it up.
Yeah, I'm not actually. Naoto has won either I think he won in 2019 in America when they had the 10 scale to 100 millimeter worlds. He's won at least one electric touring car worlds, countless pan car worlds, and he has been a top competitor in this class as well. He won he led the main last time round until quite a late stage. Until I want to say Baleschi won it last time, but
no. Takahata Matasuka won it in America last time. Takahata Matasuka, 2019 1/8 scale on-road world champion.
Okay,
in USA. Yeah, Takahata. Oh no, Takahata is his name, as Matakasura was denied once again. So yeah, I'm reading the reds.
Okay, yeah. So Takahata won it last time. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but Naoto is one of those guys who's like, he's the fastest guy on the planet. Unless
just because you're a big fanboy of him.
No, but he's like incredibly fast, but he always breaks or blows out or whatever. Like, and he's like, I don't know. He has led probably most of the mains in this class in the last 5 years at the World. Like, if you look at the time he's led the main finals in the last 5 years, in this, I think it's this and the 10 scale on road nitro class. He has done really damn good. So that's pretty much most. Victor Wilk also in the semis, and Rick Vrieljinka. And one driver actually missed was Jeff Hammond. He finished 10th, an Australian as well, a Serpent driver. I believe he's rather old. He's not really a new generation guy.
No,
I don't want to be. I say that with all due respect. Like, I think he's let's not call him old. Let's call him experienced. You know, that's what always makes it sound better. But he's one of the more experienced guys in the class. He did well at the GT. He finished second at the GT Worlds just a few weeks back, and making straight to the semis at this class. That's a great feat from him.
Top America. Oh, but we have 9-time champion of this class, Lamberto Collaro, is still out there in 19th. And I think the sole American, Bryce Butterfield, young guy who's been chasing his dream of, I think he's a professional. Like, I think he drives for Serpent, but I think he's the one American there, according to Clayton. Unfortunate, because Americans used to be big into this class, and now it's just kind of him nowadays. But he's in 24th. I wish him all the best. I'll be watching this tonight, I think. So to see who wins and does well. I do enjoy. You want to talk about attrition? If I remember correctly, at the race last year, oh my gosh, I think only like 6 of the 12 or so cars that started finished.
Yeah, that's kind of my biggest gripe with this class. It's that it's not. It's much more about survival than even 8 scale off-road is these days. I think like we kind of got rid of that feature in 8 scale since the engines and durability of the cars improved so much. But in this class, it's still, the speeds are so fast. If you crash it, you're out, kind of thing, The car is so bent after a big crash at these speed. Like these cars go like, 120, 115 kilometers an hour. I think that's, 70 miles an hour?
I would say 70 to 80 miles an hour they go.
Yeah. So it's almost double the speed of 8 scale off-road cars. So the speed is like insane when you see it live. And I think that's what makes this class so exciting. But watching it is like they are
those very good races. I think 2019 or 2021, 2022 Euros in this class were really exciting. I think all of those actually were really exciting. But sometimes it's much more about, endurance, because it's an hour main. You have one or even two tire changes during the main. Yeah, it's sometimes a little bit hard to follow, but the speed and the way these cars go, it effectively you're drifting it around the track. You go into the corners, like there's absolutely no brake in these cars. You just go into the corners, turn, let the car go full slide, inside rear wheel, off the ground, and go on. But yeah,
I'll be
main
watching.
day coming up. Main day
I'll
coming
be
up.
watching. As we're recording this, because we're probably not releasing this on the day that this is going to happen, but as we're recording this, I'll be watching the finals tonight. We are recording this on the Friday. All right, Max, I think that's enough geeking out. We do have a lot of questions to get through and whatnot like that. But before we get into our questions, we're going to go on to our main interview with Ryan Stiles Harris. And then I'll be back with you to do our questions and our rant that we have coming up. So with that said, I think that's all the RC news we're going to cover today. We do have, I know we're going to talk about the Kenzie racing thing. We have a question concerning that, so we'll geek out on that during the question. The main interview with Ryan Stiles Harris is brought to you by Techno RC.
Techno RC. Techno RC is a championship-winning manufacturer of high-performance A-scale, 10-scale, nitro, and electric RC buggies and trucks. With a worldwide dealer network, USA and Europe-based headquarters, comprehensive warranty program, and global race support, Techno RC is excellence in RC. View the full lineup of Techno RC race-proven vehicles by visiting www.technorc.com.
Joining me in the virtual studio today is a man who has been requested quite a few times to be on the podcast over the years. Yes, you, Drake, and Jeremy Quartz are like some of the three most people that I got asked for on this podcast.
Okay.
So I finally got to really officially meet you a few weeks ago at the sixth round of the Florida RC Championships at Epic. It was great. I watched your videos prior to that. I've watched your videos over the years. So, we've really officially got to meet each other. I want to welcome Ryan Stiles Harris. How are you, man?
Hello, everybody. Dude, I'm stoked to be on here. I'm doing good. Nothing exciting, just plugging away with some boring stuff behind the computer screen, but taking a second and jumping on this show with you guys. So I'm pumped.
Absolutely. And it's your birthday today. So happy birthday. And thank you for your time.
Of course. My wife, she obviously doesn't love me anymore and she's working today. So I'm at home all by myself today. It's pretty boring other than what we get to do here. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. And he's wearing a Buccaneers shirt. So I'm even more excited because I'm a Bucs fan. And I would love to get to one of their games one day. Actually, never been to a game.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So if you guys don't know who Ryan Stiles Harris is, he's a big YouTuber in the RC racing world. One of the few guys that's managed to take RC racing and make it into I would say a very successful YouTube channel. You've got about 50,000 subs, which in the big scheme of things of other YouTubers, maybe not as big as them, but in our small niche community, it's huge. You got lots of great videos out there going back to about 6 years. I was looking through some of your history earlier today. You're well known within the 110 scale world, around the world as well, because I've heard your name mentioned by all over the world, like Europeans, Australians, obviously Americans, and yeah. You get brought up quite a lot. So you are, in that sense, in our small industry, you are YouTube, like a superstar YouTuber.
It sounds weird sometimes. And then when people ask you, like, hey, what do you do for fun or for work? And then you get to the awkward discussion of, well, I'm an adult and I race toy cars, and then I go on the internet and I make content about it. It's very strange, but people seem to like it. So
I've had this conversation times before myself. Don't worry. But you have been successful and because most of your content, I would say that all the content that I see is race related. You may have some fun things that you do and stuff like that, but everything else is purely race related and racing related. And that's awesome to see, because you don't really dabble in the bashing world, which, a lot of people do, which is fine. I love that world as well. which it's huge. Like you look at guys like Mark Santamaria, Kevin Talbot, Tom Lee RC, these guys, they've got huge channels. But you definitely keep it to racing, and you've built up a very big following in our racing community. So I welcome you on her, and I really enjoyed your, your last couple videos that you did. Kind of coming back. You was on a hiatus for a while. We're gonna touch on that, but I always want to ask this question. JQ gets extremely mad, but I don't know much about you. So I guess you are in Florida. Are you a Floridian from birth?
No.
Okay.
So short answer is I'm a military child. So my dad, I was technically born in Tucson, Arizona many years ago. And then we just moved all around. So I was in Kodiak, Alaska. I was in San Diego. I was in Florida multiple times. But now currently I've been residing in St. Petersburg, Florida for a long time. I don't know.
Well, how did Florida end up being the place where you ended up settling down?
So that was where my dad finished his military career. He retired after 20 years in the Coast Guard. And then his last tour station was here at the Clearwater Air Base. So we just kind of stayed here ever since. I don't really like the cold weather at all. You snow and all that stuff, take it far away from me. I don't want it. And Florida, it seems to be, as I get older and you learn things about taxes and business ownership, it seems to be one of the better places to do those types of things. So the only downside, I think, is that there's a bunch of you don't get the full experience of the 4 seasons. It's pretty much just like summer and then 2 weeks of winter and then back to summer. It seems,
and humidity.
And humidity. Yeah, you were here. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes,
so
very humid.
as long as you could deal with that, I think Florida is a pretty great place, in my opinion.
Okay, so you've lived there for quite some time. I guess we always have to find out. So was you into RC back in the day, or did you find this later on in life?
Yeah. So wait, what do I have? It's all buried down below. Yes, I've been doing RC since I was a kid, more or less. My dad being enlisted in the military, he wasn't like an officer or anything. So we didn't have a bunch of income, the family, we did what we could kind of thing. We had to be resourceful. So my dad still wanted to race. When I was born, he was heavy into motocross. He was chasing down his pro card and he was getting ready to do that, in a full-fledged effort. Then I was born and he kind of had a moment of reason, I guess, and was like, well, if I don't make it and I have a son, that's going to be pretty bad for him and my family. So maybe I should do something responsible and go something more down like a solid career path. So he joined the military and then kind of gave up on his racing dreams, so to speak. He was doing RC a little bit when I was born. So he just kind of continued to do it over the years. And then once I got old enough to hold a radio, I think I was 3 years old. They got me something for like my birthday or Christmas or something. And he kind of just took it from there, gauged my interest. I continued to be interested. And then it just developed into racing local club races and just having fun together. So yeah, I've been doing it since I was a kid. And I think I did it all the way up until I was 18-ish. And then life got really expensive and I moved out and I was like, well, can't do that anymore. So took a longer hiatus there for about 10 years and then fired up the YouTube channel in 2017, I think. And then, yeah, that's the brief history of Ryan's RC career and how it happened.
All right. Well, after that 10-year hiatus, what was it that got you back in?
Probably, I just wanted to do something racing related. Definitely can't jump into something the likes of a full-size race car because that's just astronomically expensive. I still don't understand how people do that and maintain financial positivity. But I chose RC as a means of getting my competitive automotive nature out in some way. And so I kind of jumped in and I was like, wow, this YouTube thing's been around for a little while. And I no discredit to anyone that was doing YouTube RC stuff at the time, but I felt like I could provide something that would help people understand the racing a little bit more on a very entry level, like a fundamentals type thing, and make it not so weird. I don't know, to quote our mutual acquaintance here, JQ, he's like a bunch of nerds in a field with pink pinion gears and stuff. It's weird. Like most normal people are like, what is that? So trying to make it a little bit more normalized so that people can go, oh, okay, wait, let me see what this is all about and watch a couple of these videos. And then over the years, I've heard testimonies of people that because of watching my silly videos on like how to paint a body or something, that they actually ended up getting into RC. So it's been really cool to see that those videos have done something in the greater good, I'd like to think.
Okay. I guess that's awesome because people just don't know what we do, right? And it's always good to have videos. I think I went back today and I watched like your first video, or one of your first videos from a Super Cup, I believe. It was really good. Like you had the drone shots and you sat down there and you did a whole, I think it was 18 minutes of discussing everything you do with your race and whatnot. So excellent videos. A lot of your videos follow suit with that. So it's really good. What were you doing in that 10 years of time? Was you going to school? Did you go, I guess, because man, I'm going to be honest, I am a fan. I'm looking at my lighting right now and I'm like, my lighting looks like shit. It's too much pink in it and too much blue, but that's me. And then I'm looking at you and you're like, one thing I will always say, like JQ, myself, a couple other friends, when we look at your work, and we always just sit there and say, man, this guy's product, like the quality of your video is so great. Right, I feel it is. You may say, well, I don't like this and I don't like that because I know how it goes. Did you go to school to learn all this type of stuff?
No. So I guess, what did I do for 10 years? How did I get an RC? And then how did we get here, right? So it's kind of like one of those interest turned to necessity type things. I don't know. So I was a warehouse manager for online store. They had nothing to do with automotive or RC at all. At the time, I was just helping them implement a digital inventory system. Absolutely nothing to do in the creative space. So going in, helping them out with that stuff. And then I started to take Instagram seriously as a joke, if that makes any sense, with my friends, where it was like, hey, I bet I could take a better picture than you. Oh, you got 15 likes on your last post. Well, watch this. I'll get one and it'll get 25, right? So that opened up my interest in further developing the knowledge that I had of cameras, which was essentially nothing at the time. So I picked up I think it was a Canon 60D, I think at the time. And that was very interesting because that was one of the first cameras that Canon had that offered photo and video in the same platform. So for me, it was incredibly practical. I was like, oh, this is awesome. I can take my photos and do video. It's going to be great. So I got really good. I started to develop like a theme in my feed on my Instagram, and people started to take notice. They were like, whoa, this is interesting. Like you have a very specific taste. This is cool. I have a wedding coming up. Can you do my wedding? I was like, oh, sure. And then that led to a couple more weddings. I did some just like photo sessions with random people from random things. I think I did a couple different product photo sets. So just out of necessity, I was like, well, I can make money and I'll do this. So let's see where this goes. So I did that for a little while. And then the company that I was working for was like, hey, yeah, you're doing all kinds of cool stuff. We don't really have anybody that's doing that for us. Can we just hire you on full time to come work on like the website and the marketing thing of what we got going on? And then you're not going to do the warehouse manager thing anymore. I was like, sure, that sounds great. So that kind of pushed me into that, further built my equipment set and things that I would just kind of acquire over time, learn about key lighting and all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. And then it kind of reached a point where at the same time, I was wanting to do the RC thing again, and I'd become quite proficient in making content in a very basic sense. So I was like, hey, it'd be kind of cool if I took this knowledge that I've learned from doing all this stuff for my work and made a silly little channel about RC cars. Let's see what happens. And so that was kind of how that was born. I went based out of a hobby with a joke to now this is kind of what I'm doing full time to now I'm definitely doing it full time I'm just freelance guy doing lots of random things for random people in the world of content creation, marketing, whatever you want to call it.
Okay. So how long after you started doing that did you kind of quit your regular job and get into freelance and doing what you're doing now?
So hang on. I got this thing staring me. Are you a white Monster guy? Is that a thing?
I don't drink Monster, but I drink Red. I'm a Red Bull guy.
Is it a conflict of sponsorship? You got to deal with?
No, I'm not a Monster fan too much. I like the iced tea. They have a iced tea one that I like.
Okay.
But if I go get an energy drink, it's always going to be a Red Bull. I don't know. I just like the taste.
Okay. All right. Well, it's not. I guess it's very subjective.
I've never drank that, so I can't say that I don't know what it tastes like. I will try it when I come to America next time. We also don't get a plethora of these type of drinks here.
Okay, so the only thing I'll say is that like the OG Monster recipe, like the black can with the green, has an ungodly amount of sugar in it, and it tastes awful. That thing is disgusting. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. These are they call them the Zero Ultras. There's no sugar, so it's very different.
Okay,
that's all I'm gonna say. You should try it sometime. You can get the little can, not the full size one, if you want. So
anyways. I will. See, when I think Monster, I think the original black. I love the Monster design. I think it looks awesome. But I was like, when I took my first, I was like, this is like drinking pure sugar.
It's disgusting. I will agree with you on that.
Okay, good.
So, anyways, sorry, we were talking about what I'm doing now currently.
Yeah, how long was you doing the content creation for your job? And I guess because this is a big step to go out and do this on your own and leave the security of having a good job that pays you well with insurance and all that type of stuff. How long did it take you to transition to that, to saying, I'm going to go out and do my own thing and work for myself?
I don't know. It's a complicated answer. I'll give the best that I can. So yeah, jumping out there and just leaving the comfortability of a 9-to-5 is never easy. It's kind of like, all right, now you got to do it. So it wasn't 100% just like clean cut, just like bam, go do it. I got into the moto stuff out of just kind of like a long time personal promise, I guess I could say, that I made myself. Because like I said, my dad gave it up when I was born, and then I never really got to do it with him. My dad passed away when I was 17, so I kind of always felt this longing of, man, I just got to do that one day. Like once I'm into enough of a financially responsible position, I go out and spend a bunch of dumb money on a dirt bike. I want to, and so I did. That happened a couple of years ago. And I got into it, and my wife does it with me. She has a bike as well, which is really fun. And we still go out and ride to this day. But anyways, the point, when I got into moto, I was like, oh, wow, okay, this is cool. This is fun. And my content creation brain immediately got drawn to, I wonder how I could do this, or, is there something here for me in the content space? And so I reached out to AJ from the Moto Academy, and I went out and did some video work for him. And then that turned into a full-time position while he was training with the Lawrence brothers for his season this past summer. So that kind of opened up yes, I was paid, but I was paid as a contractor. So it opened up a lot of freedom for me to start doing side work on top of it. So it was kind of like a transition for me to continue, with the comfortability of like a, guaranteed paycheck, but then also have a little bit more freedom of time to do other stuff. So that's kind of what that morphed into.
I forgot all about that stuff with AJ.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah.
I honestly forgot about it. We're going to touch on that. We're going to touch on that. So when you started doing the RC stuff, you were still working a regular 9-to-5. Okay, got you.
I look back at it now, and I'm like, man, that was like such a grind, because I would do the 9-to-5, and then I would come home, record my content, and edit. It was like basically never ending. It felt like sometimes. So that was a lot of work. That was a lot of work to do it on top of a full-time job. So anyone else that's doing it, man, I know exactly how it feels.
Yeah, like I'm looking at your first video. Well, you have a mountain biking adventure, and then you have how to Instagram, but your first RC video was Race Day Lake Park Club Race, which I watched this morning 6 years ago. It feels like you've been doing this for longer for some reason.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, those two trophies right up there, the two big gold ones, those are from basically like when I stopped in the early 2000s. Like I think it was like 2003 or 2004. Somebody out there on the internet who's really smart would know exactly what those races were. But that was back rear motor days, Lake Park. Lake Park, I don't know if you know, it's like one of the most historical tracks in the United States. Like there's so much history at that place. And that's where I did a lot of my racing as a kid. So I went out there, the low C champs when those were still a thing. And I went out and I won stock buggy and stock truck. I think I TQ'd both those classes that year. And it was just like pure domination. And I'll never forget because Adam Drake, he was still a guy there at low C. And at the time they were putting out an incentive that if you won a class with their car, you would get a car of your choice. And so I got 2 free low C kits, and Adam Drake, he did it and emailed me and made me feel all cool. It was really fun. So yeah, that's where those are from. Those are from Lake Park.
Okay, so this is prior to that video, though.
Oh yeah, way long ago. Sorry, it just made me. You mentioned Lake Park, and I was like, oh yeah, I got a little bit of history.
Okay,
right
all right, cool. That's cool though. Wow, that's Lake Park is very iconic. I've never been there. All the times I've been to Florida, I have not been to Lake Park yet. There are Coral Springs. There's a few other tracks I haven't been to in Florida at this moment. I'm going to get to them. All right. So at the time of making your first video here, had you just gotten back into RC or had you been racing a little bit prior to that?
No, that was just me getting back in. I'm fairly certain. Oh gosh, I don't even remember. I have to go back and watch that video. I don't know if I was racing my old XXX CR in that video or if I had gotten the 22 3.0 or whatever it was that was back then. I know because I posted a picture on my Instagram when I started that I got back into racing. It was like the first photo I posted of RC at all, and it was with my XXX CR at Lake Park.
Well, how did that spark get kindled again? How did you that fire get kindled for RC again? Did you just wake up one morning and say, I'm going to race again?
Yeah, because I never got rid of my RC stuff when I was a kid.
Okay.
So probably, going through some old stuff, memories coming up. And I'm like, you know what, maybe I'm going to do that. Not to get too sappy about it, but like after my dad had passed away when I was 17 and 18, it was like, one, it was too expensive. And it was honestly very painful every time I went back to the track because it was just like everything was way too raw and fresh. And it was like, I cannot do this without him. So it took a long time for me to go through kind of like a healing process, if you will. But yeah, man, when we used to race way back then, it was another historical track, rest in peace, that we raced at all the time was Minreg RC. I don't know if you've heard
I remember
of it.
from the magazines.
Yeah, Minreg was the place that we would be like every Friday night or on their club races on the weekend. And that was back when the monster trucks, like actual monster trucks, was a class. We would race our HPI Savage SSs that you would kind of build for yourself. And yeah, those are the days. I miss them.
Those are good days. I remember the monster truck days. That's when that's got to be like early 2003, 4, 5.
Yep.
I would say
it was early 2000s. That's when it was happening. Yeah.
All right. So you make this first video. What was the reaction after that first RC video?
Well, I didn't have any subscribers. So it was like, I remember the first time I was recognized, Jake Engstrom, I don't know if you're watching. He's not like a huge person in the RC world, but he's been doing it for a long time. I'll never forget. You were the first person that came up to me, and I think I was at Newberry for a Super Cup race, and he came up and he was like, "Hey, I watched your video." He was the very first person to do that, and I probably had less than 100 subscribers at the time. Like I was nobody, and so that was it. Kind of like, I don't know, motivated me. I was like, "Whoa, somebody watched my video, and now we're here at the track. This is amazing." And I just thought it was the coolest thing in the world. And then I started hearing more and more people locally and then the comments online about how my stuff was pretty helpful and that they really liked it and they wanted me to continue making stuff about the stuff that maybe they didn't totally understand. So yeah, I just kind of kept the spark going from there. And we just tried to make videos about stuff that I knew enough about to feel like I could be a basic authority, not the ultimate by any means, but definitely somebody that sounds at least like they know most of what they're talking about. So it has seemed to go so well so far.
Yeah, and then I would say it kind of snowballed because then I'm looking at your history here. You started getting into all the Super Cups. I think one of your videos that were different from all these are you read why you're switching TLR to Associated. I didn't watch that one. Was you switching? So you switched to Associated from TLR to Associated at that time in that video?
Yeah. So I was racing when I was a kid in the low C days. There was no TLR. It was low C. And I always liked their stuff. Their cars were great. They worked awesome. I never had any problems with it. But then when I got back into it, I can't speak to this with incredible amounts of detailed information, but the troubles that I was facing was being in a centralized Florida, basically AEJC country. TLR was had a very small support system. And the car at the time, you were having to do all kinds of weird things to make it work. And I wasn't confident enough that I could overcome whatever that objection was and then still make it continue to work. And so when I drove an AE car at the time, I was like, oh, wow, this is awesome. What's the setup? And they're like, oh, it's just what's in the box. I was like, are you kidding me? So I switched because at the time, the support system was incredible. And it just helped me achieve what I was looking to do at that time.
Yeah, I would even say now that in Florida, it's still heavily AE. And in the 8 scale, I would say it's AE, HB, sprinkle of Techno.
Yeah.
And a little bit of TLR and every other brand. But if you're in Florida, you're probably running J Concepts tires and an Associated car. And especially back then, in those time, and Super Cup was Super Cup.
Yeah, I mean, that's still true to this day. And I would say it's probably true. I wish I could see the statistics on what the average base of customer or racer, like how many of them are AE, because I think that it's predominant across the nation, that it's predominantly
I would
AE.
say so too.
Yeah.
AE is probably the biggest racing brand in America, I would say. It's pretty decent in certain areas in Europe, but in America, it's huge, right? In every state, there's every region, there's a big AE contingent, and all the rest of them are just kind of like in little pockets around. This area might be a very high bunch of techno guys and whatnot like that. So I would agree there, but overall, over the whole nation, if USA, like AE is probably the most popular brand of racing car, 10 scale and 8 scale. I would not argue with that. All right. So as things snowball, you're getting more and more subs, you're getting more recognized. Are you starting to get more serious about your racing now? When you start probably traveling outside of Florida, going to other races? I know you went to like Omaha quite a few times. You went over to California. I guess let's talk about when you went on your first travel adventure outside of the state to go race.
Sure. It seemed like the next natural progression of what I could do with the channel. Not to get too ethereal with what we're talking about, but something that began to frustrate me was, okay, I have a decent base audience. At the time, I still to this day, like all the links in my description, I track everything that happens with them. For everything that I can get a conversion on, I'm starting to see that I'm helping companies get tens of thousands of dollars in conversions, and I'm not really getting a lot in kickback. So I was like, all right, well, I got to do something to keep this going. And hopefully figure out how we can monetize this whole thing, because it's getting expensive. So it's like, all right, let's start traveling, see if we reach more people. This becomes more interesting storyline, and just see what happens. That's still where we're at today. The challenge is that you start traveling, it gets expensive.
Yes.
I know that there's a select group of racers that have these things paid for by their companies. And it's frustrating because at times I'm like, what are you getting out of that? Show me the conversion that when you send this racer to all these races and all these tens of thousands of dollars, what is your return on that? And then I just started to get competitive in like many different levels of like, okay, I really think that the community that we've built here, this awesome group of people on YouTube, we have a voice, and I don't understand why we're not getting more support. Don't get me wrong. I had support. People like Kevin Abbott, he was one of the first people to reach out to me and start giving me products for free. I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. Kurt Wenger, he's been one of my sponsors forever. He also, same thing. He's been believing the dream for as long as he has. But then when it comes to the car brands themselves, it's interesting. Like, I've had support from them, but it's been interesting. It's never been what I thought. And I think it's just, I have a different vision than they have. So I got to this point where it's like, I'm doing this thing. I want to try and do it for real. But then I just kind of like, the support tapered off. And then I was kind of left in a position where like, I can't financially sustain this on my own. The channel is not generating enough money to do that. So yeah, we did it a little bit, but then you'll probably notice it's like it didn't continue, and that's why. I'm not blaming people, hey, give me money. It's like, no, that's fine. If people don't want to give me money, well, it's like, now I'm going to stay local and I'm not going to travel because that's what we can afford.
Mate, you are preaching to the choir here.
Yeah,
you are preaching to the choir. I know your pain. Jake and I have this discussion all the time, so I know exactly what you're talking about. I truly do.
Yeah.
I truly do.
It's a tough one. And I know that there are greater powers above like team managers and stuff like that. So it's like, I'm not singling out one person. I think it's a bigger issue. It's like, it's a collective issue of the industry. Like, what are we trying to achieve? I think my favorite example of like how to illustrate it to somebody, like what our issue is how Kevin Abbott, he gave this example. He was like, you remember back in the days when parking lot racing was huge? And I was like, yeah, that's parking lot racing with my TC3 and my front wheel drive Tamiya car. Like, you would just set up in like a Home Depot parking lot or something, anything, anywhere. You just bring the pipe, plop it all down, you race. And the beautiful part about that was that anybody passing by on the major street or in the parking lot would see it physically. And they'd be, wow. I think one of the most powerful conversion tactics is a physical demonstration. So when people can see it, it's like, oh, well, out of 100 people that saw it, probably at least 5 or 10 of those people went to the hobby shop, and now maybe a few of them bought a car, and this thing, continues, snowballs from there. And it was great. It was successful. But now everything is like indoors, or if it's like a big 8-scale track, at least here in Florida, a lot of them, they're nowhere near the main roads. They're tucked back away where somebody can afford to have the land and maintain it and deal with noise complaints and stuff like that. So I get it. I understand how it is and why it is. But that natural physical demonstration, I just don't know that that's happening as much anymore. So the only place that it's really left, it's not a physical demonstration, is social media. So it's like anything that happens in social media, I think, is your last front to get outside of this. Who described it one time? We're all sitting at the same table and all of the brands are exchanging the same baseball cards.
Yeah.
And we're not getting any new baseball cards. It's like,
oh my gosh,
it's all the same ones. So it's like, what conversion are we getting here? We're just trading the same people over and over and over again until they all leave because nobody can afford it anymore.
Oh man, I said this on my live last night. I said the industry is worried about the 400 to 300 people that go to these big races,
right,
and advertising to them instead of let's grow that. All we're doing is, hey, let me have a little piece of your, like you said, that's a great example. We're all sitting at the same table. And we're all picking from each other's plates, pretty much. Hey, let me have a little piece of that. Let me have a little piece of that. And everybody's just picking. And we're all eating the same thing. We're just taking from each other at the same time. No focus on, hey, let's get something new in her. Let's all make it bigger so we can eat. Oh, man. I love that analogy. And I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. Sorry if I derailed our discussion.
No, that's fine, because this is a great conversation. And I don't care about that. I love hearing your thoughts on this. I love it.
So let me ask you a question. Sorry. So
no worries.
I think that my proposal to the issue that I'm claiming exists. Okay, let's say maybe not everybody agrees with my stance. It's like, that's fine. So if we assume that we are all trading the same baseball cards over and over and over again, like, how do you get new baseball cards? I would propose that whatever, upcoming 2024, 2025 travel budget, etc. Like, let's say that there's like your premier guy that is the contracted RNG top driver, like he's going to stay. And then you have these other guys that have like a lower tier budget. Maybe you just get rid of all of those. They're gone. They're done. They're not your salaried, representative for the company. Let's take that. I don't know. What do you think is a fair number? Like 10, 15 grand annually, maybe ish?
Probably more than that.
More than that. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's just find 10 grand for the year. Okay. However you want to do that. Let's just find that. Take that. And I think that the amount of, like I was looking the other day, the amount of channels that are racing oriented channels that have a few thousand subscribers and are building traction, like there's a ton of them out there now. I was truly surprised. So what I would propose is take that budget, send that product to those channels, coordinate it that they'll make a video or two off of whatever the stuff that you're doing. And I promise the leveraged exposure that you would get from a physical demonstration with a dedicated audience group to their subscriber base would be infinitely better than if you sent those guys out to do those 4 races that they're going to finish 7th in the A main and nobody's going to know or care or remember. That's what I would propose. Like,
well, the industry, I think the RC industry is 15 years behind the rest of everything else. And they're just kind of grasping social media. I mean, even what I'm doing, it's been a struggle, a podcast dedicated to RC racing,
It's
I wish
of niche communities, like my heart
exactly.
It's like,
so I have been fortunate where I've kind of got another niche in the commentary area and go into these races and being a part of that. But you are absolutely correct. We think we're making a lot of content for racing, but we're not. We are not making enough. We don't have enough of this stuff out in the algorithm, right? It doesn't trick. Sure. It does not trick algorithms and stuff like that. We don't have that. We think we are, but we just aren't. I always like to say this. You watch Netflix most obscure sports. We can't even make that. We're so obscure. We can't even make that because we're not putting enough content out there. That's why when anybody ever comes to me and they're like, I'm going to start a YouTube channel, I'm going to do this, I'm like, do it, because we need it. We need it. And we are the last. This is the last. This is the battle line. This is, like you said, this is the last front. The social media, the YouTube channels, the TikToks, the Instagrams, all that type of stuff. That's what's going to get people into RC. And but we also the industry needs to realize that, and they need to cater to that as well. They have to understand that stream is just as important as the race that's going on there. If you do, say, I do a lot of the live streams. So like what RC, so I always go back to RCGP. People's going to get mad when I say this. RCGP, their goal was stream first, race second. Sure. So the race was there to provide for the stream. And that's when you use these professional guys. They had the I would say the RCGP class, which was like that 12 guys, 14 guys, whatever. They were there to be filmed. They were there to do, we need you to go out there and do this on the track. We need you to do that. You need to be over here for interviews. You need to do that. And that's what their job was. And that's the product that goes out to people out there who don't know what we're doing. And then, of course, the RC2 class was, hey, we also need to make some money at this as well and provide a race for those 100 people that showed up for the RC2 class as well. But unfortunately, the industry isn't focused on that. It was so bad with RCGP. On the first year, they had a media day. Now, these companies paid this money to be a part of it. The media day is very important. The media day when they would come do pictures, interviews, getting shots of your car, shots of your pits, all that type of stuff. Before the racing actually happened, no company showed up. Only JQ Racing showed up, right? The second year, the second season they did it, they made it mandatory by actually having practice on that day. So then the companies were like forced to come because the drivers wanted to get practice. As an industry alone, they're not thinking professionally in that term. And I always like to say we have professionals in RC, but we're not using them in a professional manner. And you tell me, if you go to, we're going to go to Florida. I'm going to be at Florida Copper Champs in 3 weeks' time. Let me know if you can go there and tell me who's a professional RC racer and who's not, because we all look the same. So I think the industry as a whole needs to start being more professional in that sense. And these drivers who do get paid for some money, we need to be utilized. These companies are they're spending this money on these guys just to go out there and drive, when they should be also getting these guys to do more PR for these companies and stuff like that. That's my thoughts on it. And it's getting better. We go to, like, for instance, I'm doing a lot of work with Lance and Danny and all these guys in our streams and whatnot. So, like, Lance understands the importance of the production, right? He understands that it's more than just a race. The production is the big part. The production is what's going to eventually, hopefully, get that big sponsor in, because that's what that sponsor's worried. He's not worried about the 300 people that are at that race. They're worried about that reach that stream gets, right? In the end. And that's where they want their product showcase. So he makes a focus to, like, he's the RD, so he's running the race. You're done, you go over, get your interviews. Like you saw at the Florida RC Championships. He's very big on the production. And I think once more races get behind that, promoters, RDs, and companies get behind that, then we'll start seeing a shift in what we do. And we'll start seeing more people, more eyes getting on what we do, because we have gotten away from the let's have a touring car race in a parking lot, which I still think we should do. You know, it was one of the best things to get in people into RC, but now we have to, our parking lot is online, social media, YouTube and Instagram and all, Facebook and all that stuff. That's our parking lot now to get those people in here.
It is 100%. And I think that, probably, I'll be completely honest, one of the reasons why I, fired up some racing and content again there recently was because of what Lance was doing. Mm-hmm. I see it from a content creator's perspective. It's like, oh, he's building this amazing ball of momentum. He has an audience. There's a storyline there that I can be a part of and contribute to, that kind of, it comes from the whole community. It's not just one person out there doing one thing by themselves. I'll never forget, one of the most discouraging things that I ever did was I went on my own to do a race up at a track. It's not there anymore. I forget the name of the track. I went up there. I raced a nitro and my 2-wheel drive buggy. It was a very strange event, but I did it nonetheless because I was like, hey, I can drive there. I can afford this. Let's do it. And I go do it. And then my core group of people that was kind of like knew me here in Florida, they made fun of me so bad because I didn't win. They were like, oh, you went and didn't win. You got beat by this guy. Ugh. And I got so discouraged because I was like, man, I'm not trying to win. I'm trying to go do something, be with a different group of people, learn some stuff about my car. Sure, if I podium, great. If I don't, that's not the point. The point was that I was trying to do something, and then it immediately just got like squashed into the ground by like everybody that, my core group of guys. So after that, I was just like, what am I doing? Like, if I can't get the support of the industry in just like a basic sense, do I even understand what's going on? Because I think I do. I just, It was very frustrating to have that happen. So I'm sure you've had your moments of discouragement. And whenever you have somebody, you're working with Lance is working with you. I'm like, dude, I don't know how I can be a part of that, but it looks awesome and they're doing a great job. So I'm going to jump in and try and contribute and support this cause because it looks really cool.
Yeah. He's got a very good thing going on with the FRCC. I think it's the best series we have probably in the world. And he has, like, I don't know any other series that has full streaming. And then he kind of brought me on to do interviews. And then I kind of got, I did a couple of commentary gigs on my own. I've been doing commentary all last year, but never on my own. And I did like PNB on my own and the Nationals on my own. And I went over to Portugal. Then I said to Danny, I want to do commentary on what we do. And he sees the value in it. And that's why he works hard to get me to these races. And once it's like, I want you to come to all the FRCC races. I enjoy it. because I got around a base of people that have supported me from the get-go. The Southeast has been a very big supporter of me from the very beginning. And it is great. Like, so the last race, we had storylines, right? That's why I like series. We build storylines. So my storyline getting into that was having you there. So we was talking about you, and I was talking about your videos and all that type of stuff. Then we had the Colombian guys like Nico Parra, and I know all them guys. And I was like, who's the number one Colombian guy? And all these different storylines. But that goes into the next round, right? At Callahan in a few weeks' time. So that's one of the great things about having series. But discouragement, yes, I get it. I remember when I came off of a year last year doing all this stuff, I commentated at the Worlds. I went on this big tour of South America at the end of the year, like almost like what I'm going to be doing here in America. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to travel this much this year because I had to kind of put my foot down. I can't. Last year I spent a lot of the money they made on this podcast, my money, sponsors. Yes, I had help with sponsors and stuff like that, but it costs money to go to these events. It costs a lot of money to go to these events, and you do this stuff practically for free, right? You don't really make a lot of money. Well, I wasn't anyway. And you just get kind of discouraged at that. And then the industry doesn't, some people do. When you have hardcore sponsors, like High Tech has been a big support of mine, Mayako and Techno has always been a big support of BRC as well. When you see people, when you try to go in the industry and do other things like that and get some support to do these type of things where you can actually make some money off this instead of just coming out like where you don't make anything and you don't get it, it's very disheartening. And I was like, I put my foot down. I was like, after DNC, I said, I'm not going anywhere this year. I said, that's it. I'm not doing it. And then like the other door opened with like Live RC giving me PNB, working with Scotty, which was awesome. And then that just kind of went into more stuff and more and more. And then Lance saw some value in me, brought me up to FRCC. Then we went to do like another race after that. So and what Danny's doing is amazing as well because he's super smart, super talented, and what he's able to do with the live stream. Like people don't understand how much work that man does. Like he is doing a live stream. He's doing pictures. He's editing. He's troubleshooting, moving cameras. And we have some guys on now, like Gene and Patrick, who are helping us out as well, doing all that stuff. So it's a lot of work. And that's just his side job. He has a real job. Like he has a real 9 to 5, Monday to Friday job that he does. So I can appreciate how you felt. Like, not getting the support from the community, not getting the support from the industry to do what you do. And I 100% understand how you feel. Totally.
I think it's shifting. Maybe at least for like what I'm seeing come out of Team Associated. The struggle that I have is that maybe this is just my own personal approach to trying to market myself, is that it's always 100% very intentional in my videos that I don't ever wear RC stuff. Like I think maybe I've done once or twice by accident, but I want to be as candid and relatable as possible because I don't want you to think that because I have these stickers on this body that what I'm saying is influenced. I mean, I guess, yes, it is in a sense because I am using the product. So there is a bit of bias, but I'm still going to give you my honest opinion about it. And I'm going to put the story first 100% of the time. And then anyone that's a part of it, you're going to be guilty by association, which I think is one of the most effective tools to bringing someone to a particular brand. Probably one of my favorite examples is Peter McKinnon. The dude does not wear brands or logos, but a majority of his followers use Canon products because he uses Canon cameras. He has a relationship with the brand, but it's not forced into people's faces. So I kind of took note of that. And I was like, I think that I could make people want to race a TLR car if I don't wear a TLR shirt. And then sure enough, I've heard many people come out to me, I got all my stuff because I watched your videos.
That's good.
I think good. And I'm not saying this is not for everybody, but I think that if there are more people out there that are on the fence of starting a YouTube channel, I think one of the most harmful things that you could do is become a sellout for a particular brand and always try to force it into people's faces and blah, 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 blah. Like maybe it'll be acceptable if you do it tastefully, but I think if you can just be, they're guilty by association of what you're doing and just put your story first, that's ultimately, I think, going to trend much better in the world of social media.
I would agree. And I say that I have all these sponsors on my background.
Sorry,
and I like
saying it. I'm
no,
like, oh, no.
But I'm a little, I'm different. I'm like I'm not a content creator in your sense per se. This is another form of advert. This is radio. I would say a radio show is the best thing. It's a radio/TV show.
Absolutely.
And you are sponsoring that. You know what I mean? You aren't necessarily sponsoring me. Now there are some companies that I probably adhere to a little bit more because they've, I've created a personal relationship with them, like High Tech, Hot Race, Mayako, Beach RC, obviously through Brent and all those type of guys. So I do. But I'm not going to tell you to go out there and get a Mayako just because I tell you. I say, hey man, this is when people say, hey, I say, get whatever makes you happy. If you want to be happy, go get what makes you happy. If it's a Mayako, if it's this, if it's a Techno, if it's this, get what you like, make what makes you happy. I said, all I care about in the end is that you race and you stay in RC. That's all I care about. I don't care what brands you run. I don't care what you use. If you choose to support any of these companies that support me, or support this podcast, then that's great. But you are not forced to do that. I agree. I understand what you're saying. I'm in a little bit different position than you. I'm like a walking. I'm a walking. I mean, it's no different from a company advertising on a website. This is just a video, and we have bills to pay her and all that type of stuff. But yeah, I understand that, and your videos have grown over the years. I guess I know we don't off a tangent, but that's fine because I love having these type of conversations. I want to get back to your channel. When did you start seeing substantial growth in your channel? Like when did you start seeing it getting? You got to your 600. You got, I don't know how it was back then. Was it still 1,000 viewers and 4,000 hours 1,000 subs, 4,000 hours of?
Oh, yeah. That stuff, I don't remember. It didn't happen overnight. It was definitely like just a little bit longer of a play. Like it just suddenly it's like, oh, now I'm getting a check every month from YouTube. This is cool. I think
when did you start seeing like getting over that hump? Like I'm trying to get to 5,000 subs. That's like I was hoping to do it by the end of this year. I don't think it's gonna happen. It's like people are so stingy with the subs, man. I'm like, hey, just sub and like the channel, right? But when did you start seeing momentum getting and you getting more views on your channel? What type of videos do people like mostly, do you think, from your channel? That's a good question as well.
Unfortunately, I think that they like not unfortunately, the tutorial stuff, like when I share like the secrets and stuff like that, because I think that in the world of racing, the moment you start to really get into it and get serious, I think that it's very natural for everyone to start to feel like there's this next tier of information that they're not getting access to because fast guys are going to keep it for themselves, and that's why they're losing. When the reality is, I could probably take off one shock on my car, put the wrong tires on it, and I would still get absolutely demolished by Dakota Fendt. It's like the talent gap is a lot bigger than maybe most people are willing to believe or understand. And the majority of what's wrong with a vehicle is tires. At the end of the day, it's like if your tires are right, you're probably pretty much 90% there. But anyways, I digress. When I started to get a lot of I really think that when I did the speed secrets video, because spec racing is just like, it gets crazy sometimes. And when I tried to explain the importance of internal resistance, tuning a motor, ceramic bearings, and all this stuff, people are like, oh yes, finally they're giving me the speed secrets. So, and I kind of knew that going into it. I'm like, well, I know they want to hear this, and maybe they haven't heard this, spoken transparently before. And I was winning some of the stock races in my JC Super Cup videos. So they were like, this is it. This is the stuff. Maybe, I don't know. I'm guessing because those videos did well. And so I kind of saw that was a good thing. The challenge for me is that more often than not, the tutorial videos are very boring for me. I don't like it as much. I love when I get to go and do a race day video. So I tried to morph it into all right, I'm going to do a race weekend. If it goes well enough, I'll do the talking as I'm going. But if it's not, and I have to glue up a billion sets of tires and I'm thrashing on my diffs, I'll just do the talking portion after, and I'll do it back at the house, and I can do the sit down and here's the things that I did, and I can be very clear and concise about what went on. But usually I'm doing that version of video because race day was really hard.
Really hectic, right? I get that. I understand that. The vlogging is kind of what I like to watch as well. I'm not too big on the tutorial ones. And I guess we can talk about even with JQ. I remember when he came up with his engine tuning video. That's like his most popular video ever. And it's not that he's some engine tuning guru. He just was able to break it down where everybody could understand. And he shows he did a very good job of, showing people what was this and what this done. And people learn, like he gave people the knowledge to then go learn on their own,
Sure.
Which I think is why people like your tutorial videos. It's not that it's no really big secrets. I mean, everybody's doing it. It's not the reason why you're that fast. You still go out there or you won. It's part of it. Yes. But it's also going out there to the track, doing well, putting in the time as well. But some people may just not know that. Right. And there seem to be the videos that people do like you said, they think that's the speed secrets or whatnot. Like whenever I have JQ on a live, it's like we do a live show or we do questions. People just ask questions and they ask the same questions over and over again. I posted for this podcast that we're going to do, we'll have Max on, and people ask, like, as soon as Max comes on, they like to ask his question because he goes into science mode. And I absolutely, when he starts getting into science mode, I absolutely blank out. I'm like, he's talking to me, and I'm just like, next question. It's not because I'm not into it. I've heard it over and over and over again from him and JQ and all this type of stuff, and it just doesn't interest me anymore. Now, it might be something that piques my interest now and then, but not every question. But that viewer who asked that question has the right to get a great explanation because they support us. And Max goes into extreme science. I have to give him a safe word, and I have to, calm him down after a little bit because he starts answering himself. But people like that. Some people hate it. Like, he bored me put to death. But then some people get mad when I try to cut him off and be like, all right, Max, you got to wind it in. And they're like, no, let him go. So it's like a balancing scale. People that don't like it versus people that do like it. I think more people like it. That's why they ask the questions. So awesome. The vlog videos are great. I love vlogging videos, and whatnot. I think telling the story of the race is what I enjoy the most. So I do like those videos. How about that? Like, when you are doing these videos at a race, do you feel obligated that every race you go to, you gotta make some content off it?
So probably, like I said a while ago, the story is first. The story is always king. So if I know roughly what I can make a video about, and it will be concise and it makes sense, then I will make a video. So it's like I'll have the story first before I even get to the track. And then it's like, okay, I know what I'm going to film. I know the things that I'm going to do. But if I don't have that prior, then I'm just doing a club race today and I'm not going to record anything. Which I would say is probably like, that happens more often than I do actually make a video. Just because, like, sometimes it'll take me 2 race weekends to get comfortable or familiar with the concepts that I want to talk about with at least a general, familiarity with. That's usually the way I approach it. Sometimes things will happen spontaneously, but not too often.
Okay, so how much time would you say it takes to go from, like, your latest videos, where you was testing prior to the 6th round of the FRCC? You went out to Epic and did a club race and stuff like that. How much time would you say from conception in your brain to finished product did those 2 videos take?
So probably like it was like a month of prior, meditation leading into that. So it was like, well, because I raced the Raw Speed tire brand, then that means I have to fully prepare myself because I'm the only one that's going to have that product.
Right.
So I have to have that stuff all ahead of time. So put in the tire order. That takes a little over a week to get that. Then you get the stuff, make sure you have everything for the car as well. Go through the cars, rebuild them. It takes a few days. So probably at least like a week of prep to make sure that we're ready we're going to do this effort and it's going to make sense. And then do the club race, make the changes, and then go do the FRCC race. So like I'm planning on going to Callahan as well. And I already have a lot of that prep done. Like I just put in my tire order for that. So I'll have the tires ready to go. And then I'll go up there and do it. I'm not going to do a club race up there beforehand. It's not worth traveling 5-ish or so hours to go do that. I'm just going to wing it on Friday and then hope Saturday goes well. So
now you said you meditate. Do you get, I'm like this. It's times I've came here and I'm sat in front of this microphone and I'm like, okay, today is not today. And or maybe JQ comes in and he's in a not in the best mood, and I know that he's not gonna, not be able to focus and do what he has to do. And I say, all right, let's stop. Let's do it tomorrow. Even though it has to be done today, we'll do it tomorrow. Do you get where you have to? I call it almost like writer's block, because I this is all creative, right? So you have to kind of be in the mood and in the right setting and right mind frame of mind to do this. Do you find yourself in that sense? And I guess as a content creator, I want to know how you work through that.
So I guess the underlying theme is like, what's your inspiration, motivation? Like, how do you get through that stuff? A lot of times I get more excited about the quick little edits that I will do to like supplement the core content. So like when I did a silly little Instagram reel prior to FRCC, where I was just doing some stuff on the bench and made it look kind of fun and put a song into it. It was like, I got more excited about that than I did most of the other content that came after. But it's like a product of like, oh, we did that thing and then it leads to this. So usually I have to find the fun in it, I guess. And most times it's just, what's something that I watched recently that's going to get me interested in doing something really fun. So like, for example, when I did a silly reel teaser that was like, oh, I'm firing up the YouTube thing again. And I think I did that earlier this year or right before summer this year. And at the time I was really, really, really into studying halation and like the way that you can grade video and pay attention to certain elements of light. And so that just got me really excited. And I was like, well, I could shoot a video for me getting back into RC about that. So it's kind of like weird where and how the motivation comes into play.
Do you constantly search YouTube and other things like to learn how to better what you're doing? Because I always find myself looking for something or finding a new piece of equipment or something that can do this, just to make it better. Are you it's almost like a hobby within your hobby.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So for a while, I would say when, so I don't know how much knowledge you or your viewers have about cameras, but that Canon 60D that I mentioned a while ago. So there was a transition so I was shooting on a crop sensor, APS-C, and I desperately wanted to get to full frame, which is a huge upgrade in your camera taking abilities. And so when I was waiting to make that transition, that was huge. And then at the time, the mirrorless market wasn't the dominant force. People were still using DSLRs. So they're not very efficient when it comes to doing video. They're very limiting in some respects. So when the market started to transition heavily into mirrorless, I painfully went from a Canon setup to Sony. Because at the time, and I would argue still to this day, Sony has the video side of things very dialed in, like very, very dialed in. So for me to shoot 240 frames per second, or get something in 120p 4K, or shoot 10-bit and it looks really good, or whatever. A bunch of very technical mumbo jumbo. There was kind of like you have the entry level stuff where it's like you're a hobbyist content creator, and then you're going to spend probably a little over 10 grand on your camera rig setup with your lenses and stuff. And now I'd say you're an amateur filmmaker when you get to that point. So now I'm at the point where it's like, if I was going to continue to fuel my addiction to buy gear that's better than what I have, we're talking about camera bodies that are like $20,000-$30,000.
Okay, yeah.
We don't make that kind of money on this channel.
Okay.
That is not anywhere near what we need to do. So
because it's a hobby. It's a hobby, man. You get I need this and I need that, and it's. I get it. Well, men, we like to buy whatever we can.
I've had a lot of people comment on my videos that they notice sometimes that they're like, tonally, they're like, your microphone sounds really good. What do you use? And then they see the link that I have down below, and I have a Sennheiser MKH 416, which is kind of like the poor man's cinema audio setup, if you will. It's a very, very nice shotgun mic, and I love the way that this sounds tonally. So
it sounds great. All right, moving on. So you took a hiatus from RC for some time. You got heavily into motocross. Tell us a little bit about that. Is this when you started working with AJ and those guys?
Sure.
You had an accident as well, which you hurt yourself, and obviously you're recovered from that. But let's talk about that. Your hiatus from RC, what happened there, and why did it happen, and then what you did in this. That it was about 2 years, I would say, that you did that, roughly about.
Sure. So yeah, this is a good clippable segment. I don't know if you do that on this show, but why did Ryan leave RC? Boom, here it is. Segment.
This is what Lucas said to Ash you right away when I told him you're going to be on our Find out where he's been for the last 2 years. Lucas.
The moto thing really grabbed a hold of me, and I had a really cool opportunity to go and do that. And it was fun to see something that had, and what's wild is that moto is considered a niche community that doesn't have all the resources that the rest of the hobbies in the world have, like football and baseball and all these mega leagues of things that have, people with fans and merch and stuff like that, right? So it was like, moto isn't that big, but the way that I was seeing this behind the curtain of like contract deals and all this support and the way that people were monetizing their efforts, I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing.
Bigger than RC.
Oh yeah. It was like stuff that would blow people's minds if they saw the contracts and they knew the things and the money that people were making. And then to know that still isn't like huge.
Nothing.
Like it's nothing. Like
Mathis says it all the time. Because this is what this show is based off of. It's based off of Pope MX. So I listen to a lot of Mathis. He says, motocross is never going to be bigger. I'm over it. This is how it's going to be. This is as big as it's going to be. And I'm like, it's huge. I just want 10% of that in RC. But I could understand what you mean.
He's such a pessimist. I have a hard time with him. You're much more positive than him, so please continue to be that way. But yes, for example, something that blew my mind. AJ, he got a baby contract to wear Fox gear, and it was like tiny. It was roughly $65,000 a year just to wear Fox. And I was like, what? This is insanity. So, and then he did many, many other things to monetize his efforts and be profitable in what he was doing, which I thought was incredible. So it really, truly fascinated me. And I was just enjoying being a part of it in any capacity and learning as much as I could, so that if I was in a position one day to try and chase these things down, and whether it was RC or something else, I was learning a lot of valuable things and had some really cool connections with people. Just again, to put it into perspective, that number plate back there, for those who are no strangers, that's Jet Lawrence. I stole that number plate from his locker one day, and he looked at me. He's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm taking this. This is mine." He's like, "All right, fine, whatever." So that was a really cool experience to be able to like hang out with him and just do silly things. But he was saying one day they were doing a shoot for Red Bull, and he was explaining how poor he felt. Mind you, he gets paid millions of dollars from Red Bull and Honda and all these companies. Like, he makes a ton of money for a child. He was saying that they went to do this shoot with the swamp buggies for Red Bull. Something that happened like a couple years, maybe it was last year, whatever. And the way that I don't follow Formula One, strangely enough, I don't know if that shocks people, but there was two of their prominent athletes for Red Bull that they went to the same thing. Like, they sent all their athletes there to do the thing. And the way that they got Jet to the event was basically like with a friend of a friend with a taxi, and it just looked like the epitome of poor people. I say that as he's not poor.
I know what you mean.
But then the other guys showed up in their own helicopters.
Yeah, crazy.
So it was like the money that they had to transport the Formula One drivers versus Jet. It was like Jet was the like poor guy that nobody cares about, and then the other guys, it was like, okay, well, we'll take care of you guys. So it was just funny to see
big money. The
guy that is the pinnacle of our motorsport is still nothing compared to everything else.
All right, so I guess tell us a little bit about working with AJ and what was your role doing this and how was that? I guess that's what you still work with them now, or how's that working out?
No, so he relocated. There was a couple different shifts in like his goals and what he was going to do. He was at the time in Tampa, and he was training at a facility that was basically right near me, and it didn't require me to like relocate or anything like that. And then he worked on buying a property that didn't really come together in Georgia, and then he was going to do, when that fell through, then he just went back up to somewhere up north. And, his content was going to be centralized up there. Initially, there was talks of like, hey, if you want to relocate, we could continue to do this. And I was like, honestly, I have no interest in doing that because my wife has worked very hard to finish her practitioner's license. And she had just signed a contract to work at a facility here in our local area. So she makes way more money than I do. So I want to continue to support her in her efforts of all the years of schooling that she's done to do that. So it's much smarter for us to continue to do that. And I'll be honest, traveling once a week, flying to these races and dying in the sun and running around with the camera, like, it's fun at times, but then at the end of the day, this is tiring and I don't want to do this forever. This is for some young kid out of college, like, go do this and have fun. So it was a cool learning experience, made some great connections. And then I just, tried to figure it out outside of that and move on.
Well, how did you meet him and get, like, how did he approach you? Did he just see your work prior to that? Or you just, like, how did that whole situation happen?
So when I got my first bike, I bought it at the age of 33. I never really ridden a dirt bike before. And so naturally you go to YouTube and you're like, all right, well, somebody's going to teach me how to ride a dirt bike. Let's see what we can find. So AJ's videos came up and I just shot him an email. I was like, hey, if I come to one of your classes, can I make you a video in exchange for coming to the class? What do you think? He's like, yeah, sounds great. And I sent him a link to my YouTube channel. He watched some of the stuff. He's like, wow, this looks awesome. Can't wait to see what it does. So I went to one of his classes. For anybody that's going to connect the dots, it was his Sandlot video was the first video that I made for him. How do I say this respectfully? I knew that I could make something better than anything he had done to that point on his channel or come very close to it. So I kind of knew that if I did well on that video, that maybe there would be some work opportunity after if we could continue our relationship in some capacity. So at the time, he hadn't made the plans yet to move to Tampa. He was still located up in Virginia. So I just thought maybe once in a while he'd fly me to a class or something. We could do something. But then the opportunity came that he was going to move to Tampa to train for Supercross, and he hired me full-time as a videographer for that. So I'll make reels and YouTube videos and all that stuff. It really came together, though, when he wanted me to help him film the first set of master classes for his app, the Moto Academy app. So a core of at least like 50 of those videos, I filmed them all. Flew up to Virginia, we shot the whole thing, edited it, and then that's how he launched his Moto Academy app, which was very eye-opening that somebody could make that much money off of something that's an intangible product. Still, I got to figure out how to do that myself. But yes, it was that was kind of the big come together, work for AJ now, and then that's how that happened.
Okay, so you did that for the last 2 years, more or less?
That was like a year. And then the other year was probably like the year prior to that was me just being sick of the RC community, not aligning with like my visions or values, I guess. So that's just me. Not,
burnt out.
Yeah.
You got burnt out. Because I think when he did a video of JQ with he did his Death of RC series.
Yeah.
And I understand how you got burnt out. I'm getting to that point now. I'm excited to go to these races, but I'm also looking forward to my time off, Christmas time, spending here with my family and whatnot. So you got burnt out of RC, got into motocross. Tell us a little bit about your accident, because you did have an accident and you hurt yourself.
Okay. Yeah. So my local track is Tampa MX. That track, it's my favorite track that I've ridden on. For people that are professional, like riders, like A group or better, or even B group guys, I'm sure that they look at that track as simple. But for most C class or like beginner, like the sportsman or the intermediate guys, there's a lot of bad things that can happen to those people at Tampa MX because it's very supercrossy. So it's like if you mess up, it's probably going to hurt really bad. It's not very forgiving. It was so dumb. It was the finish line jump is a feature that they have kept at that track for years, and I've jumped it 1,000 times. One lap I got it wrong. Going up to hit it, bike kicked just a little bit, and I wasn't going fast enough. So when you clip the knuckle of like the landing of a jump, and your back tire doesn't get past it, it like catches, and then your bike immediately kicks the other way. And it was really bad. It was like the worst of the situations because they don't move that section of the track ever. It's very hard at the base, at the bottom. So when I landed, it was essentially like landing on concrete. So went over the bars, landed on my shoulder, tumbled a little bit. And then as soon as I got up, I was like, oh, yep, my collarbone's done. And it was very difficult for me to breathe. So I immediately knew there was something wrong, compounding effects. So I think, what did we have? So broken collarbone was the obvious one. And then my right lung had a hemo and pneumothorax. It was 90% collapsed. It was very bad. I had 5 broken ribs and 3 broken vertebrae. So it was a pretty bad one, pretty rough. Spent, I think, 4 nights in the hospital. And then my loving wife had to go to all the Christmas parties and things all by herself while I sat in bed for probably close to like 3 weeks. It was pretty brutal.
So how are you now? Are you fully healed and whatnot from the accident?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're good. Shoulders feel a little bit weird because I got a big piece of metal in there with a bunch of screws.
I have the same thing right here.
Oh, nice.
That's why I'm lefty.
Okay, nice.
But my arm's paralyzed, so I don't have. That's. I don't have brachial nerve to do this, so I can't do this with my left hand, and then I can't. I can't put my wrist out straight like that, and I can't. I have grip like that, but I can't put my fingers out like that. That's from a bike accident.
What? Wait.
Yeah.
Sorry, I maybe you've talked about this on a podcast, and I apologize. I don't know this. So you crashed on a dirt bike, or no?
No. I was just this is 2005. I was speeding home one night after having a good night out.
Okay.
And I just misjudged the corner. And I struck a wall, but when I struck the wall, I struck with my shoulder. And then I broke my collarbone here, and then I ripped my clavicle out of socket. And when I did that, I stretched the nerves. So when I got up from the accident, like all this was just hanging down. Like when I got up and I was standing straight, my hand was down by my knee because all of this was just hanging. Wow. So so you'll see a lot of people don't see me, but I don't have brachial. I have tricep, but and then like this part of my arm, some part feels curled, some part, it feels like my arm is also. If I hit it hard, it feels like it's asleep. You know how when you're arm or something's asleep. But yeah, that's what happened to me. So I know all about breaking collarbones and all that stuff and having a piece of metal up there. It's a common accident in bikes, to be honest.
So I know I can relate a little bit on the after surgery when they, chopped me up and did the thing. Now, basically from like here to here, this is all dead. Like I can't feel it. That's a very strange sensation.
It is very weird. Very weird.
Yeah. But I'm very thankful that I have all of my motor skills and function is completely normal. Range of motion, everything is fine. So we're out there making bad decisions. I've been back on the bike many times. So
I still ride bikes too, and when I got a chance, not dirt bikes, but it was an accident. Yeah. All right. So you heal up from your accident. You're working on your own full time now. You're doing. You was telling me earlier you do content. Independent contractors. You do content editing for various customers and whatnot like that. What kind of got you back into because if I do realize when you did leave RC, you kind of took on a lot of roles to use, like a TLR team manager, pro line. You was a pro line manager, man, raw speed. You was wearing a lot of caps as a manager-esque type of thing before you did, did have your burnout. Would you say that was part of it too? Like taking on a lot of those roles like TLR, Southeast manager and whatnot like that?
Oh boy. How do I have to tread lightly?
I mean, trust me, I've been a team manager, so I understand how it is.
I think that the program, they tried to provide some level of support, which I guess is better than nothing at all. So I can say that was good, but it goes back to what we were talking about and the valuations that they put on the return on investment. It just seemed to be very backwards. But I'm sure that there's a lot of people out there that when they become synonymous with a brand, whether it's a formal title or not, will know what I'm talking about. When you become the guy for support on something, which is cool. Like, yeah, I'm happy to help people. But the issue is that the support that I was getting was very small. I'm just going to say that. And then the support that maybe people are expecting, it was totally misaligned. So it's like if somebody comes up, they expect me to be able to provide them with this obscure part that they just broke because I'm the guy, which is fine. I understand how that dynamic can work in an ideal scenario. But the reality was that if I did that at all, and I used that support that I was getting for people, like just kind of like being this mediator, and then I don't get the support myself, it was like, this isn't working. I'm sorry. It's just not. Like, it's a cool idea in theory, but in practicality, this isn't working. So I think that there were some guys in that position that they had a much different scenario or situation where their jobs and the things that they did in life could sustain their love for the hobby, whether they were a formal manager or not. So I think that was the ideal scenario. Like you get these kids or these people where they are getting a support totally outside of the support that's coming from the industry, and then they can, do what they need to do. So I was not in that position. Like if I was going to do something, like I'll be honest, like the support that Jason Snyder gives me with Raw Speed, I don't know that I could race without that support. Like I'm truly appreciative for everything that he's done for me. So when some people are like, why do you use Raw Speed? And it's like, dude, Jason's awesome. The support that he gives me,
I like him.
I not support this guy. So yeah, that's kind of where it was at. It was like the support that I was getting, and then the burnout. It just is like, this just isn't working right now. I got to figure out something different.
Yeah, I like Snyder. One of my favorite interviews ever done, and I was most surprised when we did have the interview. I was surprised how real he was. I was like, I thought he was going to be very PC, but he was very, very good. I enjoyed it. Probably I think it's my second most downloaded podcast is him.
Ooh, okay.
Or top three, one of the three. All right, so now you're back. What brought you back? I would say, I saw you make a couple of videos a few months ago. Then you stopped. Then I saw you, you did your video with some 8-scale, your e-truggy and your e-buggy from recently at Epic. So are you now coming back to race? I wouldn't say full time, but enjoying RC doing your content again? Will we see more content coming from you over the next few months or year or so?
I'm hoping to say yes. I think so. I think that I've figured out a good balance with work on my own schedule and then being able to do RC in the capacity that makes sense, and then just make content when I can. In an ideal world, I would like to get it back up to, you know, uploading a video a week. I don't know when or if
it's a lot of work.
But I think that, who was it that said the best thing that you can do if you're genuinely trying to grow as a YouTuber is to make the best video you possibly can at that time. And if that means that you don't make a video for 3 weeks, then that's going to be ultimately the best thing for you to do. I think that a lot of times YouTubers will box themselves into this world that's totally based on schedule alone. And then they just end up putting out this really watery, thin content that you're like, this is nothing more than a clickbaity title and you rambling on for 15 minutes. You know, this really isn't content. And that is something that I've tried to avoid since day one. Like, I don't want to make content just because it's clickbaity and it's going to get me views so that my AdSense check is bigger. I really genuinely try to make content that it's going to make sense. It's a good story and my heart is in it.
Okay. So you're 2 years off from RC and you've come back. Have you noticed any change in the industry at all? Has it gotten better? Has it gotten worse? Or what do you think about it?
No, I still think that the industry is at large much of the traveling circus wins on Sunday, sells on Monday mentality, which is just so broken. And I think, like you said, 15 years behind the curve of marketing, for crying out loud. I genuinely got fired up again because of Lance and what he's doing, and you continuing on with like your podcast and stuff like that. It's like, you know what? There's a group of people out there that gets it, and they're making a story for people to watch and consume and enjoy this hobby. So honestly, that was 100% why I was like, you know what? I think that there's a story that I can plug into and we can have some fun. The right people are doing it. And this is exciting. So that's why I wanted to give it another shot, I guess you could say.
So I take it you're going to be doing Lance's 10 scale series next year as well.
Oh, 100%. As many of those things I can go to, I'm going to go to. 100%.
That's good. He's excited but worried about it at the same time. He's like, I know it's not going to be. I said, Lance, I think it's going to be bigger than what you think it's going to be, because people. I keep going back to Lance because, you know, like my other friends in Florida, they were like, man, we don't miss Lance's races at all. You know, we don't go to big races because we go to Lance's races. That's how much they like them.
Oh, I thought you were saying like,
we don't miss them.
Miss it, like,
yeah. So,
like,
and then when I actually got to go to my first event, and like people were there like Thursday, you know, I'm like, the event starts Saturday, like it's practice on Friday. I get that, but it's a 1-day race. But people are there Thursday. They enjoy the whole atmosphere, like, you know, and yeah, I had fun at my first race, and I think his 10 scale series is going to be good. I think RC in Florida right now is booming. I think it's one of the healthier states for RC. Is it up to the level it might have been a few years ago when it comes to competition? Maybe not as high as it used to be, because it did get to a very high standard. Like at one point, it's there. It's very close. It's very close. But I think Florida RC is booming. It's you know, it's got various. I guess I know all the tracks don't get all the love that they want to get, but it seems to have the tracks are surviving. Some probably more than others. You have Lance's series going on. You have each track having its own type of series as well going on. So they seem to be able to fit it in. And I think it's if you're looking for a state where you can race on any given weekend, Florida is probably one of those states that you can do it.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm spoiled because I'm in the middle of the state, more or less. So it's like if I go north or south or in the middle, it's kind of a good spot to be. Like the guys that are down south, it's like everything is 4 hours or more away. So I could understand that being challenging, but there's a lot of tracks down south. So
Florida's huge too,
there's
as I've learned.
And we don't have to do the winter thing where we shut down. It's sketchy during the summer for a few months, but it's too hot to even go out there and do much anyways. So yeah, I think that it's a good place to be for sure.
Okay. Just a couple more questions and then we're going to wrap this up. We touched on the industry and whatnot. Now this was a big topic last night on my live. Is can we make RC mainstream? Can we put RC alongside a motocross, supercross race? Maybe have a big race along with that. There's two questions, and I have one more question before we wrap it up. What do you think about that? Do we have the potential to go mainstream? If so, how long will it take? What does the industry have to do?
Oh man. Okay. All right. This is actually because I was going to spring this on you, but I think this is a good segue to get to it. I could label this segment, "Why did RCGP fail?"
Go ahead.
So I'm not going to put this on anyone else. These are my ideas and my opinions, and I was not heavily involved in any of it. This is just from an outsider perspective. I think that was probably within recent time one of the strongest pushes that we had to do that, right? Like follow the copy of what does the AMA Supercross Series do, Super Motocross, whatever you want to call it. What does Formula One do? How do they create these storylines and surround it with content and media so that it looks and feels like a real thing? I think the first thing that they did that was challenging was they brought in this idea and it was theirs. It's cool. And they were forcing everyone to do it. And they didn't really budge. They were like, do this. And when there was, well, okay, what about some compromise? Maybe there was, I don't know. But in the grand scheme of things, there was zero, in my opinion. And that's a huge problem because we've talked about this from the beginning as soon as we started talking. RC is so small. It is so unbelievably small in the grand scheme of things. For somebody to find a way to create a livelihood in this industry is insanely hard. And when they do it, they're going to protect it with everything in them because it's their livelihood. This is everything that they have going for them right now. And so anyone that comes along that's going to disrupt it and possibly ruin it or mess it up in some way so that then they're going to worry about their family and etc., they're going to say, hell no, get out of here. Get far away from me. I don't want anything to do with you. Okay. So I think that's the position that they put themselves in. If these guys that have had these race programs running for decades, how long not that they were going to compete with the Snowbirds, but just thinking about how long some of these events have been going. I think Snowbirds is going for 30 plus years. When you have events like that, Silver State, the DNC, blah, 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 all these race time events, these guys have figured out how they make a large portion of their money for the year through these events. Now, are they going to do something to compromise those events or possibly just not do it because of something else? No, of course not. They're going to tell you crazy. Get out of here with that nonsense. And then you look at the support coming from the industry that these brands have allotted a budget that they're going to go to these established events because this is where we have deemed it that our return on investment comes from. Whether that's true or not, those are the decisions that they're making, and that's why they're making it. Are they going to go, you know what? No, we're not going to send our guys to these established events that we know we're going to get coverage and exposure at. We're going to go to this thing that's totally unvetted, and we have no idea what's going on. And it's going to cost how many tens of thousands of dollars? Sign me up. Let's do it. No, not. So again, on all points, you've gotten this big fat no. And then they're going to sit there and say, why is nobody supporting us? It's like, okay, let's restructure this. What could we do instead? This is my idea. Okay. And somebody send me a check when it works. Okay. Those events that are established, let's all get in the room together, sit nicely at a table, civilly, and let's discuss this. We can provide a higher tier of streaming and media coverage, get those fun media press days, get the little short stories that you go and you send the camera guy to get the lovable story about Cole Ogden and some weird farm or wherever he's from, and get his life story, and do that for all the core drivers. And let's just take, I don't know, how many race time races are there in a year? Do you know? I don't know.
4 now.
4?
So yeah.
Okay. So then take those 4 and then maybe 4 other ones or 5 more, so that we have as close to like maybe 10 as possible is a good starting point that I think. Let's find those 10 undeniably, these happen every year, everybody goes to them, events. That brands are going to, okay. Figure out how much extra it's going to cost for an entry fee, or however you're going to generate this. I think entry fee is going to be the way that you do it. Like, maybe I'm the only guy that thinks this, but like, how much is the normal entry fee for one of those race time events right now? $100, $125?
$100.
$100. Make it $150. Like, that's to
me. They did. So the AMS that I'm going to do next week is $150, and yes, people complain. Okay. That's a whole topic for a whole ramble.
I don't care. If the event gets less racers, but the net profit is greater, that's a win. I'm sorry. Maybe that's an unpopular opinion, but I think that the momentum that they could build, if they got 10 of those events and they relabeled it the RC America Series, whatever the heck it's called, I don't care. And then you create a story. It's a video I want to do, actually, is where I go back and I pick these 10 races that I think are the ones that they would do, and tally up a point standings and see who would have been your AMA RC champion of 2021. Oh, look, it's actually Cole Ogden. Yeah, right. Whoever. And I think that once you find this series that people can follow along with, that's when conversations with people that are looking for Netflix series and these other mainstream things, that's when it can happen. Right now, if you look at what RC is doing and all these events are going on and somebody has no idea what it is, and they're saying, oh, who's the points leader? Who's the champion of this thing? I don't know. Mayfield won last weekend, but then he didn't even make the main of the 3 prior events to that. So I don't know what that means. It's such a bizarre story that RC is telling right now. It's guys that are protecting their livelihood, the racers, where they're going out and they're chasing these contingencies, but that's it. And that's it. It's like
nothing else.
It's a traveling circus, and we're going to do something different every week, and none of it matters except the guy that wins and he gets paid.
I agree with you.
Make a series.
Do a series.
And then get everybody on board with it. Do the broadcasting to the maximum of its ability, and then watch what happens over the course of a year, 2 years, where you consistently do the media days. You get the clips for all those pro drivers. You make them look like pro drivers. You get all of those clips of the Chase Sextons and the Jet Lawrences and the Eli Tomacs. Make them. They're there, but nobody's getting that. I mean, I know that Lance is doing his thing and getting that coverage, and Matt Olson is doing his thing. And I really appreciated what they were doing at the Worlds, where they actually had images that every time they would pop up on the screen, and that stuff was there. So I know people are trying, and I think that we're really close getting it to a place that could do that. But I think that at the very basic fundamental level, there's no storyline. There's zero.
There's no product.
It's a bunch of guys doing a different thing every weekend, and none of it matters. There's
I 100 agree. I agree with you. One of the things that I would love to do next year is a virtual series. I did one with the podcast. We did an NNRC Cup back in 2021. We took.
What do you mean a virtual series? What is
that? We basically took Max and I think we took DNC, PMB, Silver State, and then the Nationals was the final race, because we kind of knew that all the top racers would be there. And I literally, we tallied points. We talked about it. Some people who follow the podcast, literally, they did follow it. I literally went and got a big, giant trophy made, like sheet metal trophy made. And I went to the 2021 Nationals, and Mayfield won it. And like I had a reefer on it and all this type of stuff. And I got a picture of him with it and all that. I mean, it was just us doing it, and it didn't really get much traction. But I have the races picked out that I would do. I would start it out with the races you know people are going to go. You know they're going to go. Most people are going to go to mostly all the Dave races. You know that people are going to, all these top guys are going to go to DNC and Silver State. So that's 6 races right there. And then you have a nationals. You know everybody's going to go to that. That's what I would do. But I want to do it next year. I really do. But I need help. You know, I need people who think about it and who have, you know, as long as doing the podcast and doing commentating and doing this, in my brain, I know what I want to say. I want to talk about that guy who finished. Oh, well, Mayfield finished. He didn't make the main last week, so he dropped this much points and blah, 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 blah.
Right.
It gives you all the storylines you have to talk about. And I agree. It gives a product. It puts some character, some personality, some charisma to these drivers instead of just guys who go out there and, yeah, just another race, because that's what they say. It's just another race, right? Just another race. But if you actually put points towards it, just like the people in the Florida RC Championship who care about the points, like, oh, yeah, but I have this much points, and I know going into next race at Callahan, I need this much points, and this person needs to finish this way, this far behind. Just like Masters of Dirt, where you have to combine all 3 of those people, and people actually care about points. Imagine how much interest people would have in all these races in that stream. And you know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. We need to make it happen. That's all I have to say, because I agree with you 100%.
Yeah,
100%. And then you have a product to go to these people. I know that's what RCGP wanted to do, but I agree with you on a lot of things. I was one of the forceful people about it, but now looking back, and now looking, also having worked with other race promoters now, like with Dave, and worked with at the nationals and stuff like that. It's a way we could use both, use those races to make what we want. You know, have a proper ranking system.
That sometimes being disruptive in an industry is necessary, but there it was just it was too disruptive. There was zero cooperation from what I could see. So I think that if there was, maybe it would have been a little bit more successful. But because I saw people like Brent, I know that he was a big fan and supporter of the event, and he went to the Worlds, and he was on board, man. But I just didn't see it from the bigger people that would ultimately help it.
It definitely needed the bigger brands, for sure. It definitely did. But I agree with you, and we can do this all virtually. Right. And it could be, you can have your own point system. You have your own, like I would talk about it on the podcast after every race. So this person's points went to this person, you know, just like that's my dream. That is my dream.
Well, because I mean, everything like Supercross has the fantasy thing that Rocky Mountain TV does. And it's like, there's so many fun things that you can do to build the engagement with the fan base. And then that can have spill over to people that don't know so much about it, but suddenly find it interesting just based on that content that's being pushed out there. So I
have a proper ranking system. Like, you know, that this person is number 1.
Exactly.
You know, this person is number 2.
Needs to happen. It's just, hey, we've been doing it this way for so long and it was fun and, you know, people enjoyed it, but like we just collectively need to agree that this needs to happen if we care about this going and continuing to grow. I 100% think it's necessary.
And it has to make money. It has to be supported because nobody works for free. And to do all of that, it takes time, and to do it properly, like promoting wise and, you know, dedicating and, you know, like what my dream is like, hey, you'll be at these races. It will be, it's the such and, it doesn't have to be, it's the such and such. It's the NNRC Cup, and you have it all set up there. You have your press conference afterwards with your backdrop, and you have, you know, your logo there. And oh, this is race number 3 of the NNRC Cup. We came to PNB here at White Pine and blah, blah, blah. But you go there, you set that all up, and you take, like, yes, you're doing the stream for the race, but it's for your series, like that, whatever series that is brought to you. It could be brought to you by such and such. The such and such series brought to you. Like it's a way to generate money as well, in my opinion, within the industry, and promote these companies. But that will also be exciting for somebody outside of RC to look into.
I think that one of the big challenges that a lot of tracks face is that they realize, maybe they didn't know it at first, but suddenly they find themselves in a wow, this is just a charity. I'm not making money in this situation. So trust me, I do not have any aspirations to open up a hobby shop and a track and find a way to make that profitable. But if you are in the position where you feel it necessary that you are going to become the provider of a track and the whole race day experience, I think it's very important for them to understand that that is a product and that it's not necessary for people to contribute to it. They're going to do it based on whether they had fun or they enjoyed it. So like I see a lot of tracks that will suddenly, a lot of their public facing posts and whatnot become very like victimizing, like, oh, woe is me, and we're not going to make it if you guys don't help us, please, please, please. And it's like, trust me, I get the struggle, but also I went to that track and I did that race day, and it was the worst race day experience that I've had. So it's maybe the wheel of capitalism rolls on and you're not getting the support that you need because you don't have the best products that you could. So I think that something that a lot of tracks could do is maybe take note from like the level of, how do I say this? Diversity is the wrong word. Ability that something like a streamer has. Maybe you need to have a conversation with some hotshot kid at a college that understands how to use OBS, a webcam, and some other form of, video capture. Because if you provide this as a better product, like what Lance is doing with his experience, I think a lot of people are underutilizing their ability to leverage all these tools, these beautiful things that we have for content creation that could help this problem that you have of the product of your track and marketing your whole thing of what you got going on. So have a amazing race day experience like what Lance is doing, and then maybe learn a thing or two about how to broadcast this whole thing so that the racers can be more involved. So I know it's not going to fix every problem under the sun, but I look at a lot of tracks and I go, well, let's be honest. There's a lot of things that you could be doing that you're not.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. My last question is, and then we're going to wrap this up. You got that Losi Pro Moto X in the background. I think it's a great piece of kit. You have worked intimately with the motocross industry.
Okay.
I am, we always hear about, we should put a race alongside a motocross race, a supercross race, which I think would be fun. But do you think I happen to think that the motocross, supercross guys, not necessarily the pro guys, but people like yourself, maybe people who have done motocross all their lives. When I think about people like Al Horn, Joe Bornhorst, all these guys who did motocross and then found RC, is that an untapped market that we aren't really promoting to, of racers that can probably go racing, get into this really fast and easy because it's very similar to motocross. Like when the physics of it, it seems like we're not really catering to that at all. We're not trying to push to that. I'm hoping that the Losi Pro Moto X does that because it looks like a motocross bike and it's going to get in the hands of people who look at it and say, oh, it's cool. It's an RC motorbike. They get to a track, they go to a track and they drive it and they're like, oh, but this buggies over there are way faster and way better. They look cooler. They look more like a motocross than what I come from. Do you feel that the motocross crowd, supercross crowd, bike riding crowd, probably full scale racing on a vehicle altogether, cars and whatnot, is an untapped source of potential racers that we're not tapped into?
Possibly. It makes sense on paper. You're like, these guys like to race. They like dirt. They like jumps. Maybe they'll like RC cars but it's tough. There's so many different ways that I could approach the answer. I think the short answer is, yeah, I think probably there's a community there that would be some low hanging fruit for a marketing effort. So hence you see this thing back here, and what us racers, especially TLR guys like myself, we can look at like something like that, and Horizon, the company at large, took a lot of R&D dollars and efforts from people like Frank Root and a bunch of people to dump it. I had nothing to do with it. This thing got brought to my attention by the time it was literally in a box, like, okay, here, buy it. I basically caught wind of it like a couple weeks before that, and they were like, hey, by the way, we made a dirt bike. I was like, whoa, this is cool. wish you guys would have told me sooner. I kind of been doing moto stuff for a while. But anyways, the challenge is kind of like you said. A lot of people are like, why haven't you made a video on it yet? And it's because I had a very tough time coming to terms with my personal frustrations that I may have with things like TLR and then like what people are doing to grow our sport. And then I look at, we're wondering, I don't have a stadium truck and our 2-wheel buggy hasn't been updated in forever. And I kind of wish there was some stuff different with the 8 scale. And then you make this instead. What the heck, guys? Come on. And you
That's
just give
me more money.
And so it's like, that was a ton of money. And they don't have a team that they could just hire independently to do that and then continue to do all their TLR stuff. Like we've been saying the whole time, we are way too small to have that broad reach of a R&D and development effort. So it probably is like you're saying, maybe this is like, we kind of look at the short course truck and what it did back in the mid 2000s, late 2000s, and that gigantic boom that brought a ton of people into our sport. Because they're like, whoa, that thing's cool. It's a truck and it looks like a trophy truck and I can drive one and I can go race it down at my local track. This is great. And it definitely contributed to a huge growth spurt in RC. I think the key difference between these two products is the end user experience. This Promoto, it's super cool. I look at it and it's a mechanical marvel. It's very neat. I really enjoy looking at it. Personally, it seems to cater more towards the basher community. Which there's nothing wrong with that. I get it. If it's a bridge to get us between the basher community to racing, and this is the new piece, okay, I guess I can get on board with that. But I think I just have to come to terms with, as much as I wanted new TLR product for me because I'm a racer, and clearly they did this instead in some capacity, I was left frustrated, but now I understand that it's like, okay, maybe this is just for the basher guys, and we're going to try to reach those people that you're talking about that are out there with their dirt bikes, and they might see this, think it's cool, and then lead them to a car. I think the transition I'm kind of like, I don't know, guys, you're going to tell them to go spend $600-$700 on this, and then they go to the track, and then they realize it's very, 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 very hard to get it around the track. So then they're going to buy this instead. I don't know. I think they're just going to bash it around a little bit and then move on. So I don't know how much that's going to translate if that is our vehicle to get people into RC, because that initial experience and difficulty is going to be very hard for them to get over. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying something bad about the product. They did a
I know what you mean. I've watched them go around tracks.
The licensing effort and the scale aspect of this thing is truly incredible. It's like probably the best thing that's ever happened. But will it translate to more racers at the track? I don't think so, because it's going to be very difficult for them to get that translation to continue to the end vehicle, which is an 8-scale buggy or whatever the heck. So I think there's a lot of steps there that it's going to be interesting to see it play out.
Awesome. Well, dude, I want to thank you for your time. I had a great chat with you. I look forward to seeing you at Callahan. I hope we see more content from you, because I think the RC world enjoys it and they have missed it. So I hope you get the creative juices flowing again and you get out and race some more and do that. And man, I had a really great chat with you today. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lefty. I've had a really great time. Hopefully they answered a lot of questions that people have had, and I hope I didn't make anybody too mad with the things that I said.
Hey, I make people mad all the time, but we're in different positions. But I appreciate it, man. And it was like the Jason Snyder thing. I thought it was going to go one way, and it went the other way. So I greatly appreciate it. No one else in a good way. That's surprising for me. So thank you.
Good.
I appreciate it. All right, man. Well, I'll see you at Callahan then, and we look forward to your next videos, I would say.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lefty. Thank you for having you on, and thank you for everybody to listening and watching to us ramble about toy cars for 2 hours.
There we go. Almost 2 hours. All right, so that's Ryan Stiles Harris. If you haven't gone over to his YouTube channel, go over there, hit that sub button. He's got a lot of great content on there already, and yeah, you guys will enjoy it, and we look forward. We need more of your content out there, so keep it up. We appreciate you.
I'll do it.
BeachRC.com, the racers' one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. BeachRC.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. BeachRC.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, JQ Racing, Pro Circuit Racing Tires, Nitro Lux Fuels, and Assault RC Performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at BeachRC.com today.
That's right. Thank you to Lucas. Thank you to Brent and BeachRC for all their support. Shout out to Lucas who joined me on the Masters of Dirt race recap. If you want to listen to that, that was episode number 260. We do have an affiliate link for BeachRC if you guys can use it. It is in the written link of this description. So also, Max, it was a great conversation with Ryan Stiles Harris. It was awesome to talk to him. He's done a few Masters of Dirt himself. And we actually had a lot in common in our thinking of RC. But now it is time to answer some questions. I post them up and people go nuts. We got quite a few questions here as well. We have questions from YouTube as well as Facebook. So are you ready to answer some questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
First one up is from my good buddy Blake, who I will see next week. He says, it looks like DR is still pushing all his current sponsors. Will we see any big changes to the X-Ray family brands? I assuming is he meaning is
Course Attack and so on. David's still running all that. No, to be honest, I don't think it would even happen now. I think it will be maybe in a year or two. And also one thing is that X-Ray doesn't really have anything in electric. Like Gutzel and Bayer are running LSRAM, while Coelho is running Hobbywing. There is no electric stuff, so that will be good to go for him. And even Alex, I think he's running Nostram. At least the batteries he's running Nostram. So it's everyone's running kind of anything. I think the issues will come when maybe they're trying to push FX engines in Sweden. They don't go for sale, whatever it is, then they'll be hey, David's pushing Course Attack to everyone, why can't he just push FX? That's possible force of issue. And then the tires, if there is a clear issue, hey, clearly the tires are an issue for David, then there will be some fireworks. But I think initially that has never been an issue. It's always been kind of in the beginning, X-Ray is fine, but then as soon as some issues come up, they're hey, this ain't cutting it, bro.
Okay, excellent. Next question is from your father, Henry Mort. Why do all 1/8 scale cars have 16 millimeter shocks when we know 14 millimeter is better?
Yeah, I know. When people hear that question, they're oh, what? Always bigger shocks are better. This is kind of an inside thing between me, my dad, and Joseph. Back in the day when Joseph came up with the car, then the yellow edition. The yellow edition still had 14 millimeter shocks until the white edition, which moved to 16 millimeter. Now, this was kind of a thing where in the beginning, the car had just absolutely shitty shocks, the first edition of the car. The coatings were absolute garbage. The cap broke. It was 2-piece plastic / aluminum cap. It always broke. And then the yellow edition had already better shocks. And we kind of found a very good piston setup on them that seemed to work everywhere. And we've never been able to replicate it with any other type of shock. And we even went back to it years after, and it was still good. It was still better than what we was running there in the 7-hole setup that we run. For a few years, I haven't gone back since. There isn't any 14 millimeter shocks on the market. The ones I had back in the day are not long enough for the rear, so we can't really run them. But yeah, that's kind of the backstory to it. I am a strong believer in, that there really isn't a good enough reason to run those really big bore shocks. Yeah, obviously they will be a little bit more easier to tune. Like they don't have to work perfectly, but I think the smaller diameter shocks, like if it works, I think it's better. That's kind of my thing. And then we kind of found that it works. But I think a big issue is that it's a big risk for a manufacturer, you know. For example, Serpent had that car where they had the rear shocks in front of the arm. Well, Billy Easton is, from what I heard, he strongly believed that it was better from when I tried it and from when many people have tried the rear shocks in front of the arm on an 8-scale buggy. People say it's better, you know, and I feel it's better. But on Nitro, the heating, pipe heats it up, that's an actual issue. But on electric, I think it's better. Now, the issue they had with Serpent was people thought that was an issue in the rear and everyone's trying to mount the shocks in the back. So they just went back to shocks mounted behind the arm or behind the tower in the rear because like it's easy to sell the car. So that's one like concrete example of if you went to 40mm shocks. Even though if they were as good, people would think they'd be worse because they're different from the market. They would have to be significantly better for people to think it's good. And that's always the issue. Like people still think Mayako is a C-Hub car when most of us are running KPI1. The geometry is quite close to a pillowball car. Yeah, the mechanical structure there, that's a C-Hub, but like the geometry is different. So I think, yeah, like to answer that question more broadly, main issue is that 16 seems like the industry standard. Now, I think some at some point someone will do 17 and then people will copy it. They'll realize maybe it's not better, maybe it's actually worse. Maybe it is better, who knows?
Didn't Agama had 17 millimeter at some
point?
Yeah,
Agama has 17, and I've seen many people run Agama shocks saying, "Oh, they must be the best because they're the biggest bore." But to be honest, yeah, no. And like we all know that I think it was Dakota Fenn running HP shocks. I think some S-Works guys have been running HP shocks.
In the past, we don't want the S-Works army to come.
Yeah, like I fucking hate it when people, we don't run it now. I mean, I ran it 2 months ago, but I don't run it anymore. Like, yeah, but you have run it, you know. And the real thing is that the old shocks weren't even that bad. It was just in your head. So, yeah. Main thing is that another thing is people don't really give enough shit about shocks to make them good enough. We don't use enough money to make them actually good. Like, yeah. I don't know. I think it's going to stay at 16 for a while. Like even 10 scale now, they're going to 13. And then probably they're going to stay with the 13 for a while. But
okay.
Yeah, I think it's more of easier to sell where you're the same as the majority of the market.
Okay. Next question. Excuse me. Next question is from Taff Huber. He was I would like a story on world champ Cody King. I don't know if he wants to know what happened to him, but I assume that's what he means. And I'll make it short and sweet. What happened to Cody King is what happened to a lot of people when this opioid epidemic started in America. Basically, I heard like he got hooked on, he got prescribed pills for back pain after having an accident, and then I got hooked on the pills, and basically, like it's a common story. I was actually just watching. I watched a Netflix movie about this the other day, like a series about it, and he got caught up in that opioid crisis that's still going on, and it ruined his career. So yeah. I think I haven't heard anything about him for a while, but I think he's just out there working and living a normal life and trying to live a normal life as possible.
Yeah. I don't really know. I
don't know all the details, but that's the gist of what happened to him.
From what I heard, he was using drugs already when he won the Worlds. But that's like from what I've heard. I don't want to say anything definitive, but
but I don't think he was. Maybe he was on prescription pills, like normal.
Oh yeah, I mean you ain't dragging non-prescription pills to Thailand. But the thing is, like,
what I'm saying is he's probably just normal at that point, but I got to a point where
Oh yeah.
where he got hooked on
exactly,
him.
exactly.
Yeah, it got to a point when he got hooked
yeah.
on him. I would
But
say
it-
around
yeah.
I would say around probably 2017 onward, 16, 17, because when I saw him at the PMB in 2018, I think it was my first PMB. Was you? I don't think he was there. He looked really bad. He was very skinny. He looked, he just looked bad. And I think he went to rehab once in between that. But
he did go a few times. I remember his father posting on Facebook, and I mean, it was. It must
it's
have been
unfortunate,
a big,
but it's not a story that is unique. It's many others that have been through that story as well and going through it at this time. All right, this is my boy Zach Donovan of Donovan RZ, and guess what, guys? Don't forget that if you use the promo code Nitros to Glory at the drcproshop.com, you can get 10% off your leads. I have some leads. I'm going to take some pictures of them. I just got to hook it all up. He asks, why would you run a front wing using other settings to increase steering? Most 10 scale wings on four-wheel drive cars are really small to begin with. The second wings are much larger and would provide a larger effect. Did you understand that?
I actually saw this. I don't quite understand what he was trying to get after. The things that I think he asked, I'll answer. So in two-wheel drive, the effect of a front wing is huge. It's like you can, anytime, like even slow speed corners, you can feel it, but anytime you're going a little bit faster, you can feel it. It's not only on like corner entry, like end of the straightaway sweepers type of stuff where you feel it. You also feel it on like high speed exits. When you're going fast, the car doesn't like to wheelie. It likes to jump lower. Like everywhere you can feel the difference. So for two-wheel drive, I think the way the cars work, the front wing is really important because the cars like to naturally wheelie a lot. But then you want to have the rearward bias so you can have more grip on the rear on acceleration. On four-wheel drive, I do have to say I've never noticed such an effect with four-wheel drive or 8 scale. There is an effect for sure. I'm not gonna doubt it. I used to run a front wing on my associated Nitro, but I think it's not necessarily as beneficial always. A lot of the times when I had run even the small one on speed now 8 scale or 4-wheel drive, 10 scale, the size of the wing and effect of it, I feel is quite similar. I'll talk them both now, mostly from the 8 scale point of view, because that's where I've actually tested this throughout. But I also tried it in 10 scale. But yeah, basically in 2-wheel drive, the effect is calming a lot of the times because the front end stays lower. You have more control of the car. Yes, it's a little bit more aggressive into the turns because you have more load on the front end. What happens on 4-wheel drive cars is often that, especially on higher speed, the front end will control the car so much more because you have front brake. So now that you have even the front wing, I think it's just too much. Like most of the times on high speed, you want the 4-wheel drive car for the front end to be really, really calm because you don't want it to do anything sudden. And I felt that with the Mayako, with Associated, it wasn't that big of a thing for me. I think I could run the front wing or not the front wing. I always prefer running the front wing. Why? I don't know. Maybe more unsprung mass. Could be millions of reasons, really. But on the Mayako, I think I never felt comfortable running a front wing on higher speed. The front end did dip a bit too much for my liking on the high speed with the front wing. So I think the 4-wheel drive aspect of it is always, how do you feel on high speed corner entry? If your car's feeling, aggressive and you're running a scoop, perhaps that's not like helping you. The little scoops, those don't do anything really, like the tiniest of the ones. I ran like my self-made one who were bigger, and they make these slightly bigger ones for 4-wheel drive buggies these days. My opinion is to not run one on 4-wheel drive. 2-wheel drive, you'd always run one. I think that's my take on that, really. But to be honest, it's not a big deal. Like two-wheel drive, it's a big deal. Four-wheel drive, it's kind of like probably more aesthetic than anything. But you can feel a difference if you're maybe good enough, you're more comfortable enough with your car where you notice differences.
Dom Tranquillo asks, what would it take to make Nitro pay the bills instead of e-buggy? I think this is pretty easy. The ability to go run Nitro without needing somebody else to help you do it.
Yeah.
Engines that can be attuned through, I don't know, fuel injection with settings. You just plug in and you tune it in, like whatever, where people don't have to touch screwdrivers and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think either easier tuning or automatic tuning, and this would have to be combined with a somewhat of a spec engine, because like obviously you don't get the maximum performance if you have, basic tune. And then like fuel injection, all that would be very expensive.
But that's what makes this the glory, that not everybody can get it.
Yeah. I think like if you would like to make Nitro available for anyone, it would have to be like an RTR class, and even then the big issue is that I meant a Nitro buggy to pay the bills. I said you would have to make it like an RTR class basically, where the engine tune, all that type of stuff is not blocking beginners out of it. And then the pitman issue, you kind of would have to run short races. The cars would have to be so that they don't flame out on the line. And then also on top of that, like fuel mileage would have to be slightly longer. But to be honest, like I don't think there would be any point in trying to make Nitro easier in that sense, like trying to make it more like e-buggy, because I think like the whole point of Nitro is the way it has developed. Like these days, running Nitro is like infinitely easier than it was 10 years ago, even like not even talking about 20 years ago. And to be honest, like as long as you buy good stuff and you like watch JQ's engine tune video, you'll be good, Like I barely touch my engine when I'm at the track, and like
it's something you have to learn, right? I'll put it like this. Let's put it in the world of gaming. In Formula One, I can play that game with the brake assist one, the line assist one, and not having to switch gears. I'm pretty good at it. I enjoy it. It's fun. It's easy. That's e-buggy. Take all that stuff away, and I'm struggling, trying to change gears. And it's just something that you have to get out there and learn and do. And Nitro is just something you have to get out there and learn. It's a lot of maintenance. It's a lot of tricks. It's a lot of preparation. And I've come to the conclusion some people just don't want to do that. So that's fine. All right.
And also, I wanna add that one of the things that separate Nitro and electric is the long mains. It's the fuel stops, that aspect of it. And you can't have that aspect without having another person with you, which is going to cost you, unless that you have very good friends, which is going to cost you like a meal for your body and like a little bit extra gasoline, unless you're traveling with each other. So it does take more preparation. It does take more planning to begin with. So then if you make it easier, that kind of like, is it worth it anymore? Kind of, because now what you get and what you have to work for is also more, because it kind of goes hand in hand. If you make it too easy, it's going to lose its glory,
Absolutely. The Basement, David Ballman, how you doing, Basement? Now after his birthday, is Max mature enough to finally get his professor white coat and glasses? He wants you to dress up like a professor so bad.
Yeah,
maybe
I need to go find a lab coat somewhere.
Mm-hmm. All right. Next question is from Tony Transportation. I didn't really know what this meant. It was like WWTG, but I just figured it out. It says, where will Ty go? An unfortunate position to be in. So I forgot to talk about this, but yeah, I've heard from various different sources that Gord is out at X-Ray. He was at Masters, and he was rocking X-Ray and all that stuff. But I've heard from various different X-Ray people around the North America, even from over in Europe, that they had an email saying that Gord is out. And I did talk to Ty briefly at Masters, and I was like, "What's going on?" And he's like, "Oh, are you hearing the rumors?" And I was like, "Well, obviously, I'm hearing rumors." And I think that where he goes is, and we even talked about it briefly, might be Mugen, right? If this is true, where his leave, if he's going to have to leave, if Gord's, well, I'm pretty hard that it's true, and he's going to go. But we all know that Mugen doesn't really pay, right? That's on paper, it seems like the best place for him to go to Mugen. He gets along with Drake and all that stuff. But my issue is with this is maybe Mugen's going to spend a little bit of money now that they have the 10 scale stuff coming. Maybe they'll work on that. But I just don't see Mugen having the budget to pay him and Gord, as well as keep Drake there. So I
do find the whole. I would be much more open to seeing joining something like AE. I think he would that was my initial thought. But I think if no one's leaving AE, there's no point of him going there. They have quite a strong group of drivers there. Yeah, to me, Mugen would seem like a good fit for Tessman with Drake. But I think it would be weird because Tessman is not really the guy. He's not a Mayfield type of guy. And I think that was the perfect combo, Mayfield and Drake. They had the guy winning and the guy doing the outreach and whatever. Now they kind of have two guys who are doing a lot of outreach. If it was that Tessman would go, they would have two guys who are doing a lot of outreach. Yeah, Tessman might get a win in once in a while, but not the way someone like Mayfield was. I mean, perhaps he could do that now with Mugen. Who knows? But
he's still only 30. He's still young.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, but I think
So here's what I think.
Yeah, I think the 10 scale aspect for sure would point to the fact that it could work out.
Here's what I think about Ty, right? Ty came up in a time and it was kind of just him,
Mm-hmm.
He came up in that time between where we are now, with forget about even Fend wasn't doing 8 scale like he was now. But he can, Mayfield, Cav, and Tebow were her. And Ty kind of came up in a time. He's 30. So even Boots, he's 32, right? 30 as well. So Ty came up at a time and he was doing things that Mayfield and Cav and those guys weren't doing. So he came out doing things that they weren't doing, but they learned that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then the next people behind Ty have come and they've learned that too and added to that. So I think when he was at his time of dominance, what him and Gord and the whole team were bringing to RC, and not just with what he was driving, but the whole pitch strategy, all that type of stuff, everything they were doing was kind of new. And now everybody's kind of doing that now. It's the norm. Yeah. So he's not, can he win? Of course he can. 8 scale, he proved that last year. He won this year, and last year. But it's not enough to keep up and keep continuously winning like he used to.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't know how he's going to develop with that. I still, at the end of the day, think Mugen is the best place for him to go, but is it financially the best place for him to go? At the same time, how many choices does he have? And not just him. Any of these guys that are coming out right now. I would say the same thing about Cavallari if he leaves WIRC, which I don't know if it's going to happen. But, I just think that a lot of these RC guys are in a position right now where they're not sure what they're going to do next, because I think companies are kind of, we saw times where companies had 3-4 paid guys at one point. I think that's slimming down where you're just going to see 1, maybe 2. Well, definitely 2. And I think that's going to be cut down at some point. So I think he's in a position that maybe other drivers are going to find themselves over in the next few years themselves.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. It's a tough call, really.
It's a bad position to be in too.
Yeah, but the thing is, nowadays, before, it kind of used to be that people would get paid by the chassis manufacturer and the rest they got was a bonus. But now, what I'm hearing, a lot of people get paid like $2,500, like basically a normal salary, at least for Europeans, from a tire company, you know?
Could be.
So like, I don't know, like to me, it's more of like, for example, Rivkin, he used to be sponsored by Just AE, then he wanted to go full pro. He got sponsored by Savox, he got sponsored by Hobbywing, he got sponsored by, was it Sampadao, the batteries he's running? So like, I think that's kind of the new thing, that people find these different sponsors that are willing to pay them, be it 500 or 1,000 a month. And then when they have 5 of them, that adds up to like a decent salary for them. So I think the burden of chassis manufacturers is gonna slim down, and like through that also, that's kind of what the business strategy will change. Like right now, tire companies can afford to pay someone that much, like because there are so many big races and people have to buy tires for these races, and most of them get unused, and the amount of drivers isn't like slimming down. So. Yeah, I mean, I think Tesman, the way Tesman would be able to keep going would be that, because they have a huge following in Canada. I mean, they could probably sustain themselves by just putting up a hobby shop that sells Mugen, like distributing Mugen in Canada.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm not saying that. I want to finish on this because we have a lot of questions. I'm not saying that his value or Gord's value has diminished, but it's not the same as it was a few years ago when they made the switch from HB to X-Ray. So it's going to be interesting to see where he goes. I hope they figure out something. I know he's going to be at AMS, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there. All right, next up is Cody Dudley. He wants to know, at what point do we say I need steering versus I need rotation and vice versa? And you have to keep this quick because we have a lot of questions to get through.
Yeah, I think people often kind of don't understand what it is. Like most of the times people are struggling with rotation. Like it's very rare that people have not enough steering. It's only when the track is like really, really like, how would you say, like gooey, you know, like your car just like slides around it. It's kind of damp, whatever. That's really when you don't have steering. Basically, steering is that the front end doesn't grip. It never catches the car. Rotation is when you get into the corner, you get it steering, but you can't get it to angle in the mid corner so that it gets out of the corner, basically. So I'd say steering is mostly like going into the corner, or when you're already exiting the corner, or then when you have like fast changes of direction. You know, that's steering. It's dependent on the front end, what it does, and how it transfers load to the front tires. But rotation is much more dependent really on the rear end. Like you can't really do much to rotate. Yeah, I mean, yes, you can do things to the front end to gain more rotation, but most of it is rear end resisting the rotation. When you run a lot of like towing, for example, like the outside wheel on the rear end is directed so that the car would not rotate. It's basically steering the car towards the outside of the corner. So it's like introducing like anti-rotation. If you have like toe out in the rear, that would introduce like more rotation. So basically like that's one very simple way of looking at rotation. Another way is just like basically making the rear ends more slippery. That's one way to gain it, but then again, like that's not the optimal way of getting rotation. For front end, like if you want to have more rotation, you can look at like caster, like what that does, like where does it transfer the load on the tires. More caster, you have more force in the inner tire, less caster, the opposite, you have more force in the outer tire. Like how does that affect your rotation? And then the differentials, a big deal about this. So looser differentials, they allow the tires don't effectively skid on the track as much. They allow to be spinning the way that is the most comfortable for the differential, which allows the car to rotate faster. So there are many aspects to rotation, whereas the steering is mostly just like the initial reaction of the car and how the front wheels grab. And often like rotation and steering might not even go hand in hand. So I'd say like good rule of thumb is when you're mid corner, it's always rotation. When you're going in or out or changing directions, it's mostly steering.
Okay. Next up, Joe Jenkins, can you shed some advice on what you should do when it feels like you've hit a wall in your progression? I'm trying lots of different things with my cars, and it seems to help my attitude, but I would like it to translate into results as well. I would say it comes a point in when you're racing where your results, it shouldn't matter where you finish. You know, it should matter that you just had a good time out there. If you may be still out there clicking off the same laps that you was, you know, but you're not finishing first. That's because people around you are getting faster. Maybe you've hit your level, right? We can all want to be good at something. Like, I don't know, I'm trying to use an example. Like, let's say exercise, right? There's just some people out there that are gonna have a weightlifting or whatever, like just say running. There's people that out there that are better runners than people that want to just run. You know, well, it's no different from RC. There's people out there that are just going to be better, right? So I think what you have to do in this situation is not let your results determine your happiness of where you stand. I understand you want better results, right? But I think maybe you reach a certain level, that's where you're going to be. It comes to a point where you have to maintain that level and not go below it. But when you maintain that level, others are going past it. So it might be guys out there that you used to beat before, but they're younger than you and they're beating you now. Well, they're just getting better as they get more experience or whatnot. Or there might be just young guys out there that are more talented than you, or people that are just more talented. But your progression, I guess you just can't. I think like anything else in life, you get to a level, and unless you're extremely talented, it's very hard to work past that. And I think that's anything in life, not just RC.
Yeah, your answer is so depressing. I was going to give a much more positive one. I'll give it briefly, but I do agree with the fact that you should not let your results determine of how much fun you have, especially, you know, like especially when you're not racing for money or like actual sponsorships. Like if you're on the brink of making it pro, yeah, I understand that the results are what matters to you, you know, because that could be a life-changing moment for you. But for most people, it's like the best you're gonna ever get is, you know, win intermediate at some race, you know, because I mean, let's be honest, you have a wife and a kids and a family or whatever, a job that you put so much time and effort into. So like, yeah, like I think that's one thing, actually realizing kind of what you want out of it. Thinking like, what do I actually want? Do I want to be good enough where I can go to a track, go around the track in a way that I feel confident, and I can race other cars and do my best every time I go to the track. Because if you're a beginner, sometimes it's just not fun because it's too hard to go around the track. So like, and even for more experienced racers, like if you don't really know how to set up your car, when you go on a high grip track, you just feel like a grip rolling everywhere, you know, like things like that. And like trying to find the things that make you feel good and accomplished in RC. But if you're looking at it straight from like result, like, hey, I want to actually win this race. Like this is the fastest guy in the club. I don't think he's anything like he's been at this level for a long time. Like, how can I get better? Can I get closer to his level? I think the best way to do it is to actually like realize that you don't know shit. Like, like the Dunning-Kruger effect, you know, like when you realize that you're actually dumb, that's when you start getting better, you know, like when you realize that you're actually shit, you start getting better. So one thing is, like very like, like, yeah, obviously I'm going to say this, but if you don't already have, get like Invisible Speed book, you can get the course. That's the thing where no matter how untalented you are, like your circumstances, whatever, the things that Joseph goes through in that course will get you to a certain level. It won't make you pro if you don't like have the talent in you, but it will get you to a certain level where you can be like good enough to like win at your local events. But I think if obviously if you have that already, the next step is kind of just starting to understand things. And like when you go on the track, like don't assume that you are doing the fastest line or the right lines, so you're driving the right way. Like start challenging the way you drive. Like don't just go out there and drive like push hard and like don't like start thinking about how you drive. That's definitely one way to start getting improvements. Another way is like if the setup is what's holding you back, is to actually study it, like it's not the simple thing. Like you can't think like, oh, I know what roll centers are because if I lower my link, my car will have a less roll. No, that's not it. Like you have to understand what's actually happening behind all of that. So those kind of things, accepting that you don't know shit. Even I have to do it from time to time, like, hey, actually I need to like take a beat here. I need to understand what's going on. Why am I not doing good here? And then start rebuilding from there. Especially now that I have very long winters, I wouldn't have an indoor track here. Like every spring, I kind of go through that process again, and then you hit a wall midsummer, and then you kind of build through that. So I went through this process a lot, and it's mostly just like understanding, learning, and then like relearning or re-understanding, going through it. It's a cycle. And if you just like at some point you'll get good enough at it when you do it enough that you'll be able to replicate it all the time. One really basic thing is just to like take notes when you go to track. When you started like braking earlier in the final turn, you started getting best laps. When you put this type of pin tire on, you went faster. Like every time you do something different, like you make notes. I used to do that from every time I went out to practice. I made notes of every change I made. I made, hey, this kind of thing did this. And also sometimes when I went to the track and I knew I was gonna test the car, I would make a list of things. Hey, today I want to know what doing this change to the car will actually do, and then try to understand it. And not just like when I put link here, what it will do. Like when I adjust the real roll center relative to whatever, what is it going to do? How it's going to affect your handling of the car. So understanding deeply, understanding that you don't know shit, and like challenging the fact that maybe you're actually doing something wrong. Like that's the 3 key points to start.
I like to add something. I like to add something to my point, and then we'll go on to the next question. You might be getting results in ways you don't know. So go look at your lap times. You may be throwing on faster lap times than what you was before, right? But it doesn't mean that the next guy is doing the same thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I would say if your lap times are coming down and you're getting slower, then obviously you have to work on getting that. But if you're throwing maintaining your lap times and you're getting faster in that sense, then you have to also understand that the people around you are getting faster as well. It's just simple as that. And I think you also have to be realistic about where you really stand. Because I see this a lot. I used to see this a lot as a team manager. All right, next question. Devin Bera. Tire question. When the sun goes down and moisture starts to come up, what do you look for in the dirt to switch tire compound? Temperature, sheen, gloss, humidity.
Humidity mostly. So if the track is dry, even when it's cold, you can run quite a hot compound. So it really depends. So if it's hard packed, it has a little bit of a blue/black roux. It will heat up a lot during the day, and that will make the track really hot. So you're gonna have to run like really stiff compounds. If the track's like that, and then it gets like even you run under lights, oftentimes you need a tire that's actually really really sticky. Doesn't like you can go like clay compound obviously is usually the best choice, but like sometimes if you run a medium or hard during the day, maybe in the night you'd run a super soft. But then again, there are situations where if the track is just dry, it's not hot during the day, it's not like crazy dusty or whatever, it's just dry. Then often the same compound you run during the day, okay, it depends. Like if it's like 35 degrees Celsius, yeah, obviously you're gonna have to run like a thicker compound. But it's like, for example, something like DNC. Well, when I went, it used to be the type of track that would be really dry during the day, and they wouldn't really water the line during the night. So you'd still run the same compound during the day and night. So a lot of it is humidity, seeing how much the dirt sort of plays, like how much it moves, how much it gives. Is there a lot of dust on the track? Is there loam? If there's a lot of loam on the track and then it gets cold, oftentimes it actually could be beneficial to go down to a softer compound. But oftentimes, I, for example, been at tracks where it doesn't wear tires, it's really low grip, it's really dusty, but still a stiffer compound works because it bites through the surface because the dust is so sort of light or small. So it's really down to the specific conditions and understanding that what is making the grip on the track. Is it the dry abrasive surface? Is it the dust or the loam? Is the track now actually so much more humid that the tire is slipping instead of like grabbing under the dirt? And then you have to think, okay, I might need to go to a softer compound so I have more give on the pin where I can get grip from there. Or is it just purely like rubber? Is it just like for example the Euros this year where it's just like you could run a slick and be fast if it was the right compound? So those kind of things matter. You need to kind of see what's making the grip. Is it the pin? Is it the rubber? Is it a combination of the two? Is the pins folding, which is creating grip? What is that? And then you kind of adjust it on that. But I'm assuming most of these guys asking this question is American, so I'm assuming this one is American as well. So depending on if you're running on the hard pack East Coast tracks, mostly just go to clay. It's kind of easy. But then if you're running on West Coast tracks, a lot of the times, if they don't water the line during the night, you still run like with J Concept, you run blues. With AK, you might even get away with softs, like that would be good. And with Proline, like M3s could be good. But if they water the line, it's like loamy, it's very like slippery. Then a lot of the times, the hard compound tire the pin doesn't fold, it doesn't create a little bit of give on the tire, and you'll end up sliding more than you want. And for longer mains, it also changes. So if the track ends up drying during the main because it's so dry, the atmosphere, that also changes. But yeah.
All right. You might want to get your pictures up of the Kenzie racing car. We're gonna because this next question is about this, and we're not going to be too long on this. But Chad Buckland wants to know: Bjorn is slowly returning to his prime and 10 scale form. Gerd was back in the pits at the 10 scale Worlds. Belgian company Kenzie Racing announces new four-wheel drive. It looks like the original Durango four-wheel drive Protos. Coincidence? So I guess it's trying to say that Gerd is designing this and that Bjorn's going to drive this car. Can I answer that right off the bat?
Yeah, I mean, no, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think that Bjorn Newman is going to leave a well-paying job at S-Works, who's got lots of money, where he races, where he just came second. He won e-buggy. I think he won the electric GT championship, where he gets to do all that type of cool stuff to go to a startup of this buggy. But this buggy was on Circus RC this weekend. And it looks like I have a Durango four-wheel drive right here.
Yeah. Well, if I'll go through this quickly, so effectively it's let me see, is it the Netherlands and a Belgian company? I I think it's a Belgian company, whatever it is. But this is the kind of area of the Europe where this car has circulated for so long. There has been many different iterations of the same car. It started with Gerd Strenger making the first initial prototypes of this type of car. Then they tried to do one with Serpent, and during this time, like this was at least probably like 8-year process of this whole thing where Gerd had his first prototypes, and Jörg won the Euros with it. During this time, there was like another Belgian company. They made the Aero car. I can't remember now the name of the manufacturer, but effectively, I think this is one of those people, either who has, heard the story and got interested and then made the remodel of the car, or it's someone who was actually there and now is kind of like a passion project for them, for these people. And I'm actually going to share this one, a picture of the original. You have to Durango. Yeah, this is a picture of the original Durango prototype. Well, one of the original Durango prototypes for 2007. Effectively, this is the car. It's pretty much a copy of this. I mean, for all I could say, it could be exactly the same manufacturer of this, like who did it then, wants to do it again now. Kind of like a collectible thing. So yeah, and eventually what happened, Serpent didn't want to pursue the project in 2008-9, and because of obviously the finance crisis. And then Durango picked Gerd up, and then they made a production kit which became Durango for a while. Yeah. So that's kind of
Salty Joe.
Yeah, that's kind of the story of that. I think, I mean, the way, if you look at the car, the Kensei Racing released, like it's not that they've tried to revamp the Durango. They still have the same exact style of hubs, arms. Even the shock tires look exactly the same. So it's not that they've tried to.
Yeah, I don't think that Jordan Newman is going to be leaving SRX for this. I think it's quite comfortable.
No. And even Serpent, like when Jordan was at Serpent, they made this buggy. They made the Durango buggy there. So I don't think he's fond of it enough to go there. So yeah, I think what this is mostly, it's about someone who's like he likes the concept and he kind of wants to make a collectible for people which they can drive. That's my take on it.
Okay. Up next, Blake Allen, my buddy, once again. Have the illegal Trinity Motors given any event winners an unfair advantage that led to their victories? I don't know. Obviously, they still have to drive the car and be excellent at it. Who knows?
I mean, the guy who won the Roar Nats, didn't he win by like 2/10 in the end or something crazy? Because
but he wasn't running. He wasn't this recent Nats, but he wasn't running.
Yeah, the stuff. Yeah, neither of them was running Trinity.
No, Kyle was. Kyle was running the Trinity stuff.
Was he the one who lost or won?
Yeah, he's the one who lost in the end. I don't know.
Yeah, so basically, at least the Roar Nats.
Look, Trinity's always been learned that they have certain hot motors that team drivers have. That's been the accusation, I think, especially with Trinity. I'm sure it's been an accusation with other motor companies. They still have to drive it. Does this give an advantage? I don't know. I'm not that technical. So. I can't figure it out. But it's still within the parameters of the rules.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. It's rules. They went over it. They went past the parameters. Yeah. It's like NASCAR. Like NASCAR has a template that your car has to fit, like the aerodynamics. And if you go off that, you don't get disqualified, but you get like penalized. Yeah. So I don't think it's about did it give an advantage or anything. I think it's about being within the specs of what's supposed to be.
Yeah. And I think like if there ever was an advantage, it was very marginal. And like, if the Kyle guy actually won the Roar Nats and the difference was 2/10 in the end, you could probably calculate that the 0.01, miles per hour faster he was going down the straight did actually help him. But yeah, I don't. To be honest, like things like this are so marginal that's not gonna.
Okay.
It's still like the driver, the car setup. That's what actually makes the difference. Even in stock, the engine is rather small part of it in the end.
All right. Darren Johnson, how closely did we follow the Australian? That's not close enough, but I talked to him. He also podiumed, so congratulations to him. He podiumed in 40 plus e-buggy, and I believe he was e-buggy, he might have, and I guess sportsman or something. So congratulations to him. Zach Donovan, we're going to go through this real quick because he just geeked out on tires, but he wants to know, how do you determine the right tire for a track if there's no spec tire, compound, firm, tread, pattern, brand, etc.? So many choices nowadays. They all work, in quotes, but not all are as fast as each other. So how do you determine the best time for your application? That's simple. Whatever the fast guys want.
Yeah, I mean, that's always that's always the easy way to go if you don't know. But I mean, a lot of the times it's knowing what you like. For example, I knew that if some drivers run a super soft, I often like to run a soft, and I knew that if some people like to run, double downs, I wouldn't like to run double downs because I hated that tire. So like there are things that in the end you will kind of learn that you like certain type of tires, you don't like certain type of tires. And maybe your car likes certain type of tires and doesn't like others. So it's a lot of it is learning. And but like always a solid way to go is kind of run what like the majority of people are running. That's usually the easiest. Like the difference in the end, it won't be much, but it's just that it would be much more nice if you didn't have to like try to find out what actually is the best. And then the issue is that if some, like for example at the Euros, everyone's running mediums, some was running hards during like the first 2-3 days, and then mid qualifying people went to clays, and then everyone had to run clays. Like the mediums were so much slower, like we're talking like half a second lap slower, second lap slower in the worst case, because the track's so long. So yeah, that's kind of the issue, that even if you find a tire that works, maybe at some point it might change at these big events.
Okay. Alex Richards, we have a bruggy question. I'm still getting tired of these ones. But anyway, we'll ask it. If all the bruggy folks justify the change by saying it performs better, couldn't we also just put a bruggy body on a short course and call it short course because it performs better? The logic is the same. It's sad Raw has bent to manufacturers to allow bruggy bodies to continue. So first off, I want to say something. Short course is actually based off something that actually exists. Number one, short course trucks. Traxxas actually based that truck, probably never intending to race it, off an actual racing truck. That's what they look like, right? Truggies are called trucks, but in my opinion, I have never seen a truck look like a truggy. But
truggy is so different. Truggy is an
truggy has been through so many iterations. So the first, for people that don't know, the first truggies were actually buggies that put a truck type of body on it and used used the same chassis. They used I remember back in my day, you had the Panther low profile tires that were just a bit bigger than buggy tires and a bit wider, and you didn't have to change your gear in or anything. And then that was a big stink about that, because you had guys that ran truck tires, like monster truck tires, bigger, wider. Truggy has been through so many iterations. It took them about 5 years to figure out what type of tires to run on these things. Mm-hmm. It's based on nothing out there. It's based on it was supposed to be based on monster trucks that got transformed to racing trucks. They went through so many iterations. There's absolutely nothing in saying that you cannot run the original truck body. You can run it if you want. It just doesn't matter to me. But to compare it to short course, which is actually based off a truck, an actual real live racing truck. And it came out. It originally started as that, a truck for people to go out and enjoy with this slash, because that's where it started from. It doesn't make a difference. Like it is still the only class out there that we race that actually resembles an offer that actually resembles anything realistic. Whereas Truggy is like buggy, it's just out there, and nothing out there in real life actually looks like it. I just kind of over the whole bruggy, truggy, body thingy. Like, I just don't care anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of see it that there's a very simple explanation to this. Short course has very specific, predetermined qualities the bodies need to have. You can't cut it too much. You need to have a certain amount of like uncut space. You can only do this and that, to the body. And it has to like fill these certain things. Okay. Well, the Truggy rules don't have that. They've never had that. They have never said that the body must have this thing. The only thing it says, it
must have headlights and front lights and tail lights or something like that.
It needs to have like front lights, and then also it needs to somewhat resemble a truck, so it has to basically have the truck bed. That's basically it, so that's it. It's no more than that. There has never been any rules. It's kind of been a fun thing within the industry to make them look like trucks. But then when someone realized that, hey, actually it does perform quite a bit better when you just like don't let the air go in the body, and then everyone else was like, well, yeah, now that they've done it, we have to do it. And that now we're here. And I think this is great, because in the end, we would like the Truggy class to die away, because it's a pointless class in the end. Like now, I think it's funny because when they had a different body, everyone's like, oh my God, it's Truggy. It's so cool. Now they have a bruggy body, and everyone's like, oh, it's just a big buggy. Well, what's different? The freaking body
It's just a big buggy from the get-go.
Yeah, it's always been a big buggy. That's the whole point of the class. So why, like,
that's why it's called a Truggy, and a Truggy, a cross between a truck and a buggy.
It's always been a more expensive, more,
easier to drive.
Parts. Yeah, a little bit easier to drive. Fucking break your head as a marshal, like type of class, with a little bit of a truck type of looking body that essentially all manufactured based off of their buggy. That's all it has ever been, and I don't know. It's crazy how it has just stuck around so well.
Well, people like it. It's fun to drive. That's
I think the main reason why it stuck around so well is because of track time. There has been this like constant evolution to events where you don't get a lot of track time, and then when you have another class, you can get more track time, and that's why Truggy has sticked around. If that wasn't the case, I don't think that would have happened. And then why Stadium Truck hasn't been around anymore. I think it's a lot about the fact that you actually do have quite a bit of track time at 10 scale races compared to 8 scale, and also you're already running two classes, two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, and like back in the day, people even run Stadium short course truck, so you run 4 classes. So yeah,
I'm just kind of over it. Like, it's here, it's not going anywhere. If you want to run a traditional Truggy body, go ahead and run it. I see people running it. No one's stopping you. But compared it to short course, which the body is actually what makes it what it is based off the real thing, is like kind of silly. And I'm just so over it. I'm over it. It is what it is. It's a bigger Truggy. It's for guys who can't drive a buggy as fast as they want to drive. The Truggy is for guys who can't drive a 1/8 scale nitro buggy as fast as they want to. Like I said, practice more of your 1/8 scale buggy and leave Truggy for when you need to go get track time. And that goes for you too. And look, it's nothing wrong with people enjoying Truggy, and that's what they want to do. You now have e-Truggy and you now have nitro Truggy, so you can legitimately go and early run Truggy. But at the end of the day, the premier classes in 8 scale will always be 1/8 scale buggy, nitro buggy, and then e-buggy. It's simple. And Truggy is not gonna. Now, e-Truggy is getting popular, but will it surpass nitro buggy and e-buggy? I don't think so. Just go have fun, drive what you want to drive, right? If you want to have a camper van on your truggy to make it look like a truck, or you want to have, whatever you want to do, you want to run a Volkswagen. I saw a guy have a Volkswagen Beetle body on his truggy.
Yeah,
that's not a truck body. Is that illegal? Should he not be wearing that, running that? He just ran it because it looked cool. Who cares? It's not a world championship. World champion. Now, e-truggy might be a world championship class. I don't ever see nitro truggy becoming a world championship class.
Yeah. I actually saw one person running those Tamiya trucks. They had put a body like that on their truggy.
Yeah, why not? Why not? That's about as serious as the class is, in my opinion. I think it's fun. I have a truggy right here. I enjoy it. Wow, I did enjoy it. It's still got the same broken arm on it for the last 5 years. It was a fun class to run, but it was just for track time. I really took 8-scale buggy the most serious, and I always will. But you run what you want to run. Like arguing about it ain't gonna change nobody. Like it's like a small group of people arguing over a very small part of RC. You don't want to run a traditional buggy? You don't want to run the new buggy bodies? That's fine. Run the old ones.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All right.
I think this brings up a good point. I want to say this now, that it's like all the classes we run, what the classes are no more than what ROAR, EFRA, IFMAR, FEMCA have determined. Like the touring car class, everyone's saying, oh, the new cone head, well, not anymore new, but the cone head bodies, they are not cool. Well, who is controlling that? It's EFRA, it's ROAR, whoever approves those bodies. So if people actually think that classes should be a certain way, crying about it online isn't the way. You have to actually apply to these federations. You have to make the work and discuss with people, what do we actually want these classes to be? What do we want these classes to represent? Do we want this to be like 100% scale looking, whatever? Do we want this to be like their own thing that we determine? And that's what happens. Like when you don't determine a class and you just kind of let it out to live its life, that's what happens. It's going to evolve into a way that's the fastest way around the track,
It's all about evolution for me.
Yeah.
You can still run up to a 30.30 engine in a truggy.
Yeah.
In a truggy, literally.
Yeah, Nova Rossi has
that's what.
2.8.
Yeah, because Wiggins has changed over to Nova Rossi, right?
Yeah.
And he's running the 24cc in his truck.
Yeah.
What? So what? It's like I don't know, like it's just I get it. They want something to talk. They want something to argue about. That's all right. Joe Zaire Jr. I love that Team Associated is at SEMA, and I think it's killing it in their booth. But do you think it will make a difference in the RC world, or is this a one and done? Well, Tim Lime says that Traxxas and Red Cat have been there for years. I think it's cool. I think it shows off RC cars, right? Mostly basher stuff, probably some racing stuff there. What would be cool is if they had like a little carpet track set up and people were racing there, or something. But maybe in the future. But Associated has a lot of bashing RTR stuff as well. So, they have some licensed stuff as well. I see Wallace there. I think it's cool. I think getting RC in front of anybody like that is great. Will it affect RC racing? Maybe not, because it's not racing based. But it is what it is. It's getting RC cars in front of people. But it's still kind of like the toy factor. Like, oh, these are cool toys. Instead of, they do have a one-on-one full Associated buggy there, which is pretty cool. And stuff like that. But I still think like maybe in the future, if this opens up doors where they can put a little carpet race there or something, that would be great. That was a big discussion on our live show the other day about getting a race at SEMA. So maybe that should be the goal. I hope Associated could do it. We shall see. But for me, I think anything that gets it in front of people is okay.
Yeah, I think it's funny how people always like look at RC in such a weird, twisted way. Like even within, it's always like, oh, it's so great. Hamilton and Ocon are playing with an RC cars. But then we always say, yeah, but RC is such a professional sport.
You know, like this is these people are professionals and whatever. And then it's kind of like, and even the SEMA thing, like it's people like, oh, but yeah, they isn't like this and that, and they should be doing this and they should be doing that. Why isn't like just being there, creating the connections? Like RC is a business just as any other thing, you know, and you have to have connections. You have to make, you know, friends within any type of industry that relates to yours. For example, the visions thing, like probably a lot of people who are at the SEMA have some relations for the visions thing or similar type of events around America. So maybe Wally meets someone who's like, hey, I freaking love RC cars. My kid really likes to drive them. You want to come to my freaking whatever, who's here, you know, whatever these like derby races they have in America around ovals or whatever it is, you know. So I think it's just about creating connections, getting your foot in the door in a lot of these places. People getting to know that Associated is a company that is an American, does American, you know, like promotes RC racing in America as a company and does cars and so on. I think that's already valuable. It shouldn't always be like, oh, we need to show how cool this RC car is so that they think it's cool, and then they want to be one of us. No, that's kind of like if we want us to be taken seriously, if we want like this thing to grow, we have to be also like, hey, like this is quite a solid thing. It's also a business opportunity. We can do this, we can do that, you know, if you want that to happen, especially the world we're currently.
It is what it is. I would love to see Lewis Hamilton come to a race and race. That would be cool. I think, it's good for Associated. It's going to help them make connections, like you said, and be there next year. SEMA's huge, right? I mean, I had my little taste of a convention at that Re Plus convention, and that was humongous. So I imagine this is way bigger than that.
Yeah, and I do also find it funny how it's always when some company does something new, like it maybe it's not worth anything. Like maybe nobody gives a shit that SEMA who is Associated, but maybe somebody remembers Associated, and when they are organizing a huge event and they would like someone, you know, RC stuff there, they'll contact Associated first. So I bet Tim Lime would be pissed, for example, that they don't call S-Works, you know? So I think it's always a little bit, you know, funny how people turn down, like, trying to do something different. The way Joseph has tried to talk to MXGP before, how David Isherwood has talked to all these big organizations trying to get RCGP into the big thing. All of this, you have a foot in the door, you know? Like, I bet not many people within RC can, like, write up a message to Roberto Longo and, like, ask, could we have an RC race at an MXGP run? Because they haven't done it. They haven't tried it. Yeah, it didn't amount to anything in the end for RCGP, and RCGP doesn't exist now, okay? But it still was tried. And it's still, like, that connection is there. It's alive. So, yeah, I don't know. I think the attitude needs a little bit change in the community. I didn't want to diss Tim Lime. I don't know what he.
No, he was just saying that. Associated.
Oh, he just said okay.
He said that Red Cat and Traxxas have booths there as well, which makes sense because both of those companies have non-racing, and so does Associated, non-racing RC stuff. Austin Schaefer, when is Max coming to USA next? He needs some more sun. You coming?
Well, I don't know. I think AMS would have been a great place to come to, but it just
you wouldn't have got no sun at AMS though.
Yeah, no sun at AMS, and also it's difficult because it's so late in the year, so no practice for me before. So and then I don't really want to go to like PMB at DNCU, but you don't get much practice, so little track time. Also, I don't get to practice in Finland before. And then during the summer, it's race season here. There's not many big races in America that you can come from abroad. So it's a difficult one, really.
And money.
Yeah, of course. It does cost
you are
money
a student.
to go there.
You are a student. All right. Kevin Mendez, he wants to know, have you driven the new S354E Evo from S-Works compared to the one that you drove before that you made the comparisons? You was comparing, I think he was comparing pivot bowl cars on the last podcast. So he asked this question: if you've driven the new Evo, but isn't
No,
there
I
not much difference between the Evo and the other car? It's something. I think it's just like a Ackerman
I don't
change
know.
or a
They
steering
have
post change or something.
the newest car doesn't have much difference. I think
Right.
like, but it's basically like the S-Works car. Let's be honest. They started from copying Mugen front end, copying Kiosa rear end, and then they kind of moved away from there. And yeah, they are their own thing now. I'm not saying that they are still, but that's kind of where they started. And yeah, it's not that different from other cars. They have a few things different. They have some more stood up front shocks than other pillowbow cars. They have a little bit more rear offset than other pillowbow cars.
So you haven't driven a new car then? That's what he was asking.
Yeah, I haven't, but I don't think it's been out even that long. And the only thing different is the steering servo, or what is it? Servo saver, I think.
Well, that's what I heard. I don't
shocks.
know.
They have new shocks. That was
Okay.
the thing. That's why they was running the HB shocks before.
Ah, okay. All right. Maybe you get to drive it when the snow thaws. Charlie Mack, Nitro Chuggy should be included in 1/8 scale IFMAR Nitro Worlds. That's not a question. That's a fact. I don't think so. I think that they should just have e-buggy at the Nitro Worlds, in my opinion. That's what I would do.
I think e-buggy, yes, and also I do believe we would have to exclude some classes that do not get a lot of entries.
Not every race class out there has to have a world championship.
Yeah, I think especially. I mean, currently there aren't many world championships. I think the GT is a great one. It's popping up. You know, it's a new one. Obviously, they're not going to have that many entries in the beginning. If it doesn't work out after like 5 years, I think like even then you have to drop it. You know, I don't think we should have world championships for classes that don't have the support of entries. So yeah, but for sure, Chuggy definitely no, and e-buggy yes.
Yeah, I would say that to save on manufacturer's cost, just have the 1/8 scale buggy world championships. That's it, and have because you can use the same tires, you can use pretty much the same parts from each car. You know, you don't have to carry a whole bunch of stuff. You know, and even though the Truggy might be the same brand as the car, you same diffs and C-hubs.
I do like it. Yeah, I do like that idea. Kind of like 10 scale. You do it first two-wheel drive, then four-wheel drive, or whichever way it goes. I do like that idea. And then you would also just naturally shorten it a lot too. Like, obviously it would be still long, but it would shorten it effectively because you have two races. I do like that idea a lot.
I am not anti-Truggy because I like Truggy. I'm not like you. But I don't see...
Dude, I'm honestly fucking designing a Truggy right now.
I don't see... I see Nitro Truggy... E-Truggy is becoming way more popular than Nitro Truggy at this moment. And it's still a popular class at some of these big races and stuff like that. But I just... It comes down to like it's popular in America. It's popular in some countries in Europe. It's popular in places like Australia. I don't see it. You know, it's not a class. I know it's hard for a lot of our American listeners that do run Truggy to understand that it's not as popular in the rest of the world. E-Truggy though has it's coming along, but does that mean that E-Truggy has to have a world championships? Well. No, I mean, if Nitro Truggy grew and then you had a Nitro 1/8 scale world championships and an electric 1/8 scale world championships, but I think that the 1/8 scale world champion, who knows? You know what? It's too.
I think I have to say that I think countries would need to have, like, for example, EFRA. They would actually need to have a Truggy European Championships, and FEMCA should have the Truggy. They might have Truggy FEMCA Championships, but FAMAR definitely has Truggy. FAMAR has Truggy, but.
I don't think they have one. Yeah, they do, but it's
at least the African one has Truggy.
They have Truggy. I mean, America has a national Truggy championship. It's run.
Yeah, but I think Europe. I don't know if FEMCA has, but at least Europe doesn't have. And yeah, so
maybe
I don't know. I think.
Does.
Yeah, I don't know.
So there we go. There we go, Charlie.
At least they don't. Maybe if EFRA has Truggy, like okay. if EFRA has Truggy European Championships, then yeah, everyone has their own. So why not have the Worlds? Go ahead.
Yeah. So there you go. First, we need to have EFRA have a Truggy Championships. Then we can have a World Championships.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go, Charlie Mac. There's your stepping stone. Make it your goal, as Keith David would say. Make it your goal, Charlie Mac. Get EFRA running Truggy. Let's have a European Truggy. Let's have a Truggy Euros, where bruggy bodies will be allowed.
No, but BRCA, man, that's gonna be
BRCA has a Truggy Nationals. Germany has a Truggy Nationals. France has a Truggy Nationals. I believe Spain has a Truggy Nationals.
Yeah.
So,
dude, what if I actually like?
I would. It would be so great. The class that you dislike the most, you have just made it happen.
Like
if we go back like 5 years from now, at 3:58 p.m. on the 3rd of November 2003 on a Friday, without any beer, Max came up with the answer how we make Truggy a world championship class.
Like I might have just shot myself in the leg for like the worst.
Shot yourself in the foot. It's terminology.
The foot, yeah.
All right, we have a couple more questions from YouTube, and then that's it. We're gonna go on to our rant. Dustin Hewlett, what's up, Dustin? Is there a video out there of what 1/8 scale buggy suspension should look like or feel like on the bench? Just someone compressing and releasing a base setup. I struggled with finding that correct feeling. I don't know.
It's
I think
really
it's just
hard to see with your eyes. Like,
is it just like, oh, that's so great? It feels so dialed. Let me push it up and down again 10 more times to make sure it's great.
You kind of have to feel it for yourself. I don't think you can test it or look at it. I mean, if
you go out there and it sucks.
Yeah, I mean, the only way you can maybe take something out would be like those slow-mo drop videos. Those you can see kind of how it works. But then again, like, you'd have to film every single car, and I don't even know what my car looks like when I do the slow-mo. I just kind of know from experience how it should feel stiffness-wise, and then on track, I feel like...
So basically what he's saying, he says, I forgot, I cut off the question. He says, I struggle to find that correct feeling for a long time, and just a short video explaining the feeling and showing rebound would be awesome.
I mean, I can try to make a video like, but I don't know how I would do it so that it would actually translate. Because when I see someone on the next to me on the pit bench doing their car, like bouncing their car around, I can't tell if it's stiff or not. Even when they drop it, I can't tell it's stiff or not, or if it's good or whatever it is. Only when I like feel it myself, I can tell.
I think it's placebo. I think it's all placebo. I feel so down.
No, but the thing is that when you, for example, make the shocks and then you're like, is this oil good? And you test it. Like sometimes with the track, it might feel stiff even though the oil is soft, but then you know the piston is wrong. That kind of thing, you know? But yeah, I mean, to be honest, if it feels good on track, just go with it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a video JQ should make. There we go.
Yeah, maybe Joseph. I'll let Joseph figure that one out because I don't really know how you would make that. Like,
you know what, Dustin? Let him know in the invisible. I think Dustin's gonna be in invisible speed. Let him know. Ask him that if you can make a video like that. That would be a good video, a challenge for JQ. All right. Up next from George Tsakis. He wants to know, confirming if I read correctly, low roll center needs stiffer springs, high roll center needs softer springs. Explain why and or provide correct explanation. There you go. Your last science mode question of the day, Max. I will now stare into space blankly as I pretend to listen.
I wouldn't say that it's that simple necessarily, but I think it's on the right track. So when you have a higher roll center, you will have more force transferred straight to the linkages, basically. So the car will naturally put more force on the outer tire when you're going into a corner instead of putting force on like rolling. And you don't need to have as much stiffness from the spring
because the car naturally won't want to roll as much, so you can allow it to roll, a bit further with the softer spring. With stiffer spring and lower roll center, it does make sense that way, but it always doesn't work in your favor. Oftentimes, you have to also take in account for the actual heave motion of the suspension, so how the car lands, how it's handling on the braking. It's not always about just roll with the springs. A lot of what the springs does is, for example, in the rear end, the biggest effect you're going to feel off the rear springs is going to be when you're accelerating out of a corner. You're often like sitting on the rear corner like this. So the outside rear spring stiffness will a lot of the time determine how much, how far the car has leaned over there. And that will then give you how much support your car has. And roll centers wouldn't necessarily help you there that much. It would be mostly something like anti-squat or wheelbase, the axle or the drive shaft angle, and the sort of leverage arm of the hub. So how far back you have the rear hubs, differential stuff like that. So the spring won't necessarily one-to-one translate it. If you just go up a roll center, you should automatically go like lower on springs. But oftentimes, like you could, if you want to go to softer springs, but you want to gain a little bit more stiffness in the car, you can sort of work with that. But I would much rather say that like roll centers and roll bars work much more together. Not exactly the same, but still they are, I think, more closely linked than springs, because they kind of, do some of the same stuff. They adjust the amount of pressure that goes on the inner and outer tire. Roll center kind of how that is transferred, the anti-roll bar of how much is transferred, and the spring is always working with that, but the spring is working in so many directions. So I think that's the right idea, but you should always take into account many other things. Sometimes you could go up in both because you're struggling with a certain issue, but like very basic, like if you're looking at only the roll, yes, I think that would make sense. But if you're looking at the car handling as a whole, I don't think you should really hold that as a rule of thumb or anything.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to go way longer. All right.
No, it's quite about that wasn't that crazy of a question. If he asked how to make it work, then that was taking longer. But like what happens there, that's kind of easier to explain.
All right. Well, I want to thank everybody for their questions. We greatly appreciate it. I think we're doing that section maybe twice a month now, maybe. So we do take some time to do it. Max is geeking out as well on these. We do appreciate your questions. Keep them coming. We try to answer all of them. There are some that are repetitive, so we don't. Oh, you know what? Blake asked us about our picks for AMS. We'll make that at the end of this.
Yeah.
Because we're getting ready to go on to the rant. But before we do that, remember everybody, thank you to BeachRC and Brent for all their support. There's an affiliate link for BeachRC in the written link of this description. It helps us out a lot if you go. We got a little slice. Please hit that link, buy some stuff from BeachRC and show them some love, and it shows us some love. With that said, we are going on to the JQ Racing Rant, and it's all about the Reg GP.
We are now at that point of the show where you should fasten those seatbelts and put your big boy pants on. Whoa. Things are about to get serious. It's time for the JQ Racing Rant.
Oh man! Every time I look at that intro, that ad read that I put together. I look at pictures. So cool. So much fun. We was definitely hardcore back then. All right. So up next is the JQ Racing Rant. The Reg GP happened about 3 weeks ago now, I'd say. Maybe 2.5 weeks ago. Yeah, it happened the week before I went to Masters.
Yeah, I think it was like 15th of October. No,
yes,
yeah, something like that.
Middle of October, around that point. So this was held in Gusago, Italy, at the Aussie team track, a track that I've had the privilege of going to. Beautiful facility. It's kind of like Boots' home track, I want to say. It was put on by Reds Racing.
Yeah,
and
definitely Boots' home track. It's like 5 kilometers from the Reds factory.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it had some great coverage. It was done in Italian. The Italian guys, the commentators, the Italian commentators are like Spanish football commentators. Yeah. Like they go from 100% to 150%. It's no anything under 100% when they do their commentating, but it's some good stuff. I think Boots won e-buggy at this race, and I believe so. We're going back some time ago. Maybe Max will bring up some results.
Boots won e-buggy, and there was actually this drama. I forgot about all this. Ongara finished third, but he didn't go to the podium.
Well, he was not happy with this race at all.
Yeah.
So he apologized after this race too for something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I took a screenshot of it. I'll find that.
All right. So what happened in this race? They had a 45-minute, I think it was 45-minute final, which kind of happened under the lights. It was actually a very good final. It was ebb and flow the entire way. Barufalo was fast. Polito was fast. Boots was exceptionally fast. Ongaro and Canas was fast too, but Canas kept making mistakes. Ongaro was there, so this had some of the fastest racers in Europe there, and it actually came down to the last. They have this arched bridge, and I'm a big fan of arched bridge, and this is one of the best. So it happened after this arched bridge, and Boots made a last-minute charge. Like he jumped over this bridge, whoo, and like got right on the inside of Polito at the 180 around there. Then they came around, and then he was carrying the inside line to go under the bridge, and it looked like they touched as they did touch as they came. To me, it still looks like Polito came into Boots because Boots had the inside line, and Boots was powering out, and Polito was powering out. Polito goes flying off the track. Boots comes around for the win, and immediately after that, they'd say, no, he didn't win. Polito won. So we have the video here. Let's play it. Hold on. So let me mute that. Let's bring it up here. Max is looking for results. So this is like the last couple of corners of this race. So this is Polito. This is Boots. Now, both of these guys crashed quite a lot. So let's watch this. There's Polito in that yellow and blue. There's Boots right behind him. Here they come. They touch a little bit. They're right neck and neck. Boots sends it up over that jump, goes on the inside, comes around, and then they touch right there. I will pause it right there. And then they come into the pits. All right. You see the Reds guys. They're clapping. They're happy. Hold on. Let me bring this up right here. And then here's the Matrix guys. There's Adrian. There's the guy from Matrix. They're claiming, no. There's the Reds guys. There's Marco Rossi. There's the Reds guys. They start arguing. I wish I could have been there right there at that point. And then right at this point, they say, oh, no, we give it to Matrix guy. We give it to Polito because he runs Matrix. So I'm just saying they gave it to Polito, not because he runs Matrix. I'm just saying they gave it to Polito because those are the Matrix guys that were complaining on there, right? So let's watch that again. I'm already going to get myself in trouble. We already know that the Matrix guys don't like us too much anyway. But let's watch it here. Let me go back to this screen and let me pause it. Let me see. Can I pause it? Right here. So there's Boots right behind the Boots is on
We have the slowed down version as well.
So look, there's Boots. He's on the inside right now, right? Powering out. There we see. There's Boots. There's Polito. So Polito's a little bit ahead of him. it's very hard to see because it happens like right on the.
Let me pull up the. I have the slowed down version of it. Let me pull it
But
up.
let's just try and see this. I had it. Hold on.
I have the pictures. I'll pull them up.
All right, so there we have it. All right, so I'll take this out of her. Let's just see this to the end so you can see what happens in the pits afterwards, because I thought that was a big part of it too. Maybe has some volume.
E attenzione, vince Elio Boots, ma Mattia Polito secondo e quindi e allora
See, they announced Boots is the winner.
Vince Polito
There's
su
Mr.
Elio
Boots.
E attenzione, andiamo a vedere cosa dicono con Mattia. Attenzione, Mattia che forse la porta a casa, sì, andiamo. Quindi adesso quindi Boots, vado giù a fare l'intervista, andiamo giù a fare l'intervista.
So Boots and Mattia are actually S-Works teammates too. So
yeah,
they are teammates in that sense. All right, so you have the pictures up as well. Let's have a look.
Yeah, let me.
I personally think that Boots got robbed. I thought he won that race.
I would have to agree. I think it's. I don't think it's even that like that controversial. Like to say that, you know,
even if that was 50-50, I would say that was 50-50, right? Sorry.
Yeah, I would say too. I wouldn't say like
I don't see how there was a penalty there because they were both racing. Boots had the inside. Let's bring it up. You got pictures here? All right. Let's make this bigger.
So basically, from if you can look at here the way these cars are angled, Boots is like all the way, you know, on the inside. He's alongside it. And the thing is, here we are at a point where, like, Boots has braked. Polito has kept it pinned, you know? So that's why it looks like Polito might, like, it's a little bit in front. And then what happens is Boots tries to square off, whereas Polito, he just, like, keeps it pinned here. Boots is still on the inside, quite like, and like you can't say that Polito gives him any room. There literally isn't room on the inside.
Like it looks like Polito is trying to go to the inside.
Yeah, he's trying to cross
right
over Boots, kind of go in front of him. So I think like this is the moment, like before they hit, like, and this is right as they hit.
Yeah, so like Polito in my book is hitting Boots at this point.
Yeah.
Boots is still on the same line he was on.
Yeah. And if we look at, let me bring out the video of this, the slowed down version that we had on our Facebook. Like if we really look at it here, Boots is on the inside. And he was in front, you know, at this stage. Like this stage, they're right side by side. Polito has a little bit more speed going through the corner. So eventually at this bump, he's a little bit ahead. But Boots lifts off at this point and tries to square up, whereas Polito just keeps it pinned and, you know, ends up hitting the Boots. And here we have it like majorly like zoomed in. And
the video quality is absolute shit. Let's get everybody know.
Yeah.
You could see just now where Polito turned in.
Yeah. So I don't like. I'm not saying you should penalize Polito for this. Okay, like if it happened,
the penalty was him flying off the track.
Yeah, like just to me, it's crazy how people say that it was Boots' fault because he was alongside, you know, as long as you're that far alongside, I think it's fair. And he wasn't like overshooting the corner. He was keeping his line. He was like, Polito didn't keep his line effectively, you know? And there is no like, oh, he was like 1 centimeter ahead, so he has the right to run around the, like cross the line. No, I don't think that's how fair racing works. So, and to be honest, I think if Polito just did what he did, but just allowed the car to go a little bit wider, he would have held, the position. The mistake he did was he crossed off Boots too much. I think that's why he ended up hitting him and then crashing. And then I don't know who was RD there, but clearly I think that was quite a fast decision. Like they had it on video, they took no look at the video.
That's what I'm saying. It was like instant. As soon as they come, that's what kind of shocked me. As soon as they reached up and started saying, hey, la, 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 and I'm like, they changed their mind right away. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
I have a feeling that the Matrix guys are listening to what we say here. So there's some comments here. There's some comments on a Facebook post here, and one of the guys, well, he's from Spain. Kristen Villar Sanchez says, those of you who see Boots' car in front of Polito's and that gives him the right to hit the other, I just hope they do that to you. But he doesn't mention our name. Sergio Rivas, who's the Matrix guy in Spain. I was wondering what the No Name RC podcast was going to come up with next week to explain. This must have been on our post to explain that Matrix had won once again. According to them, in Buggyland, Ongaro had won both classes because of the driver. No credit to the tire. This time I see it coming from the referee helping them. Well, I'm not taking anything away from Polito that he drove a great race. He drove an absolutely great race. But the referee obviously gave this win to Boots. I mean, if you like immediately, like I don't even think there's any argument about that. And it was just incredible how fast they made the decision. Like the Matrix guys looked up there and shut up and complained. And then, we changed their mind right away. I talked to Boots about it. I talked to his dad about it and all that type of stuff. And they feel like, obviously they feel like they got robbed. But I mean, what can you do? It's in Italy. It's in Italy. Yeah. It's an Italian driver versus an English driver. I think it's always going to be an Italian driver that wins that. That in that case, going to win that one.
Yeah, and just to be honest, it wasn't. That incident is quite 50-50, Like, I think the way the incident was, I don't think you could see, like, oh, Polito did everything wrong here, or Boots did, like, everything right. No, Boots, it was a very tight gap. There was most likely going to be contact. But then again, I think Boots has a right to go there, So,
I mean, they both could have ended up flipping off the track.
Yeah.
It's just that one of the guys, like either Polito weren't checking up. they were going for it, right? At the end of the day, and he went for it and he got it wrong. Yeah. He got the shit out of the stick. And Boots, in my opinion, won that race. Now, Robert disagrees with me. He talked about it. He tried to explain to me some way, and no, it was a racing incident. I think they said that the referees looked at video and all that stuff, and they determined that it was. But they made the decision directly afterwards. I don't.
And it's much easier. It's much easier to like. Just
I don't know. I just thought it was a robbery.
I think, and to be honest, like I've seen no penalty being given, like for much worse, and like here, I don't think Boots was that much even in the wrong. And I don't really what did Robert argue? Because all I heard him say was that I saw him comment on Facebook that he thought it was Boots' blood. I don't think there has to be a way where you can go to the inside of another car, and as long as you keep your line, you're good. Like you can stick a nose up into the corner as long as you keep your line, don't overshoot it. Like if you're at the hairpin and you shoot it to the inside, like even if you make the corner, still if you just drive like an idiot straight to the corner and like the center point of the hairpin, that's fine, But that was a 90-degree corner, and as long as you're like half car's width alongside, I think it's fine. But I think that's pretty. To me, it's quite simple,
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was just too reversed too fast for me. And it was a great race. Actually, it was a very good final. And it had a lot of ebbs. Ongaro had some issue with Polito as well in the pit lane at that race too.
So let me actually bring up some of Ongaro.
So apparently,
he was like very, very upset after this race.
Yeah, and it's very. You know what? I think it's this track because he was upset at this track for RCGP. Him and Canas. Him and Canas were very upset. He was upset at Canas at this track for RCGP.
Yeah. So here's his Facebook post, and
let's read it. He goes.
The thing is, like,
let me read it for our audio only guys. He says, 2023 Reg GP is finally done. Well, not so many words to write about this race. I was leading the main final when coming into pit lane. An accident caused me to flame out, which is when I think either Polito got put on top of his car or something happened.
There was 3 cars. It was Polito, Ongaro, and Valente. I think they put Valente's car on top of Ongaro's car. And then they got stuck, and then they put Polito, and then Ongaro hit Polito, and then he flamed out in the end. And then
I think he was mad at Valente.
Yeah, for sure, because that's the car who was put on top of his car. And then, I think his car either broke there or he broke it at the end of the lap or something, because after that he just completely retired.
Yeah, his dad just picked so his dad got his car. He crashed coming up like it's like a chicane that comes onto the start finish line. He crashed right there. And then his car cut out, and his dad just went and picked it up. And, they didn't even try to fire it up or nothing. Either it broke or they just said, enough is enough. But basically, this is what he says. Well, not so many words to write about this race. I was leading the main final, and coming into pit lane, an accident caused me to flame out. Maybe it was not our weekend, but we sure that we were also without practice in the track. This will make me stronger for the next one. My words today go to all my sponsors. I was completely frustrated and so nervous. I didn't make the prize ceremony. So I want to say sorry to all of you guys. I think it's this track. This track gets him emotional.
This is because he did make the e-buggy podium and he didn't make the prize ceremony. So it looks a little bit lonely without Davide in there. And I think now I'll go into Boots because I think he handled it very,
let me read it for people.
I think that most of it is just he had a good weekend or whatever. But here is it was a tough final battling for the lead between 5 cars for most of the race. So these were Boots, Canas, Polito, Ongaro, and Barufalo. Going into the final lap, I needed to make a pass. I felt that I had this done as I was inside and we were side by side. Unfortunately, the referee decided to reverse the position, so we ended up second. So quite, he doesn't really, he doesn't really do, I think he handled this very, very maturely. But I think he does throw a little jab at Ongaro in this next paragraph where he says, we was hoping for a win and thought we had it, but sometimes this is racing. Although I didn't agree with the decision, we still show up for the podium.
That was
so. I think there has to be some rivalry going on in Italy. It's definitely between Ongaro and Barufalo that has been proven before, but I bet there's some other stuff too.
Oh man, I will say this: that Italian RC right now, 8 scale wise, is off the chain.
Yeah,
I think it's awesome. I mean, that was amazing. If you guys want to go, I mean, obviously it's in Italian. If you don't speak Italian, you won't understand that. But what a freaking great main that was, dude! That was an excellent main. Mistakes, ebb and flow. You could. Oh man, I loved it. I loved the drama that comes after it. Hey, you know what? Polito was probably the fastest guy all weekend in 8 scale, so he probably deserved to win in the end. But hey, dude, I love it. I still think Boots got robbed though.
I do think so. But I think overall, this race was freaking great. There was until 3 minutes to go, Barufalo was leading, and I think Boots was third, and Canas was second. So Polito even wasn't there on the top 3.
They made mistakes. I think Barufalo, Canas all made mistakes.
Yeah. And I think
Yeah, because I had this thought. I kind of want to go through a few of my points I had in my mind. Was like Canas, not on the podium on either class. Buggyland misses the win from Ongaro.
Gets frustrated at Buggyland.
Yeah, so
this is 2 European races we've seen so much drama.
Yeah, so I'm like thinking like, because post Euros, like obviously I want to like float the idea of a post Euro slump, but being honest, like no way. He's like he led Buggyland for what 50 minutes. He led this race without that crash at the back section. Like 5 minutes ago, he probably would have been in it for the win here as well. So yeah, he's not slumping, but I think it's just he's not had a good few races. I have to say that.
Mm-hmm. Ongaro comes off Buggyland win, which I think he drove well. And
yeah,
yes, the tires came. Look, for all the Matrix guys out there, you think we're anti-Matrix. I'm sure we're not on your Christmas card list. Yes, he drove well. The tires performed well at the end of the race. But I still think that's because of Ongaro saving those tires. Yeah. He comes to this race, isn't really. I mean, he did he get into first? I think he did get into first.
No, Ongaro. I think
he wasn't first.
Strongly, Ongaro would have probably won unless he had flamed out.
Okay,
Ongaro was comfortably, in my opinion, leading when he had that retirement. But then again, earlier on in the year, Polito already won at this track. You know, this is a track like this track has like multiple races throughout the year, and I think it's quite a popular track for people who run in Italy. And I think Polito goes to this track quite often. Early this year when they had a race, I think it was the Italian. I don't know. It wasn't the Italian job. It was what was it? Italian race.
That's Miles' race.
It was Miles' race. It was at this track. And then Polito won it, Booch came second. Or Booch won it, Polito came second, either way around. So yeah, I think a lot of it is down to these guys just like being good at this track. And also I don't think the tire difference at this track is as big as it, because let's be honest, at the Euros you have to say Matrix was struggling, you know. Ongaro barely made it to the podium because Burak made a like silly mistake in the last lap. And a lot of other races this year, people have been struggling with Matrix tires. Okay. But the point isn't that Matrix sucks or whatever. It's that obviously when you come out with a new brand, you're not the best brand out there on each and every track that you go to. It's just, that's not going to happen, you know. No one can do it. But I think people kind of have had this hype, and that's why some people have committed so strongly. Like, for example, Ron Fox is strongly committed to Matrix. And I think this was the idea when they came out. At least that's the idea I got. But there's no doubt they have won a good amount of races this year. But a lot of it is down to Ongaro just being the freaking best talent there is.
Polito was their best driver this weekend in 8 scale.
This race.
Boots rejuvenation of his career again. Once again, another good step towards that. You know, winning e-buggy, coming second here, probably should have won. So he goes into the next couple of races feeling good, I would say. Matrix. Oh man, you hear all types of rumors coming out of this. How the purchase. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not getting in trouble. I don't want to get in too much trouble. But you heard the rumors about. I think a lot of it was how quickly they changed their mind after this, right? And I would just say that you and me and this podcast, we're not on the Matrix Christmas card list.
Yeah, I do have to say that I do get some sort of Matrix Mafia vibes, you know?
That's what they say. That's what they call it. When you talk to the Matrix Mafia. No, that's a joke. So people can understand it. It is a joke. It is a joke. Don't get upset with that.
But
that's what
I'm kind of afraid that one day, you know, I'll just open my door and it's someone with a Matrix shirt on, and they'll be like,
"They're gonna throw tires at you."
They're gonna throw tires at me, you know. I'll have to talk to a concierge, and
you know what? At least we know they're listening because they're posting on the podcast on the podcast thing.
Yeah, but I think like all criticisms aside, I think this has been probably the best first year for a tire brand ever.
Well, and definitely
maybe
in Italy.
maybe AKA, because AKA kind of came in and was strong from the beginning, but
for certain drivers, not in Ronnefalk's situation, unfortunately.
No, but but I mean, like if you look at a tire brand, how much races they have won, like a Euros podium in the first year. Like obviously they are not as good as something like a Mayako who wins the Euros for the first year, but
ooh, you just had to throw that out there, didn't you? You just had to throw that out there, did you?
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of like the aspect of people being so defensive of Matrix. I don't know. I think there's a lot of hype behind this brand, and it's nice. But I think a lot of why there's so much hype is because this Matrix hot race rivalry is actually really fierce. Like these two guys like hate each other from the bones. Okay, they have done since the beginning, and like it's kind of been two camps from the beginning. You know, Barufalo, and then the Ongaro camp has been like a very fierce. Like I don't know if people know this, but Barufalo was banned from going to Ongaro's track prior to the Euros because he was too fast at the warm-up. And obviously people will deny that was the case, but that was a thing that, you know, it was widely, you know, spoken. Even with people who are friends with Ongaro, they said that was the case. So there's a lot of drama behind like the Italian scene, you know.
I love it.
Yeah, it's great.
I love it.
It's amazing.
It is. But hey, what about Polito? Let's touch on him real quick. He can win in Italy. Can he win outside of Italy?
I think the biggest issue for him is he does really well at the tracks where he's comfortable at. But then when he goes out of that, he doesn't. I don't know what it is. Okay, at the Euros he was good. I have to say this has been his best Euros since.
But where did he finish? He finished like
he had some issues in the main, but I think he was like 8th. But he was well within.
He was fast.
He was around the top 5 most rounds of qualifying, which I think is solid. You know, that's something that it's really hard to do these days. So I don't know. It's hard to sort of grasp because some races he seems so lost, and then some races he's like on it, you know, like this race he was right up there, whereas Barufalo and like Ongaro, these guys are always there, and sometimes Polito is there, sometimes he's not. So I don't know what's the difference here. What's making him, you know, not achieve like that final push that sort of Canas has had the past 1.5 years, I'd say.
I don't know. We'll see.
Because I'd say he's basically the same that Canas was like before COVID, you know? But I think Polito is at that level what Canas was before COVID.
Okay. All right. Well, I hope
one thing I want to say before I forget, Barufalo.
Ooh.
I had this written down when I looked at this race. I wrote it down immediately. Barufalo, he has looked better at his first 2 races at WIRC than he ever did with Techno on European soil.
Okay.
I know in America he looked great with Techno. There's no doubt about it. But on European soil, I don't think I've ever seen Barufalo be this competitive. At least during the time of Techno, and I think even during the time when he was at X-Ray, I don't think he ever was like
he looks
this
good.
Consistently competitive. He was always fast, even with X-Ray, but now he can keep up with the leaders throughout the main without blowing out or breaking. So I don't know. Maybe he's had some boost in self-confidence. Maybe the time at Techno he learned some new stuff. Whatever it may be, maybe the win of Silver State has stepped him up a notch, but he is looking strong. I will be I'll be looking forward to what he can do next year, because I mean, this is maybe it could be just a honeymoon phase, anything like that, but it's the first 2 races with this car, and he's effectively, I mean, he finished 4th last time around at Buggyland, or 4th, I think. Who was 3rd? Was Burak 3rd, or was he 3rd?
I can't remember.
Yeah, but either way, he's had 2 top 5 finishes here at podium, so yeah, solid.
I would agree with that. S-Works has a good problem on their hand. They have 3 very fast drivers in Europe. Boots, the veteran, Matthias, the up-and-coming young guy. I think he's younger than Canas, and Canas flying right now. So it's going to be interesting to see.
But I do think S-Works are not going to get rid of drivers now. I think the rumors of Boots shopping.
Yeah, I think that's done.
I think that's done, and I think the base of those rumors was that Ronafog wanted to get the S-Works, but it didn't work out. And S-Works probably also wanted Ronafog, but then it ended up being X-Ray. I think Boots is okay now. I think it was Ronafog that was kind of the scare.
Could be. What's the chances of us being on the Matrix Christmas card list?
I don't know. Like, yeah, I'm criticizing, but I mean, I don't.
We criticize a lot of people.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think I've thrown shit on Hot Race for 2 years about American results, like on the indoor East Coast races. So I don't think anyone can be happy at me. You know, maybe J Concepts lately, but when I ran J Concepts, I did give Jason Run a little bit of shit about the issues we had with the tire gluing and so on. So I don't think I'm on his best buddy list. Maybe it's all in the past. But the thing is that the whole point of this podcast is for me to say what I feel is truth, you know?
To piss people off.
The truth hurts, you know? Somebody has to say it. If I don't say it, nobody's going to say it.
All right. Real quick, and then we're going to close out because this is going to be like a 6-hour podcast.
Yeah.
AMS, who you think is going to win Nitro Buggy?
It's interesting because we haven't seen these guys race in a while. At least 8 scale, you know. There hasn't been a big race. What was the last?
Wicked Weekend.
Yeah, Wicked Weekend.
End of July, beginning of August.
Yeah, that's way back. Who are going from Europe? Barufalo is going. The Mayako team is going from Europe. Are there other Europeans?
Canas.
He's going over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. But who do you think is going to be top European?
It's a tough pick. I mean,
I'm picking Barufalo.
I kind of want to pick Barufalo, but then again, I know.
You know what? I better pick Robert. Or Robert's going to be mad at me. I'm picking Robert.
No, but I know AMS is going to be a very technical 10 scale track, and Robert's going to be like, oh my God, it's not bumpy and high speed. And he's going to be annoyed at that. So I think because Robert absolutely loves the old school, the 2017 Eskilstuna Euros, that's the type, or Argentina World Tour as well. Those tracks that's where he loves to drive on, and that's where he does really good. So I kind of would like the big Barufalo, but he does also well on higher speed. So I kind of have to say top European is going to be Canas.
What about Canas? Okay.
I have to say he's going to be the top European.
Okay. Well, who do you think is going to win? It's
interesting. I would like to say Mayfield, but I don't think this is a track where Mayfield can win. Fend is going to be really strong at this track. He's always really strong at this track. But then again, when was the last time? I don't think he's been putting that much effort into 8 scale recently, because 10 scale words was like a big
I don't think it matters for Fend. Here's what I'm going out on a limb. Testman goes out there, gets a victory for X-Ray last 8 scale race.
No, but it's hot race tires. I think it's going to be tough, because before at AMS it has been tough for hot race. When it dries up, it's like. Actually, no. When it dries up, it's better for hot race. But when it's not dry, then it's not good for them. At least previously hasn't been. I will say that.
All right. So
Fend
I have.
Win.
Give me a top 3, and then we'll close
Fend,
it.
maybe someone like Ogden will like now surprise me, you know? Or maybe like this is Ogden's moment, you know? Like he just comes out the shed and fucking dominates and finishes second. Well, Fendi's gonna dominate, so he's gonna win. I don't see Mayfield making a podium.
Wow.
Maybe someone like Brandon Rose. This is like a kind of like
maybe a Mason Fuller
track though. Yeah, to be honest, this could be an HP track too, the modern HP with the. It really depends what Bobby Moore does with the track.
I don't know who to pick, to be honest. So I'm just going to throw three random names.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Hey, I'm gonna go on a fucking really like wild pick. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna go Fend. Sontag and Ogden.
Okay. I'm gonna go Tasman, Fuller, Canas.
Tasman, Fuller, Canas. Yeah, Canas is a good pick, but I'm
just doing that. I'm not putting any type of thought into it. I'm just thinking that they might.
Yeah, I think the tire thing is gonna play a role. I freaking bet it. But
we shall see. I think so too. All right. That's enough.
Sontag is with Proline, right?
Yes. Maybe.
Oh no, he's not gonna do well.
Oh,
well, fucking went with it already.
Here you go. Stick with your picks.
Yeah. Fuck it.
All right. Well, if you're listening to this, let us know who you think will win. This is going to be a very long podcast. We do appreciate it if you do listen to it. It's probably going to take all of you a week to listen to it. Thank you, Ryan Stiles Harris, for your time. Thank you, Max, for your time. Thank you all for the questions. Thank you to all of the NNRC squad around the world. We greatly appreciate you guys' support. We can't do it without you guys. Thank you to the patrons of the NNRC and the YouTube members. Remember, if you wish to support the podcast further, you can. Links in the written description of this podcast. Thank you to all these awesome companies. Don't forget that support us. We do have links for all of these companies in the written description of this podcast. There are affiliate links, there are coupon codes, all that good stuff down there as well. They are Invisible Speed, High Tech RC, Sun Pedal USA, Sidewinder Fuel, Hot Race Tires, Mayako, Beach RC, Techno RC, Clinic RC, Ignite Design RC, Stacked RC, Donathan RC, Racecraft USA. Shout out to the Florida RC Championships, WRCE Danny Paz. Shout out to my boy Gene Strout Racing with his builds, House of RC, RCGP, and of course, shout out to our racers, David Ronafalk, Jared Tebow, Robert Battier, Alexander Hadberg, and Matty G. Max, I think that's it. You made it to the end of a podcast. Little did they know, we actually took a break, hour and a half, so you could charge up your camera and your mics. But you finally got to be at the end of a podcast where people see you. Max,
my girlfriend's gonna be pissed as fuck. Okay, so we've been recording with Keenan for 4 hours.
That we have. And you know what? I will see everybody on the road. Max and Lefty, we are out. Everybody, remember, Nitro is the glory. E-Buggy pays the bills. And don't get upset at us. We're just having fun here. Just enjoy it. Max and Lefty, we're out.